Chapter 28. Correspondence. Cada uno habla de la feria, como la ven ella. As nothing of importance to our characters happened during the first 2 days, we should gladly pass on to the third and last, were it not that perhaps some foreign reader may wish to know how the Filipinos celebrate their fiestas. For this reason, we shall faithfully reproduce in this chapter several letters, one of them being that of the correspondent of a noted Manila newspaper, respected for its grave tone and deep seriousness. Our readers will correct some natural and trifling slips of the pen. Thus the worthy correspondent of the respectable newspaper wrote, "To the editor, my distinguished friend, never did I witness, nor had I ever expected to see in the provinces, a religious fiesta so solemn, so splendid, and so impressive as that now being celebrated in this town by the most reverend and virtuous Franciscan fathers. Great crowds are in attendance. I have here had the pleasure of greeting nearly all the Spaniards who reside in this province, 3 Reverend Augustinian fathers from the province of Batangas, and 2 Reverend Dominican fathers. One of the latter is the very Reverend Fray Hernando Cibola, who has come to honor this town with his presence, a distinction which its worthy inhabitants should never forget. I have also seen a great number of the best people of Cavite and Pampanga, many wealthy persons from Manila, and many bands of music. Among these the very artistic one of Pagsanjan belonging to the Escribano, Don Miguel Guevara, swarms of Chinamen and Indians, who, with the curiosity of the former and the piety of the latter, awaited anxiously the day on which was to be celebrated the comic mimic-lyric lightning-change dramatic spectacle, for which a large and spacious theater had been erected in the middle of the plaza. At 9 on the night of the 10th, the eve of the fiesta, after a succulent dinner set before us by the Hermano Mayor, the attention of all the Spaniards and friars in the convento was attracted by strains of music from a surging multitude which, with the noise of bombs and rockets, preceded by the leading citizens of the town, came to the convento to escort us to the place prepared and arranged for us that we might witness the spectacle. Such a courteous offer we had to accept, although I should have preferred to rest in the arms of Morpheus and repose my weary limbs, which were aching, thanks to the joltings of the vehicle furnished us by the gobernadorcillo of B. Accordingly, we joined them and proceeded to look for our companions, who were dining in the house, owned here by the pious and wealthy Don Santiago de los Santos. The curate of the town, the very Reverend Fray Bernardo Salvi, and the very Reverend Fray Damaso Verdolagas, who is now by the special favor of heaven recovered from the suffering caused him by an impious hand, in company with the very Reverend Fray Hernando Cibola and the virtuous curate of Tanawan, with other Spaniards, were guests in the house of the Filipino Croesus. There we had the good fortune of admiring not only the luxury and good taste of the host, which are not usual among the natives, but also the beauty of the charming and wealthy heiress, who showed herself to be a polished disciple of Saint Cecilia by playing on her elegant piano, with a mastery that recalled Galvez to me, the best German and Italian compositions. It is a matter of regret that such a charming young lady should be so excessively modest as to hide her talents from a society which has only admiration for her. Nor should I leave unwritten that in the house of our host there were set before us champagne and fine liqueurs with the profusion and splendor that characterize the well-known capitalist. We attended the spectacle. You already know our artists Racia, Carvajal, and Fernandez, whose cleverness was comprehended by us alone, since the uncultured crowd did not understand a jot of it. Chananay and Balbino were very good, though a little hoarse. The latter made one break, but together, and as regards earnest effort, they were admirable. The Indians were greatly pleased with the Tagalog drama, especially the gobernadorcillo, who rubbed his hands and informed us that it was a pity that they had not made the princess join in combat with the giant who had stolen her away, which in his opinion would have been more marvelous, especially if the giant had been represented as vulnerable only in the navel, like a certain Ferragus of whom the stories of the paladins tell. The very Reverend Fray Damaso, in his customary goodness of heart, concurred in this opinion, and added that in such case the princess should be made to discover the giant's weak spot and give him the coup de grace. Needless to tell you that during the show the affability of the Filipino Rothschild allowed nothing to be lacking. Ice cream, lemonade, wines, and refreshments of all kinds, circulated profusely among us. A matter of reasonable and special note was the absence of the well-known and cultured youth, Don Juan Crisostomo Ibarra, who, as you know, will tomorrow preside at the laying of the cornerstone for the great edifice which he is so philanthropically erecting. This worthy descendant of the Pelios and Alcanos, for I have learned that one of his paternal ancestors was from our heroic and noble northern provinces, perhaps one of the companions of Magellan or Legazpi, did not show himself during the entire day, owing to a slight indisposition. His name runs from mouth to mouth, being uttered with praises that can only reflect glory upon Spain and true Spaniards like ourselves, who never deny our blood, however mixed it may be. Today, at 11 o'clock in the morning, we attended a deeply moving spectacle. Today, as is generally known, is the Fiesta of the Virgin of Peace and is being observed by the Brethren of the Holy Rosary. Tomorrow will occur the Fiesta of the Patron, San Diego, and it will be observed principally by the Venerable Tertiary Order. Between these two societies there exists a pious rivalry in serving God, which piety has reached the extreme of holy quarrels among them, as has just happened in the dispute over the preacher of acknowledged fame, the oft-mentioned Very Reverend Fray Damaso, who tomorrow will occupy the pulpit of the Holy Ghost with a sermon, which, according to general expectation, will be a literary and religious event. So, as we were saying, we attended a highly edifying and moving spectacle. 6 pious youths, 3 to recite the Mass and 3 for acolytes, marched out of the sacristy and prostrated themselves before the altar, while the officiating priest, the Very Reverend Fray Hernando Sibila, chanted the Surge Domine, the signal for commencing the procession around the church with the magnificent voice and religious unction that all recognize and that make him so worthy of general admiration. When the Surge Domine was concluded, the Gobernador Silo, in a frock coat, carrying the standard and followed by 4 acolytes with incense burners, headed the procession. Behind them came the tall silver candelabra, the municipal corporation, the precious images dressed in satin and gold, representing Saint Dominic and the Virgin of Peace in a magnificent blue robe trimmed with gilded silver, the gift of the pious ex-Gobernador Silo, the so worthy of being imitated and never sufficiently praised Don Santiago de los Santos. All these images were borne on silver cars. Behind the Mother of God came the Spaniards and the rest of the clergy, while the officiating priest was protected by a canopy carried by the Cabezas de Barangay, and the procession was closed by a squad of the worthy civil guard. I believe it unnecessary to state that a multitude of Indians, carrying lighted candles with great devotion, formed the 2 lines of the procession. The musicians played religious marches, while bombs and pinwheels furnished repeated salutes. It causes admiration to see the modesty and the fervor which these ceremonies inspire in the hearts of the true believers, the grand, pure faith professed for the Virgin of Peace, the solemnity and fervent devotion with which such ceremonies are performed by those of us who have had the good fortune to be born under the sacrosanct and immaculate banner of Spain. The procession concluded, there began the Mass rendered by the orchestra and the theatrical artists. After the reading of the Gospel, the Very Reverend Fray Manuel Martin, an Augustinian from the province of Batangas, ascended the pulpit and kept the whole audience enraptured and hanging on his words, especially the Spaniards, during the exordium in Castilian, as he spoke with vigor and in such flowing and well-rounded periods that our hearts were filled with fervor and enthusiasm. This indeed is the term that should be used for what is felt, or what we feel, when the Virgin of our beloved Spain is considered, and above all when there can be intercalated in the text, if the subject permits, the ideas of a prince of the church, the Señor Moncelo, which are surely those of all Spaniards. At the conclusion of the services, all of us went up into the convento with the leading citizens of the town and other persons of note. There we were especially honored by the refinement, attention, and prodigality that characterized the Very Reverend Fray Salvi, there being set before us cigars and an abundant lunch which the Hermano Mayor had prepared under the convento for all who might feel the necessity for appeasing the cravings of their stomachs. During the day, nothing has been lacking to make the fiesta joyous, and to preserve the animation so characteristic of Spaniards, and which it is impossible to restrain on such occasions as this, showing itself sometimes in singing and dancing, at other times in simple and merry diversions of so strong and noble a nature that all sorrow is driven away. And it is enough for 3 Spaniards to be gathered together in one place in order that sadness and ill humor be banished thence. Then homage was paid to terpsichore in many homes, but especially in that of the cultured Filipino millionaire, where we were all invited to dine. Needless to say, the banquet, which was sumptuous and elegantly served, was a second edition of the wedding feast in Cana, or of Camacho, corrected and enlarged. While we were enjoying the meal, which was directed by a cook from La Campana, an orchestra played harmonious melodies. The beautiful young lady of the house, in a mestiza gown and a cascade of diamonds, was as ever the queen of the feast. All of us deplored from the bottom of our hearts a light sprain in her shapely foot that deprived her of the pleasures of the dance, for if we have to judge by her other conspicuous perfections, the young lady must dance like a sylph. The alcalde of the province arrived this afternoon for the purpose of honoring with his presence the ceremony of tomorrow. He has expressed regret over the poor health of the distinguished landlord, Señor Ibarra, who in God's mercy is now, according to report, somewhat recovered. Tonight there was a solemn procession, but of that I will speak in my letter tomorrow, because in addition to the explosions that have bewildered me and made me somewhat deaf, I am tired and falling over with sleep. While therefore I recover my strength in the arms of Morpheusor, rather on a cot in the convento, I desire for you, my distinguished friend, a pleasant night, and take leave of you until tomorrow, which will be the great day. Your affectionate friend, San Diego, November 11. The correspondent. Thus wrote the worthy correspondent. Now let us see what Capitan Martin wrote to his friend, Luis Chiquito. Dear Choi, come a-running if you can, for there's something doing at the fiesta. Just imagine, Capitan Joaquin is almost broke. Capitan Tiago has doubled up on him 3 times and won at the first turn of the cards each time, so that Capitan Manuel, the owner of the house, is growing smaller every minute from sheer joy. Padre Damaso smashed a lamp with his fist, because up to now he hasn't won on a single card. The consul has lost on his cocks, and in the bank all that he won from us at the fiesta of Binin, and at that of the Virgin of the Pillar in Santa Cruz. We expected Capitan Tiago to bring us his future son-in-law, the rich heir of Don Rafael, but it seems that he wishes to imitate his father, for he does not even show himself. It's a pity, for it seems he never will be any use to us. Carlos the Chinaman is making a big fortune with the Liempo. I suspect that he carries something hidden, probably a charm, for he complains constantly of headaches and keeps his head bandaged, and when the wheel of the Liempo is slowing down he leans over, almost touching it, as if he were looking at it closely. I am shocked, because I know more stories of the same kind. Goodbye, Choi. My birds are well and my wife is happy and having a good time. Your friend, Martin Aristornes. Ibarra had received a perfumed note which Andeng, Maria Clara's foster sister, delivered to him on the evening of the first day of the fiesta. This note said, Crisostomo, it has been over a day since you have shown yourself. I have heard that you are ill and have prayed for you and lighted 2 candles, although Papa says that you are not seriously ill. Last night and today, I've been bored by requests to play on the piano and by invitations to dance. I didn't know before that there are so many tiresome people in the world. If it were not for Padre Damaso, who tries to entertain me by talking to me and telling me many things, I would have shut myself up in my room and gone to sleep. Write me what the matter is with you, and I'll tell Papa to visit you. For the present I send Andeng to make you some tea, as she knows how to prepare it well, probably better than your servants do. Maria Clara. P.S. If you don't come tomorrow, I won't go to the ceremony. Vale. Chapter 29. The morning. At the first flush of dawn, bands of music awoke the tired people of the town with lively airs. Life and movement reawakened, the bells began to chime, and the explosions commenced. It was the last day of the fiesta, in fact the fiesta proper. Much was hoped for, even more than on the previous day. The brethren of the venerable tertiary order were more numerous than those of the Holy Rosary, so they smiled piously, secure that they would humiliate their rivals. They had purchased a greater number of tapers, wherefore the Chinese dealers had reaped a harvest, and in gratitude were thinking of being baptized, although some remarked that this was not so much on account of their faith in Catholicism as from a desire to get a wife. To this, the pious women answered, "Even so, the marriage of so many Chinamen at once would be little short of a miracle, and their wives would convert them." The people arrayed themselves in their best clothes and dragged out from their strongboxes all their jewelry. The sharpers and gamblers all shone in embroidered camises with large diamond studs, heavy gold chains, and white straw hats. Only the old sage went his way as usual in his dark-striped cinnamay camisa buttoned up to the neck, loose shoes, and wide gray felt hat. "You look sadder than ever," the tenient mayor accosted him. "Don't you want us to be happy now and then, since we have so much to weep over?" "To be happy doesn't mean to act the fool," answered the old man. "It's the senseless orgy of every year, and all for no end but to squander money when there is so much misery and want. Yes, I understand it all. It's the same orgy, the revel to drown the woes of all." "You know that I share your opinion, though," replied Don Filippo, half jestingly and half in earnest. "I have defended it, but what can one do against the gobernadorcillo and the curate?" "Resign," was the old man's curt answer as he moved away. Don Filippo stood perplexed, staring after the old man. "Resign?" he muttered as he made his way toward the church. "Resign? Yes, if this office were an honor and not a burden, yes, I would resign." The paved court in front of the church was filled with people. Men and women, young and old, dressed in their best clothes, all crowded together, came and went through the wide doors. There was a smell of powder, of flowers, of incense, and of perfumes, while bombs, rockets, and serpent crackers made the women run and scream, the children laugh. One band played in front of the convento, another escorted the town officials, and still others marched about the streets, where floated and waved a multitude of banners. Variegated colors and lights distracted the sight, melodies and explosions the hearing, while the bells kept up a ceaseless chime. Moving all about were carriages whose horses at times became frightened, frisked, and reared, all of which, while not included in the program of the fiesta, formed a show in itself, free and by no means the least entertaining. The hermano mayor for this day had sent servants to seek in the streets for whomsoever they might invite, as did he who gave the feast of which the gospel tells us. Almost by force were urged invitations to partake of chocolate, coffee, tea, and sweetmeats, these invitations not seldom reaching the proportions of a demand. There was to be celebrated the high mass, that known as the dalmatic, like the one of the day before, about which the worthy correspondent wrote, only that now the officiating priest was to be Padre Salvi, and that the alcalde of the province, with many other Spaniards and persons of note, was to attend it in order to hear Padre Damaso, who enjoyed a great reputation in the province. Even the alferez, smarting under the preachments of Padre Salvi, would also attend in order to give evidence of his goodwill and to recompense himself, if possible, for the bad spells the curate had caused him. Such was the reputation of Padre Damaso that the correspondent wrote beforehand to the editor of his newspaper. As was announced in my badly executed account of yesterday, so it has come to pass. We have had the especial pleasure of listening to the very Reverend Fray Damaso Verdolagas, former curate of this town, recently transferred to a larger parish in recognition of his meritorious services. The illustrious and holy orator occupied the pulpit of the Holy Ghost and preached a most eloquent and profound sermon, which edified and left marveling all the faithful who had waited so anxiously to see spring from his fecund lips the restoring fountain of eternal life. Sublimity of conception, boldness of imagination, novelty of phraseology, gracefulness of style, naturalness of gestures, cleverness of speech. Vigor of ideas, these are the traits of the Spanish Bossuet, who has justly earned such a high reputation not only among the enlightened Spaniards, but even among the rude Indians and the cunning sons of the Celestial Empire. But the confiding correspondent almost saw himself obliged to erase what he had written. Padre Damaso complained of a cold that he had contracted the night before, for after singing a few merry songs, he had eaten 3 plates of ice cream and attended the show for a short time. As a result of all this, he wished to renounce his part as the spokesman of God to men. But as no one else was to be found who was so well versed in the life and miracles of San Diego, the curate knew them. It is true. but it was his place to celebrate Mass. The other priests unanimously declared that the tone of Padre Damaso's voice could not be improved upon, and that it would be a great pity for him to forgo delivering such an eloquent sermon as he had written and memorized. Accordingly, his former housekeeper prepared for him lemonade, rubbed his chest and neck with liniment and olive oil, massaged him, and wrapped him in warm cloths. He drank some raw eggs beaten up in wine, and for the whole morning neither talked nor breakfasted, taking only a glass of milk and a cup of chocolate with a dozen or so of crackers, heroically renouncing his usual fried chicken and half of a Laguna cheese, because the housekeeper affirmed that cheese contained salt and grease, which would aggravate his cough. "All for the sake of meriting heaven and of converting us," exclaimed the tertiary sisters, much affected, upon being informed of these sacrifices. "May Our Lady of Peace punish him," muttered the sisters of the Holy Rosary, unable to forgive him for leaning to the side of their rivals. At 8:30, the procession started from the shadow of the canvas canopy. It was the same as that of the previous day, but for the introduction of one novelty. The older members of the Venerable Tertiary Order and some maidens dressed as old women displayed long gowns, the poor having them of coarse cloth and the rich of silk, or rather of Franciscan guingón, as it is called, since it is most used by the Reverend Franciscan friars. All these sacred garments were genuine, having come from the convento in Manila, where the people may obtain them as alms at a fixed price, if a commercial term may be permitted. This fixed price was liable to increase, but not to reduction. In the convento itself, and in the nunnery of St. Clara, are sold these same garments which possess, besides the special merit of gaining many indulgences for those who may be shrouded in them, the very special merit of being dearer in proportion as they are old, threadbare, and unserviceable. We write this in case any pious reader needs such sacred relics, or any cunning ragpicker of Europe wish to make a fortune by taking to the Philippines a consignment of patched and grimy garments, since they are valued at 16 pesos or more, according to their more or less tattered appearance. San Diego de Alcala was borne on a float adorned with plates of repoussé silver. The saint, though rather thin, had an ivory bust which gave him a severe and majestic mien, in spite of abundant kingly bangs like those of the Negrito. His mantle was of satin embroidered with gold. Our venerable father, St. Francis, followed the Virgin as on yesterday, except that the priest under the canopy this time was Padre Salvi and not the graceful Padre Sibylla, so refined in manner. But if the former lacked a beautiful carriage, he had more than enough unction, walking half bent over with lowered eyes and hands crossed in mystic attitude. The bearers of the canopy were the same Cabezas de Barangay, sweating with satisfaction at seeing themselves at the same time semi-sacristans, collectors of the tribute, redeemers of poor erring humanity, and consequently Christs who were giving their blood for the sins of others. The surpliced coadjutor went from float to float carrying the censer, with the smoke from which he from time to time regaled the nostrils of the curate, who then became even more serious and grave. So the procession moved forward slowly and deliberately to the sound of bombs, songs, and religious melodies let loose into the air by bands of musicians that followed the floats. Meanwhile, the Hermano Mayor distributed candles with such zeal that many of the participants returned to their homes with light enough for 4 nights of card playing. Devoutly, the curious spectators knelt at the passage of the float of the Mother of God, reciting credos and salves fervently. In front of a house in whose gaily decorated windows were to be seen the alcalde, Capitan Tiago, Maria Clara, and Ibarra, with various Spaniards and young ladies, the float was detained. Padre Salvi happened to raise his eyes, but made not the slightest movement that might have been taken for a salute or a recognition of them. He merely stood erect, so that his cope fell over his shoulders more gracefully and elegantly. In the street under the window was a young woman of pleasing countenance, dressed in deep mourning, carrying in her arms a young baby. She must have been a nursemaid only, for the child was white and ruddy while she was brown and had hair blacker than jet. Upon seeing the curate, the tender infant held out its arms, laughed with the laugh that neither causes nor is caused by sorrow, and cried out stammeringly in the midst of a brief silence, "Papa, Papa, Papa." The young woman shuddered, slapped her hand hurriedly over the baby's mouth, and ran away in dismay, with the baby crying. Malicious ones winked at each other, and the Spaniards who had witnessed the short scene smiled, while the natural pallor of Padre Salvi changed to the hue of poppies. Yet the people were wrong, for the curate was not acquainted with the woman at all, she being a stranger in the town. Chapter 30. In the church. From end to end the huge barn that men dedicate as a home to the Creator of all existing things was filled with people. Pushing, crowding, and crushing one another, the few who were leaving and the many who were entering filled the air with exclamations of distress. Even from afar, an arm would be stretched out to dip the fingers in the holy water, but at the critical moment, the surging crowd would force the hand away. Then would be heard a complaint, a trampled woman would upbraid someone, but the pushing would continue. Some old people might succeed in dipping their fingers in the water, now the color of slime, where the population of a whole town, with transients besides, had washed. With it they would anoint themselves devoutly, although with difficulty, on the neck, on the crown of the head, on the forehead, on the chin, on the chest, and on the abdomen, in the assurance that thus they were sanctifying those parts, and that they would suffer neither stiff neck, headache, consumption, nor indigestion. The young people, whether they were not so ailing or did not believe in that holy prophylactic, hardly more than moistened the tip of a finger end, this only in order that the devout might have no cause to talk, and pretended to make the sign of the cross on their foreheads, of course without touching them. It may be blessed and everything you may wish, some young woman doubtless thought, but it has such a color. It was difficult to breathe in the heat amid the smells of the human animal, but the preacher was worth all these inconveniences, as the sermon was costing the town 250 pesos. Old Tassio had said, 250 pesos for a sermon, one man on one occasion, only a third of what comedians cost, who will work for 3 nights. Surely you must be very rich. What has that to do with the drama? Testily inquired the nervous leader of the tertiary brethren. With the drama souls go to hell, but with the sermon to heaven. If he had asked 1,000, we would have paid him and should still owe him gratitude. After all, you're right, replied the sage, for the sermon is more amusing to me at least than the drama. But I am not amused even by the drama, yelled the other furiously. I believe it, since you understand one about as well as you do the other. And the impious old man moved away without paying any attention to the insults and the direful prophecies that the irritated leader offered concerning his future existence. While they were waiting for the alcalde, the people sweated and yawned, agitating the air with fans, hats, and handkerchiefs. Children shouted and cried, which kept the sacristans busy putting them out of the sacred edifice. Such action brought to the dull and conscientious leader of the Brotherhood of the Holy Rosary this thought. Suffer little children to come unto me, said our Savior, it is true, but here must be understood, children who do not cry. An old woman in a guingan habit, Sister Pute, chid her granddaughter, a child of 6 years who was kneeling at her side, "O lost one, give heed, for you're going to hear a sermon like that of Good Friday." Here the old lady gave her a pinch to awaken the piety of the child, who made a grimace, stuck out her nose, and wrinkled up her eyebrows. Some men squatted on their heels and dozed beside the confessional. One old man nodding caused our old woman to believe that he was mumbling prayers. So, running her fingers rapidly over the beads of her rosary as, that was the most reverent way of respecting the designs of heaven, little by little she set herself to imitating hint. Ibarra stood in one corner while Maria Clara knelt near the high altar in a space which the curate had had the courtesy to order the sacristans to clear for her. Capitan Tiago, in a frock coat, sat on one of the benches provided for the authorities, which caused the children, who did not know him, to take him for another gobernadorcillo and to be wary about getting near him. At last the alcalde with his staff arrived, proceeding from the sacristy and taking their seats in magnificent chairs placed on strips of carpet. The alcalde wore a full-dress uniform and displayed the cordon of Carlos Roman III, with 4 or 5 other decorations. The people did not recognize him. "Abba," exclaimed a rustic, "a civil guard dressed as a comedian." "Fool," rejoined a bystander, nudging him with his elbow. "It's the Prince Villardo that we saw at the show last night." So the alcalde went up several degrees in the popular estimation by becoming an enchanted prince, a vanquisher of giants. When the mass began, those who were seated arose, and those who had been asleep were awakened by the ringing of the bells and the sonorous voices of the singers. Padre Salvi, in spite of his gravity, wore a look of deep satisfaction, since there were serving him as deacon and subdeacon none less than 2 Augustinians. Each one, as it came his turn, sang well, in a more or less nasal tone and with unintelligible articulation, except the officiating priest himself, whose voice trembled somewhat, even getting out of tune at times, to the great wonder of those who knew him. Still, he moved about with precision and elegance while he recited the Dominus Vobiscum unctuously, dropping his head a little to the side and gazing toward heaven. Seeing him receive the smoke from the incense one would have said that Galen was right in averring the passage of smoke in the nasal canals to the head through a screen of ethmoids, since he straightened himself, threw his head back, and moved toward the middle of the altar with such pompousness and gravity that Capitan Tiago found him more majestic than the Chinese comedian of the night before, even though the latter had been dressed as an emperor, paint-bedaubed, with beribboned sword, stiff beard like a horse's mane, and high-soled slippers. Undoubtedly, so his thoughts ran, a single curate of ours has more majesty than all the emperors. At length came the expected moment, that of hearing Padre Damaso. The 3 priests seated themselves in their chairs in an edifying attitude, as the worthy correspondent would say, the alcalde and other persons of place and position following their example. The music ceased. The sudden transition from noise to silence awoke our aged sister Pute, who was already snoring under cover of the music. Like Segismundo, or like the cook in the story of the Sleeping Beauty, the first thing that she did upon awaking was to whack her granddaughter on the neck, as the child had also fallen asleep. The latter screamed, but soon consoled herself at the sight of a woman who was beating her breast with contrition and enthusiasm. All tried to place themselves comfortably, those who had no benches squatting down on the floor or on their heels. Padre Damaso passed through the congregation preceded by 2 sacristans and followed by another friar carrying a massive volume. He disappeared as he went up the winding staircase, but his round head soon reappeared, then his fat neck, followed immediately by his body. Coughing slightly, he looked about him with assurance. He noticed Ibarra, and with a special wink gave to understand that he would not overlook that youth in his prayers. Then he turned a look of satisfaction upon Padre Sibylla and another of disdain upon Padre Martin, the preacher of the previous day. This inspection concluded, he turned cautiously and said, "Attention, brother," to his companion, who opened the massive volume. But the sermon deserves a separate chapter. A young man who was then learning stenography and who idolizes great orators took it down. Thanks to this fact, we can here present a selection from the sacred oratory of those regions. Chapter 31. The Sermon. Fray Damaso began slowly in a low voice. Et spiritum bonum dedisti qui doceret ius, et manna tuum non prohibuisti ab or aerum, et aquam dedisti eis in sedi. And thou gavest thy good spirit to teach them, and thy manna thou didst not withhold from their mouth, and thou gavest them water for their thirst. Words which the Lord spoke through the mouth of Esdras, in the 2nd book, the 9th chapter, and the 20th verse. Padre Sibylla glanced in surprise at the preacher. Padre Manuel Martin turned pale and swallowed hard that was better than his. Whether Padre Damaso noticed this or whether he was still hoarse, the fact is that he coughed several times as he placed both hands on the rail of the pulpit. The Holy Ghost was above his head, freshly painted, clean and white, with rose-colored beak and feet. Most honorable sir, to the alcalde, most holy priests, Christians, brethren in Jesus Christ. Here he made a solemn pause as again he swept his gaze over the congregation, with whose attention and concentration he seemed satisfied. The first part of the sermon is to be in Spanish and the other in Tagalog, loquabanter omnes linguas. After the salutations and the pause he extended his right hand majestically toward the altar, at the same time fixing his gaze on the alcalde. He slowly crossed his arms without uttering a word, then suddenly passing from calmness to action, threw back his head and made a sign toward the main door, sawing the air with his open hand so forcibly that the sacristans interpreted the gesture as a command and closed the doors. The alferez became uneasy, doubting whether he should go or stay, when the preacher began in a strong voice, full and sonorous. Truly, his old housekeeper was skilled in medicine. Radiant and resplendent is the altar, wide is the great door. The air is the vehicle of the holy and divine words that will spring from my mouth. Hear ye then with the ears of your souls and hearts, that the words of the Lord may not fall on the stony soil, where the birds of hell may consume them, but that ye may grow and flourish as holy seed in the field of our venerable and seraphic Father, Saint Francis. O ye great sinners, captives of the morrows of the soul that infest the sea of eternal life in the powerful craft of the flesh and the world, ye who are laden with the fetters of lust and avarice, and who toil in the galleys of the infernal Satan, look ye here with reverent repentance upon him who saved souls from the captivity of the devil, upon the intrepid Gideon, upon the valiant David, upon the triumphant Roland of Christianity, upon the celestial civil guard. More powerful than all the civil guards together, now existing or to exist, the Alferez frowned. Yes, Senor Alferez, more valiant and powerful, he who with no other weapon than a wooden cross boldly vanquishes the eternal Chalice of the Shades and all the hosts of Lucifer, and who would have exterminated them forever, were not the spirits immortal. This marvel of divine creation, this wonderful prodigy, is the blessed Diego of Alcala, who, if I may avail myself of a comparison, since comparisons aid in the comprehension of incomprehensible things, as another has said, I say then that this great saint is merely a private soldier, a steward in the powerful company which our seraphic Father, Saint Francis, sends from heaven, and to which I have the honor to belong as a corporal or sergeant, by the grace of God. The rude Indians, as the correspondent would say, caught nothing more from this paragraph than the words civil guard, Chalicen, San Diego, and Saint Francis. So, observing the wry face of the Alferez and the bellicose gestures of the preacher, they deduced that the latter was reprehending him for not running down the Chalicenes. San Diego and Saint Francis would be commissioned in this duty, and justly so, as is proved by a picture existing in the convento at Manila, representing Saint Francis, by means of his girdle only, holding back the Chinese invasion in the first years after the discovery. The devout were accordingly not a little rejoiced, and thanked God for this aid, not doubting that once the Chalicenes had disappeared, Saint Francis would also destroy the civil guard. With redoubled attention, therefore, they listened to Padre Damaso, as he continued, Most honorable sir, great affairs are great affairs even by the side of the small, and the small are always small even by the side of the great. So history says, but since history hits the nail on the head only once in 100 times, being a thing made by men, and men make mistakes errare eis hominum. As Cicero said, he who opens his mouth makes mistakes. As they say in my country, then, the result is that there are profound truths which history does not record. These truths, most honorable sir, the divine spirit spoke with that supreme wisdom which human intelligence has not comprehended since the times of Seneca and Aristotle, those wise priests of antiquity, even to our sinful days, and these truths are that not always are small affairs small, but that they are great, not by the side of the little things, but by the side of the grandest of the earth, and of the heavens, and of the air, and of the clouds, and of the waters, and of space, and of life, and of death. Amen, exclaimed the leader of the tertiaries, crossing himself. With this figure of rhetoric, which he had learned from a famous preacher in Manila, Padre Damaso wished to startle his audience, and in fact his Holy Ghost was so fascinated with such great truths that it was necessary to kick him to remind him of his business. Pat to your eyes, prompted the Holy Ghost below. Pat to your eyes is the conclusive and impressive proof of this eternal philosophical truth. Patent is that sun of virtue, and I say sun and not moon, for there is no great merit in the fact that the moon shines during the night. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. By night may shine a light, a tiny star, so the greatest merit is to be able to shine even in the middle of the day, as the sun does. So shines our brother Diego even in the midst of the greatest saints. Here you have patent to your eyes, in your impious disbelief, the masterpiece of the highest for the confusion of the great of the earth. Yes, my brethren, patent, patent to all patent. A man rose pale and trembling and hid himself in a confessional. He was a liquor dealer who had been dozing and dreaming that the carbineers were demanding the patent, or license, that he did not have. It may safely be affirmed that he did not come out from his hiding place while the sermon lasted. Humble and lowly saint, thy wooden cross, the one that the image held was of silver, thy modest gown, honors the great Francis whose sons and imitators we are. We propagate thy holy race in the whole world, in the remote places, in the cities, in the towns, without distinction between black and white. The alcalde held his breath. Suffering hardships and martyrdoms, thy holy race of faith and religion militant. Breath the alcalde, which holds the world in balance and prevents it from falling into the depths of perdition. His hearers, including even Capitan Tiago, yawned little by little. Maria Clara was not listening to the sermon, for she knew that Ibarra was near and was thinking about him while she fanned herself and gazed at an evangelical bull that had all the outlines of a small carabao. All should know by heart the holy scriptures and the lives of the saints, and then I should not have to preach to you, O sinners. You should know such important and necessary things as the Lord's Prayer, although many of you have forgotten it, living now as do the Protestants or heretics, who, like the Chinese, respect not the ministers of God. But the worse for you, O ye accursed, moving as you are toward damnation. Abba, pale lamaso, what? Muttered Carlos, the Chinese, looking angrily at the preacher, who continued to extemporize, emitting a series of apostrophes and imprecations. You will die in final unrepentance, O race of heretics. God punishes you even on this earth with jails and prisons. Women should flee from you, the rulers should hang all of you so that the seed of Satan be not multiplied in the vineyard of the Lord. Jesus Christ said, if you have an evil member that leads you to sin, cut it off and cast it into the fire. Having forgotten both his sermon and his rhetoric, Fray Damaso began to be nervous. Ibarra became uneasy and looked about for a quiet corner, but the church was crowded. Maria Clara neither heard nor saw anything as she was analyzing a picture of the blessed souls in purgatory, souls in the shape of men and women dressed in hides, with mitres, hoods, and cowls, all roasting in the fire and clutching St. Francis' girdle, which did not break even with such great weight. With that improvisation on the preacher's part, the Holy Ghost friar lost the thread of the sermon and skipped over 3 long paragraphs, giving the wrong cue to the now laboriously panting Fray Damaso. Who of you, O sinners, would lick the sores of a poor and ragged beggar? Who? Let him answer by raising his hand. None, that I knew, for only a saint like Diego de Alcala would do it. He licked all the sores, saying to an astonished brother, thus is this sick one cured. O Christian charity, O matchless example, O virtue of virtues, O inimitable pattern, O spotless talisman. Here he continued a long series of exclamations, the while crossing his arms and raising and lowering them as though he wished to fly or to frighten the birds away. Before dying he spoke in Latin without knowing Latin. Marvel, O sinners, you, in spite of what you study, for which blows are given to you, you do not speak Latin, and you will die without speaking it. To speak Latin is a gift of God, and therefore the Church uses Latin. I, too, speak Latin. Was God going to deny this consolation to his beloved Diego? Could he die, could he be permitted to die without speaking Latin? Impossible. God wouldn't be just, he wouldn't be God. So he talked in Latin, and of that fact the writers of his time bear witness. He ended this exordium with the passage which had cost him the most toil and which he had plagiarized from a great writer, Sinibaldo de Mas. Therefore, I salute thee, illustrious Diego, the glory of our order. Thou art the pattern of virtue, meek with honor, humble with nobility, compliant with fortitude, temperate with ambition, hostile with loyalty, compassionate with pardon, holy with conscientiousness, full of faith with devotion, credulous with sincerity, chaste with love, reserved with secrecy. Long-suffering with patience, brave with timidity, moderate with desire, bold with resolution, obedient with subjection. Modest with pride, zealous with disinterestedness, skillful with capability, ceremonious with politeness, astute with sagacity, merciful with piety, secretive with modesty, revengeful with valor, poor on account of thy labors with true conformity, prodigal with economy, active with ease, economical with liberality, innocent with sagacity, reformer with consistency, indifferent with zeal for learning. God created thee to feel the raptures of Platonic love. Aid me in singing thy greatness, and thy name higher than the stars and clearer than the sun itself that circles about thy feet. Aid me, all of you, as you appeal to God for sufficient inspiration by reciting the Ave Maria. All fell upon their knees and raised a murmur like the humming of 1,000 bees. The alcalde laboriously bent one knee and wagged his head in a disgusted manner, while the alferez looked pale and penitent. To the devil with the curate, muttered one of 2 youths who had come from Manila. "Keep still," admonished his companion. "His woman might hear us." Meanwhile, Padre Damaso, instead of reciting the Ave Maria, was scolding his Holy Ghost for having skipped 3 of his best paragraphs. At the same time, he consumed a couple of cakes and a glass of Malaga, secure of encountering therein greater inspiration than in all the Holy Ghosts, whether of wood in the form of a dove or of flesh in the shape of an inattentive friar. Then he began the sermon in Tagalog. The devout old woman again gave her granddaughter a hearty slap. The child awoke ill-naturedly and asked, "Is it time to cry now?" "Not yet, O lost one, but don't go to sleep again," answered the good grandmother. Of the second part of the sermon that, in Tagalog, we have only a few rough notes, for Padre Damaso extemporized in this language, not because he knew it better, but because, holding the provincial Filipinos ignorant of rhetoric, he was not afraid of making blunders before them. With Spaniards the case was different. He had heard rules of oratory spoken of, and it was possible that among his hearers someone had been in college halls, perhaps the alcalde, so he wrote out his sermons, corrected and polished them, and then memorized and rehearsed them for several days beforehand. It is common knowledge that none of those present understood the drift of the sermon. They were so dull of understanding, and the preacher was so profound, as Sister Rufa said, that the audience waited in vain for an opportunity to weep, and the lost grandchild of the blessed old woman went to sleep again. Nevertheless, this part had greater consequences than the first, at least for certain hearers, as we shall see later. He began with a Mana Capiter con Cristiano, followed by an avalanche of untranslatable phrases. He talked of the soul, of hell, of Mahal na Santo Pintacasi, of the Indian sinners, and of the virtuous Franciscan fathers. "The devil," exclaimed one of the 2 irreverent Manilans to his companion. "That's all Greek to me, I'm going." Seeing the doors closed, he went out through the sacristy, to the great scandal of the people and especially of the preacher, who turned pale and paused in the midst of his sentence. Some looked for a violent apostrophe, but Padre Damaso contented himself with watching the delinquent, and then he went on with his sermon. Then were let loose curses upon the age, against the lack of reverence, against the growing indifference to religion. This matter seemed to be his forte, for he appeared to be inspired and expressed himself with force and clearness. He talked of the sinners who did not attend confession, who died in prisons without the sacraments, of families accursed, of proud and puffed-up little half-breeds, of young sages and little philosophers, of pettifoggers, of picayunish students, and so on. Well known is this habit that many have when they wish to ridicule their enemies. They apply to them belittling epithets because their brains do not appear to furnish them any other means, and thus they are happy. Ibarra heard it all and understood the allusions. Preserving an outward calm, he turned his eyes to God and the authorities, but saw nothing more than the images of saints, and the alcalde was sleeping. Meanwhile, the preacher's enthusiasm was rising by degrees. He spoke of the times when every Filipino upon meeting a priest took off his hat, knelt on the ground, and kissed the priest's hand. "But now," he added, "you only take off your salakot or your felt hat, which you have placed on the side of your head in order not to ruffle your nicely combed hair. You content yourself with saying, 'Good day,' among, and there are proud dabblers in a little Latin who, from having studied in Manila or in Europe, believe that they have the right to shake a priest's hand instead of kissing it. Ah, the day of judgment will quickly come, the world will end, as many saints have foretold. It will rain fire, stones, and ashes to chastise your pride." The people were exhorted not to imitate such savages, but to hate and shun them, since they were beyond the religious pale. Hear what the holy decrees say. When an Indian meets a curate in the street, he should bow his head and offer his neck for his master to step upon. If the curate and the Indian are both on horseback, then the Indian should stop and take off his hat or salakot reverently. And finally, if the Indian is on horseback and the curate on foot, the Indian should alight and not mount again until the curate has told him to go on or is far away. This is what the holy decrees say, and he who does not obey will be excommunicated. And when one is riding a carabao, asked a scrupulous countryman of his neighbor. "Then keep on going," answered the latter, who was a casuist. But in spite of the cries and gestures of the preacher, many fell asleep or wandered in their attention, since these sermons were ever the same. In vain, some devout women tried to sigh and sob over the sins of the wicked. They had to desist in the attempt from lack of supporters. Even Sister Pute was thinking of something quite different. A man beside her had dropped off to sleep in such a way that he had fallen over and crushed her habit. So the good woman caught up one of her clogs and with blows began to wake him, crying out, "Get away, savage, brute, devil, carabao, cur, accursed." Naturally, this caused somewhat of a stir. The preacher paused and arched his eyebrows, surprised at so great a scandal. Indignation choked the words in his throat, and he was able only to bellow, while he pounded the pulpit with his fists. This had the desired effect, however, for the old woman, though still grumbling, dropped her clog, and crossing herself repeatedly, fell devoutly upon her knees. "Aya, aya," the indignant priest was at last able to roar out as he crossed his arms and shook his head. "For this do I preach to you the whole morning, savages. Here in the house of God you quarrel and curse, shameless ones. Aya, you respect nothing. This is the result of the luxury and the looseness of the age. That's just what I've told you, ah." Upon this theme he continued to preach for half an hour. The alcalde snored, and Maria Clara nodded, for the poor child could no longer keep from sleeping, since she had no more paintings or images to study, nor anything else to amuse her. On Ibarra the words and allusions made no more impression, for he was thinking of a cottage on the top of a mountain and saw Maria Clara in the garden. Let men crawl about in their miserable towns in the depths of the valley. Padre Salvi had caused the altar bell to be rung twice, but this was only adding fuel to the flame, for Padre Damaso became stubborn and prolonged the sermon. Fray Sibylla gnawed at his lips and repeatedly adjusted his gold-mounted eyeglasses. Fray Manuel Martin was the only one who appeared to listen with pleasure, for he was smiling. But at last God said, "Enough." The orator became weary and descended from the pulpit. All knelt to render thanks to God. The alcalde rubbed his eyes, stretched out one arm as if to waken himself, and yawned with a deep awe. The mass continued. When all were kneeling and the priests had lowered their heads while the Incarnatus Est was being sung, a man murmured in Ibarra's ear, "At the laying of the cornerstone, don't move away from the curate. Don't go down into the trench. Don't go near the stone, your life depends upon it." Ibarra turned to see Elias, who, as soon as he had said this, disappeared in the crowd. Chapter 32. The derrick. The yellowish individual had kept his word, for it was no simple derrick that he had erected above the open trench to let the heavy block of granite down into its place. It was not the simple tripod that Ñor Juan had wanted for suspending a pulley from its top, but was much more, being at once a machine and an ornament, a grand and imposing ornament. Over 8 meters in height rose the confused and complicated scaffolding. 4 thick posts sunk in the ground served as a frame, fastened to each other by huge timbers crossing diagonally and joined by large nails driven in only halfway, perhaps for the reason that the apparatus was simply for temporary use and thus might easily be taken down again. Huge cables stretched from all sides gave an appearance of solidity and grandeur to the whole. At the top it was crowned with many-colored banners, streaming pennants, and enormous garlands of flowers and leaves artistically interwoven. There at the top in the shadow made by the posts, the garlands, and the banners, hung fastened with cords and iron hooks an unusually large 3-wheeled pulley over the polished sides of which passed in a crotch 3 cables even larger than the others. These held suspended the smooth, massive stone hollowed out in the center to form with a similar hole in the lower stone, already in place. The little space intended to contain the records of contemporaneous history, such as newspapers, manuscripts, money, medals, and the like, and perhaps to transmit them to very remote generations. The cables extended downward and connected with another equally large pulley at the bottom of the apparatus, whence they passed to the drum of a windlass held in place by means of heavy timbers. This windlass, which could be turned with 2 cranks, increased the strength of a man 100-fold by the movement of notched wheels, although it is true that what was gained in force was lost in velocity. "Look," said the yellowish individual, turning the crank. "Look, Ñor Juan, how with merely my own strength I can raise and lower the great stone. It's so well arranged that at will I can regulate the rise or fall inch by inch, so that a man in the trench can easily fit the stones together while I manage it from here." Ñor Juan could not but gaze in admiration at the speaker, who was smiling in his peculiar way. Curious bystanders made remarks praising the yellowish individual. "Who taught you mechanics?" asked Nor Juan. "My father, my dead father," was the answer, accompanied by his peculiar smile. "Who taught your father?" "Don Saturnino, the grandfather of Don Crisostomo." "I didn't know that, Don Saturnino." "Oh, he knew a lot of things. He not only beat his laborers well and exposed them out in the sun, but he also knew how to wake these sleepers and put the waking to sleep. You'll see in time what my father taught me, you'll see." Here the yellowish individual smiled again, but in a strange way. On a tame covered with a piece of Persian tapestry rested a leaden cylinder containing the objects that were to be kept in the tomb-like receptacle and a glass case with thick sides, which would hold that mummy of an epoch and preserve for the future the records of a past. Tassio, the sage, who was walking about there thoughtfully, murmured, "Perchance some day when this edifice, which is today begun, has grown old and after many vicissitudes has fallen into ruins, either from the visitations of nature or the destructive hand of man, and above the ruins grow the ivy and the moss then when time has destroyed the moss and ivy, and scattered the ashes of the ruins themselves to the winds, wiping from the pages of history the recollection of it and of those who destroyed it, long since lost from the memory of man. Perchance when the races have been buried in their mantle of earth or have disappeared, only by accident the pick of some miner striking a spark from this rock will dig up mysteries and enigmas from the depths of the soil. Perchance, the learned men of the nation that dwells in these regions will labor, as do the present Egyptologists, with the remains of a great civilization which occupied itself with eternity, little dreaming that upon it was descending so long a night. Perchance some learned professor will say to his students of 5 or 6 years of age, in a language spoken by all mankind, "Gentlemen, after studying and examining carefully the objects found in the depths of our soil, after deciphering some symbols and translating a few words, we can without the shadow of a doubt conclude that these objects belonged to the barbaric age of man, to that obscure era which we are accustomed to speak of as fabulous. In short, gentlemen, in order that you may form an approximate idea of the backwardness of our ancestors, it will be sufficient that I point out to you the fact that those who lived here not only recognized kings, but also for the purpose of settling questions of local government, they had to go to the other side of the earth. Just as if we should say that a body, in order to move itself, would need to consult a head existing in another part of the globe, perhaps in regions now sunk under the waves. This incredible defect, however improbable it may seem to us now, must have existed if we take into consideration the circumstances surrounding those beings, whom I scarcely dare to call human. In those primitive times men were still, or at least so they believed, in direct communication with their Creator, since they had ministers from him, beings different from the rest, designated always with the mysterious letters MRP, concerning the meaning of which our learned men do not agree. According to the professor of languages whom we have here, rather mediocre, since he does not speak more than 100 of the imperfect languages of the past, MRP may signify my rico proprietario. These ministers were a species of demigods, very virtuous and enlightened, and were very eloquent orators, who, in spite of their great power and prestige, never committed the slightest fault, which fact strengthens my belief in supposing that they were of a nature distinct from the rest. If this were not sufficient to sustain my belief, there yet remains the argument, disputed by no one and day by day confirmed, that these mysterious beings could make God descend to earth merely by saying a few words, that God could speak only through their mouths, that they ate his flesh and drank his blood, and even at times allowed the common folk to do the same. These and other opinions the skeptical sage put into the mouths of all the corrupt men of the future. Perhaps, as may easily be the case, old Tassio was mistaken, but we must return to our story. In the kiosks which we saw 2 days ago occupied by the schoolmaster and his pupils, there was now spread out a toothsome and abundant meal. Noteworthy is the fact that on the table prepared for the school children, there was not a single bottle of wine, but an abundance of fruits. In the arbors joining the 2 kiosks were the seats for the musicians, and a table covered with sweetmeats and confections, with bottles of water for the thirsty public, all decorated with leaves and flowers. The schoolmaster had erected near by a greased pole and hurdles, and had hung up pots and pans for a number of games. The crowd, resplendent in bright-colored garments, gathered as people fled from the burning sun, some into the shade of the trees, others under the arbor. The boys climbed up into the branches or on the stones in order to see the ceremony better, making up in this way for their short stature. They looked with envy at the clean and well-dressed school children, who occupied a place especially assigned to them and whose parents were overjoyed, as they, poor country folk, would see their children eat from a white tablecloth, almost the same as the curate or the alcalde. Thinking of this alone was enough to drive away hunger, and such an event would be recounted from father to son. Soon were heard the distant strains of the band, which was preceded by a motley throng made up of persons of all ages, in clothing of all colors. The yellowish individual became uneasy, and with a glance examined his whole apparatus. A curious countryman followed his glance and watched all his movements. This was Elias, who had also come to witness the ceremony, but in his salakot and rough attire he was almost unrecognizable. He had secured a very good position almost at the side of the windlass, on the edge of the excavation. With the music came the alcalde, the municipal officials, the friars, with the exception of Padre Damaso and the Spanish employees. Ibarra was conversing with the alcalde, of whom he had made quite a friend since he had addressed to him some well-turned compliments over his decorations and ribbons, for aristocratic pretensions were the weakness of his honor. Capitan Tiago, the alferez, and some other wealthy personages came in the gilded cluster of maidens displaying their silken parasols. Padre Salvi followed, silent and thoughtful as ever. "Count upon my support always in any worthy enterprise," the alcalde was saying to Ibarra. "I will give you whatever appropriation you need, or else see that it is furnished by others." As they drew nearer, the youth felt his heart beat faster. Instinctively, he glanced at the strange scaffolding raised there. He saw the yellowish individual salute him respectfully and gaze at him fixedly for a moment. With surprise, he noticed Elias, who with a significant wink gave him to understand that he should remember the warning in the church. The curate put on his sacerdotal robes and commenced the ceremony, while the one-eyed sacristan held the book and an acolyte the hyssop and jar of holy water. The rest stood about him uncovered and maintained such a profound silence that, in spite of his reading in a low tone, it was apparent that Padre Salvi's voice was trembling. Meanwhile, there had been placed in the glass case the manuscripts, newspapers, medals, coins, and the like, and the whole enclosed in the leaden cylinder, which was then hermetically sealed. "Senor Ibarra, will you put the box in its place? The curate is waiting," murmured the alcalde into the young man's ear. "I would with great pleasure," answered the latter, "but that would be usurping the honorable duty of the escribano. The escribano must make affidavit of the act." So the escribano gravely took the box, descended the carpeted stairway leading to the bottom of the excavation, and with due solemnity placed it in the hole in the stone. The curate then took the hyssop and sprinkled the stones with holy water. Now the moment had arrived for each one to place his trowelful of mortar on the face of the large stone lying in the trench, in order that the other might be fitted and fastened to it. Ibarra handed the alcalde a mason's trowel, on the wide silver made of which was engraved the date. But the alcalde first gave a harangue in Spanish. "People of San Diego, we have the honor to preside over a ceremony whose importance you will not understand unless we tell you of it. A school is being founded, and the school is the basis of society. The school is the book in which is written the future of the nations. Show us the schools of a people, and we will show you what that people is. People of San Diego, thank God, who has given you holy priests and the government of the mother country, which untiringly spreads civilization through these fertile isles, protected beneath her glorious mantle. Thank God, who has taken pity on you and sent you these humble priests who enlighten you and teach you the divine word. Thank the government, which has made, is making, and will continue to make, so many sacrifices for you and your children. And now that the first stone of this important edifice is consecrated, we, alcalde mayor of this province, in the name of His Majesty the King, whom God preserve, King of the Spains, in the name of the illustrious Spanish government, and under the protection of its spotless and ever-victorious banner, we consecrate this act and begin the construction of this schoolhouse. People of San Diego, long live the King. Long live Spain. Long live the friars. Long live the Catholic religion." Many voices were raised in answer, adding, "Long live the Senor Alcalde." He then majestically descended to the strains of the band, which began to play, deposited several trowelfuls of mortar on the stone, and with equal majesty reascended. The employees applauded. Ibarra offered another trowel to the curate, who, after fixing his eyes on him for a moment, descended slowly. Halfway down the steps, he raised his eyes to look at the stone, which hung fastened by the stout cables, but this was only for a second, and he then went on down. He did the same as the alcalde, but this time more applause was heard, for to the employees were added some friars and Capitan Tiago. Padre Salvi then seemed to seek for someone to whom he might give the trowel. He looked doubtfully at Maria Clara, but changing his mind, offered it to the escribano. The latter in gallantry offered it to Maria Clara, who smilingly refused it. The friars, the employees, and the alferez went down one after another, nor was Capitan Tiago forgotten. Ibarra only was left, and the order was about to be given for the yellowish individual to lower the stone when the curate remembered the youth, and said to him in a joking tone, with affected familiarity, "Aren't you going to put on your trowelful, Senor Ibarra?" "I should be a Juan Palomo, to prepare the meal and eat it myself," answered the latter in the same tone. "Go on," said the alcalde, shoving him forward gently. "Otherwise, I'll order that the stone be not lowered at all and will be here until doomsday." Before such a terrible threat, Ibarra had to obey. He exchanged the small silver trowel for a large iron one, an act which caused some of the spectators to smile, and went forward tranquilly. Elias gazed at him with such an indefinable expression that on seeing it one might have said that his whole life was concentrated in his eyes. The yellowish individual stared into the trench, which opened at his feet. After directing a rapid glance at the heavy stone hanging over his head and another at Elias and the yellowish individual, Ibarra said to Ñor Juan in a somewhat unsteady voice, "Give me the mortar and get me another trowel up there." The youth remained alone. Elias no longer looked at him, for his eyes were fastened on the hand of the yellowish individual, who, leaning over the trench, was anxiously following the movements of Ibarra. There was heard the noise of the trowel scraping on the stone in the midst of a feeble murmur among the employees, who were congratulating the alcalde on his speech. Suddenly a crash was heard. The pulley tied at the base of the derrick jumped up and after it the windlass, which struck the heavy posts like a battering ram. The timbers shook, the fastenings flew apart, and the whole apparatus fell in a second with a frightful crash. A cloud of dust arose, while a cry of horror from 1,000 voices filled the air. Nearly all fled, only a few dashed toward the trench. Maria Clara and Padre Salvi remained in their places, pale, motionless, and speechless. When the dust had cleared away a little, they saw Ibarra standing among beams, posts, and cables, between the windlass and the heavy stone, which in its rapid descent had shaken and crushed everything. The youth still held the trowel in his hand, and was staring with frightened eyes at the body of a man, which lay at his feet half buried among the timbers. "You're not killed, you're still alive, for God's sake speak," cried several employees, full of terror and solicitude. a miracle," shouted some. "Come and extricate the body of this poor devil," exclaimed Ibarra like one arousing himself from sleep. On hearing his voice, Maria Clara felt her strength leave her, and fell half-fainting into the arms of her friends. Great confusion prevailed. All were talking, gesticulating, running about, descending into the trench, coming up again, all amazed and terrified. "Who is the dead man? Is he still alive?" asked the alferez. The corpse was identified as that of the yellowish individual who had been operating the windlass. "Arrest the foreman on the work," was the first thing that the alcalde was able to say. They examined the corpse, placing their hands on the chest, but the heart had ceased to beat. The blow had struck him on the head, and blood was flowing from his nose, mouth, and ears. On his neck were to be noticed some peculiar marks, 4 deep depressions toward the back and one more somewhat larger on the other side, which induced the belief that a hand of steel had caught him as in a pair of pincers. The priests felicitated the youth warmly and shook his hand. The Franciscan of humble aspect, who had served as Holy Ghost for Padre Damaso, exclaimed with tearful eyes, "God is just, God is good." "When I think that a few moments before I was down there," said one of the employees to Ibarra, "what if I had happened to be the last? It makes my hair stand on end," remarked another partly bald individual. "I'm glad that it happened to you and not to me," murmured an old man tremblingly. "Don Pascual," exclaimed some of the Spaniards. "I say that because the young man is not dead. If I had not been crushed, I should have died afterwards merely from thinking about it. But Ibarra was already at a distance, informing himself as to Maria Clara's condition. "Don't let this stop the fiesta, Senor Ibarra," said the alcalde. "Praise God, the dead man is neither a priest nor a Spaniard. We must rejoice over your escape. Think if the stone had caught you." There are presentiments," exclaimed the escribano. "I've said so before, Senor Ibarra didn't go down willingly. I saw it. The dead man is only an Indian. Let the fiesta go on. Music, sadness will never resuscitate the dead. An investigation shall be made right here. Send for the director Sillo. Arrest the foreman on the work, to the stocks with him. To the stocks, music, to the stocks with the foreman." "Senor Alcalde," said Ibarra gravely, "if mourning will not resuscitate the dead, much less will arresting this man about whose guilt we know nothing. I will be security for his person, and so I ask his liberty for these days at least." "Very well, but don't let him do it again." All kinds of rumors began to circulate. The idea of a miracle was soon an accepted fact, although Fray Salvi seemed to rejoice but little over a miracle attributed to a saint of his order and in his parish. There were not lacking those who added that they had seen descending into the trench, when everything was tumbling down, a figure in a dark robe like that of the Franciscans. There was no doubt about it. It was San Diego himself. It was also noted that Ibarra had attended Mass, and that the yellowish individual had not. It was all as clear as the sun. "You see, you didn't want to go to Mass," said a mother to her son. "If I hadn't whipped you to make you go, you would now be on your way to the town hall, like him, in a cart." The yellowish individual, or rather his corpse, wrapped up in a mat, was in fact being carried to the town hall. Ibarra hurried home to change his clothes. "A bad beginning, huh?" commented old Tassio as he moved away. Chapter 33. Free thought. Ibarra was just putting the finishing touches to a change of clothing when a servant informed him that a countryman was asking for him. Supposing it to be one of his laborers, he ordered that he be brought into his office, or study, which was at the same time a library and a chemical laboratory. Greatly to his surprise, he found himself face to face with the severe and mysterious figure of Elias. "You saved my life," said the pilot in Tagalog, noticing Ibarra's start of surprise. "I have partly paid the debt, and you have nothing to thank me for, but quite the opposite. I've come to ask a favor of you." "Speak," answered the youth in the same language, puzzled by the pilot's gravity. Elias stared into Ibarra's eyes for some seconds before he replied. "When human courts try to clear up this mystery, I beg of you not to speak to anyone of the warning that I gave you in the church." "Don't worry," answered the youth in a rather disgusted tone. "I know that you're wanted, but I'm no informer." "Oh, it's not on my account, not on my account," exclaimed Elias with some vigor and haughtiness. "It's on your own account. I fear nothing from men." Ibarra's surprise increased. The tone in which this rustic's formerly a pilot spoke was new and did not seem to harmonize with either his condition or his fortune. "What do you mean?" he asked, interrogating that mysterious individual with his looks. "I do not talk in enigmas but try to express myself clearly. For your greater security, it is better that your enemies think you unsuspecting and unprepared." Ibarra recoiled. "My enemies, have I enemies?" "All of us have them, sir, from the smallest insect up to man, from the poorest and humblest to the richest and most powerful. Enmity is the law of life." Ibarra gazed at him in silence for a while, then murmured, "You are neither a pilot nor a rustic." "You have enemies in high and low places," continued Elias, without heeding the young man's words. "You are planning a great undertaking, you have a past. Your father and your grandfather had enemies because they had passions, and in life it is not the criminal who provokes the most hate but the honest man. Do you know who my enemies are?" Elias meditated for a moment. "I knew one him who is dead," he finally answered. "Last night I learned that a plot against you was being hatched from some words exchanged with an unknown person who lost himself in the crowd. The fish will not eat him, as they did his father. You'll see tomorrow," the unknown said. These words caught my attention not only by their meaning, but also on account of the person who uttered them. For he had some days before presented himself to the foreman on the work with the express request that he be allowed to superintend the placing of the stone. He didn't ask for much pay, but made a show of great knowledge. I hadn't sufficient reason for believing in his bad intentions, but something within told me that my conjectures were true, and therefore I chose, as the suitable occasion, to warn you a moment when you could not ask me any questions. The rest you have seen for yourself. For a long time after Elias had become silent, Ibarra remained thoughtful, not answering him or saying a word. "I'm sorry that that man is dead," he exclaimed at length. "From him, something more might have been learned. If he had lived, he would have escaped from the trembling hand of blind human justice. God has judged him, God has killed him, let God be the only judge." Crisostomo gazed for a moment at the man, who, while he spoke thus, exposed his muscular arms covered with lumps and bruises. "Do you also believe in the miracle?" he asked with a smile. "You know what a miracle the people are talking about. Were I to believe in miracles, I should not believe in God. I should believe in a deified man. I should believe that man had really created a god in his own image and likeness," the mysterious pilot answered solemnly. "But I believe in him. I have felt his hand more than once. When the whole apparatus was falling down and threatening destruction to all who happened to be near it, I myself caught the criminal. I placed myself at his side. He was struck, and I am safe and sound." So it was you." "Yes, I caught him when he tried to escape, once his deadly work had begun. I saw his crime, and I say this to you: let God be the sole judge among men, let him be the only one to have the right over life. Let no man ever think to take his place." "But you in this instance." "No," interrupted Elias, guessing the objection. "It's not the same. When a man condemns others to death or destroys their future, forever he does it with impunity and uses the strength of others to execute his judgments, which after all may be mistaken or erroneous. But I, in exposing the criminal to the same peril that he had prepared for others, incurred the same risk as he did. I did not kill him, but let the hand of God smite him." "Then you don't believe in accidents." "Believing in accidents is like believing in miracles. Both presuppose that God does not know the future. What is an accident? An event that no one has at all foreseen. What is a miracle? A contradiction, an overturning of natural laws. Lack of foresight and contradiction in the intelligence that rules the machinery of the world indicate two great defects." "Who are you?" Ibarra again asked with some awe. "Have you ever studied?" "I have had to believe greatly in God, because I have lost faith in men," answered the pilot, avoiding the question. Ibarra thought he understood this hunted youth. He rejected human justice. He refused to recognize the right of man to judge his fellows. He protested against force and the superiority of some classes over others. "But nevertheless, you must admit the necessity of human justice, however imperfect it may be," he answered. "God, in spite of the many ministers he may have on earth, cannot, or rather does not, pronounce his judgments clearly to settle the million conflicts that our passions excite. It is proper, it is necessary, it is just, that man sometimes judge his fellows. Yes, to do good, but not to do ill, to correct and to better, but not to destroy, for if his judgments are wrong, he hasn't the power to remedy the evil he has done. But," he added with a change of tone, "this discussion is beyond my powers and I'm detaining you, who are being waited for. Don't forget what I've just told you have enemies. Take care of yourself for the good of our country." Saying this, he turned to go. "When shall I see you again?" asked Ibarra. "Whenever you wish and always when I can be of service to you. I am still your debtor." Chapter 34. The dinner. There in the decorated kiosk the great men of the province were dining. The alcalde occupied one end of the table and Ibarra the other. At the young man's right sat Maria Clara, and at his left the escribano. Capitan Tiago, the alferez, the gobernadorcillo, the friars, the employees, and the few young ladies who had remained sat, not according to rank, but according to their inclinations. The meal was quite animated and happy. When the dinner was half over, a messenger came in search of Capitan Tiago with a telegram, to open which he naturally requested the permission of the others, who very naturally begged him to do so. The worthy Capitan at first knitted his eyebrows, then raised them, his face became pale, then lighted up as he hastily folded the paper and arose. "Gentlemen," he announced in confusion, "His Excellency the Captain General is coming this evening to honor my house." Thereupon he set off at a run, hatless, taking with him the message and his napkin. He was followed by exclamations and questions, for a cry of Chalisines would not have produced greater effect. But listen, when is he coming? Tell us about it. His Excellency. But Capitan Tiago was already far away. His Excellency is coming and will stay at Capitan Tiago's, exclaimed some without taking into consideration the fact that his daughter and future son-in-law were present. The choice couldn't be better, answered the latter. The friars gazed at one another with looks that seemed to say, "The Captain General is playing another one of his tricks. He is slighting us, for he ought to stay at the convento." But since this was the thought of all, they remained silent, none of them giving expression to it. "I was told of this yesterday," said the alcalde, but at that time His Excellency had not yet fully decided. "Do you know, Senor Alcalde, how long the Captain General thinks of staying here?" asked the alferez uneasily. "With certainty, no. His Excellency likes to give surprises." Here come some more messages. These were for the alcalde, the alferez, and the gobernadorcillo, and contained the same announcement. The friars noted well that none came directed to the curate. "His Excellency will arrive at 4 this afternoon, gentlemen," announced the alcalde solemnly, "so we can finish our meal in peace." Leonidas at Thermopylae could not have said more cheerfully, "Tonight we shall sup with Pluto." The conversation again resumed its ordinary course. "I note the absence of our great preacher," timidly remarked an employee of inoffensive aspect who had not opened his mouth up to the time of eating, and who spoke now for the first time in the whole morning. All who knew the history of Crisostomo's father made a movement and winked, as if to say, "Get out. Fools rush in," but some one more charitably disposed answered, "He must be rather tired." "Rather," exclaimed the alferez. "He must be exhausted, and as they say here, all fagged out. What a sermon it was." "A splendid sermon, wonderful," said the escribano. "Magnificent, profound," added the correspondent. "To be able to talk so much, it's necessary to have the lungs that he has," observed Padre Manuel Martin. The Augustinian did not concede him anything more than lungs. "And his fertility of expression," added Padre Salvi. "Do you know that Senor Ibarra has the best cook in the province?" remarked the alcalde, to cut short such talk. "You may well say that, but his beautiful neighbor doesn't wish to honor the table, for she is scarcely eating a bite," observed one of the employees. Maria Clara blushed. "I thank the gentleman, he troubles himself too much on my account," she stammered timidly, but you honor it enough merely by being present," concluded the gallant alcalde as he turned to Padre Salvi. "Padre," he said in a loud voice, "I've observed that during the whole day your reverence has been silent and thoughtful." "The alcalde is a great observer," remarked Fray Sibylla in a meaning tone. "It's a habit of mine," stammered the Franciscan. "It pleases me more to listen than to talk." "Your reverence always takes care to win and not to lose," said the alferez in a jesting tone. Padre Salvi, however, did not take this as a joke, for his gaze brightened a moment as he replied, "The alferez knows very well these days that I'm not the one who is winning or losing most." The alferez turned the hit aside with a forced laugh, pretending not to take it to himself. "But, gentlemen, I don't understand how it is possible to talk of winnings and losses," interposed the alcalde. "What will these amiable and discreet young ladies who honor us with their company think of us? For me, the young women are like the Aeolian harps in the middle of the night. It is necessary to listen with close attention in order that their ineffable harmonies may elevate the soul to the celestial spheres of the infinite and the ideal." "Your honor is becoming poetical," exclaimed the escribano gleefully, and both emptied their wine glasses. "I can't help it," said the alcalde as he wiped his lips. "Opportunity, while it doesn't always make the thief, makes the poet. In my youth I composed verses which were really not bad." "So your Excellency has been unfaithful to the muses to follow Themis," emphatically declared our mythical or mythological correspondent. "Pshaw, what would you have? To run through the entire social scale was always my dream. Yesterday I was gathering flowers and singing songs, today I wield the rod of justice and serve humanity, tomorrow your honor will throw the rod into the fire to warm yourself by it in the winter of life, and take an appointment in the cabinet," added Padre Sibylla. "Pshaw, yes, no, to be a cabinet official isn't exactly my beau ideal. Any upstart may become one." a villa in the north in which to spend the summer, a mansion in Madrid, and some property in Andalusia for the winter. There we shall live remembering our beloved Philippines. Of me, Voltaire would not say, we have lived among these people only to enrich ourselves and to calumniate them. The alcalde quoted this in French, so the employees, thinking that his honor had cracked a joke, began to laugh in appreciation of it. Some of the friars did likewise, since they did not know that the Voltaire mentioned was the same Voltaire whom they had so often cursed and consigned to hell. But Padre Sibylla was aware of it and became serious from the belief that the alcalde had said something heretical or impious. In the other kiosk, the children were eating under the direction of their teacher. For Filipino children, they were rather noisy, since at the table, and in the presence of other persons, their sins are generally more of omission than of commission. Perhaps one who was using the tableware improperly would be corrected by his neighbor, and from this, there would arise a noisy discussion in which each would have his partisans. Some would say the spoon, others the knife or the fork, and as no one was considered an authority, there would arise the contention that God is Christ, or more clearly, a dispute of theologians. Their fathers and mothers winked, made signs, nudged one another, and showed their happiness by their smiles. "Yeah," exclaimed a countrywoman to an old man who was mashing bouillon in his calicut, "in spite of the fact that my husband is opposed to it, my Ando shall be a priest. It's true that we're poor, but we'll work, and if necessary we'll beg alms. There are not lacking those who will give money so that the poor may take holy orders. Does not Brother Mateo, a man who does not lie, say that Pope Sextus was a herder of carabaos in Batangas? Well then, look at my Ando, see if he hasn't already the face of a Saint Vincent." The good mother watered at the mouth to see her son take hold of a fork with both hands. "God help us," added the old man, rolling his quid of bouillon. "If And gets to be Pope, we'll go to Rome, he, I can still walk well, and if I die, he. Don't worry, Granddad, and won't forget that you taught him how to weave baskets." "You're right, Petra. I also believe that your son will be great, at least a patriarch. I have never seen anyone who learned the business in a shorter time. Yes, he'll remember me when as Pope or Bishop he entertains himself in making baskets for his cook. He'll then say masses for my soul, he. With this hope, the good old man again filled his calicut with bouillon. "If God hears my prayers and my hopes are fulfilled, I'll say to And, Son, take away all our sins and send us to heaven. Then we shan't need to pray and fast and buy indulgences. One whose son is a blessed Pope can commit sins." "Send him to my house tomorrow, Petra," cried the old man enthusiastically, "and I'll teach him to weave the nito." "Huh, get out, what are you dreaming about, Granddad? Do you still think that the popes even move their hands? The curate, being nothing more than a curate, only works in the mass when he turns around. The archbishop doesn't even turn around, for he says mass sitting down. So the pope says it in bed with a fan. What are you thinking about?" "Of nothing more, Petra, than that he know how to weave the nito. It would be well for him to be able to sell hats and cigar cases so that he wouldn't have to beg alms, as the curate does here every year in the name of the Pope. It always fills me with compassion to see a saint poor, so I give all my savings." Another countryman here joined in the conversation, saying, "It's all settled, Cumer, my son has got to be a doctor. There's nothing like being a doctor." "Doctor, what are you talking about, compere?" retorted Petra. "There's nothing like being a curate." "A curate, pish, a curate. The doctor makes lots of money, the sick people worship him, Cumer." "Excuse me, the curate, by making 3 or 4 turns and saying Domino's Pabiscum, eats God and makes money. All, even the women tell him their secrets. And the doctor, what do you think a doctor is? The doctor sees all that the women have, he feels the pulses of the dalagas. I'd just like to be a doctor for a week." "And the curate, perhaps the curate doesn't see what your doctor sees. Better still, you know the saying, the fattest chicken and the roundest leg for the curate. What of that? Do the doctors eat dried fish? Do they soil their fingers eating salt? Does the curate dirty his hands as your doctors do? He has great estates, and when he works with music and has sacristans to help him. But the confessing, Cumer, isn't that work?" "No work about that. I'd just like to be confessing everybody. While we work and sweat to find out what our own neighbors are doing, the curate does nothing more than take a seat and they tell him everything. Sometimes he falls asleep, but he lets out 2 or 3 blessings, and we are again the children of God. I'd just like to be a curate for one evening in Lent. But the preaching, you can't tell me that it's not work. Just look how the fat curate was sweating this morning, objected the rustic, who felt himself being beaten into retreat. Preaching, work to preach. Where's your judgment? I'd just like to be talking half a day from the pulpit, scolding and quarreling with everybody, without anyone daring to reply, and be getting paid for it besides. I'd just like to be the curate for one morning when those who are in debt to me are attending Mass. Look there now, how Padre Damaso gets fat with so much scolding and beating. Padre Damaso was, indeed, approaching with the gait of a heavy man. He was half smiling, but in such a malignant way that Ibarra, upon seeing him, lost the thread of his talk. The padre was greeted with some surprise, but with signs of pleasure on the part of all except Ibarra. They were then at the dessert, and the champagne was foaming in the glasses. Padre Damaso's smile became nervous when he saw Maria Clara seated at Crisostomo's right. He took a seat beside the alcalde and said in the midst of a significant silence, "Were you discussing something, gentlemen? Go ahead." "We were at the toasts," answered the alcalde. Señor Ibarra was mentioning all who have helped him in his philanthropic enterprise and was speaking of the architect when your reverence. "Well, I don't know anything about architecture," interrupted Padre Damaso, "but I laugh at architects and the fools who employ them. Here you have a tie drew the plan of this church, and it's perfectly constructed, so an English jeweler who stopped in the convento one day assured me. To draw a plan, one needs only to have 2 fingers breadth of forehead." "Nevertheless," answered the alcalde, seeing that Ibarra was silent, "when we consider certain buildings, as for example this schoolhouse, we need an expert." "Get out with your experts?" exclaimed the priest with a sneer. "Only a fool needs experts. One must be more of a brute than the Indians, who build their own houses, not to know how to construct 4 walls and put a roof on top of them. That's all a schoolhouse is." The guests gazed at Ibarra, who had turned pale, but he continued as if in conversation with Maria Clara. "But your reverence should consider." "See now," went on the Franciscan, not allowing the alcalde to continue, "look how one of our lay brothers, the most stupid that we have, has constructed a hospital, good, pretty, and cheap. He made them work hard and paid only 8 cuartos a day even to those who had to come from other towns. He knew how to handle them, not like a lot of cranks and little mestizos who are spoiling them by paying 3 or 4 reals. Does your reverence say that he paid only 8 cuartos? Impossible." The alcalde was trying to change the course of the conversation. "Yes, sir, and those who pride themselves on being good Spaniards ought to imitate him. You see now, since the Suez Canal was opened, the corruption that has come in here. Formerly, when we had to double the Cape, neither so many vagabonds came here, nor so many others went from here to become vagabonds." "But Padre Damaso, you know well enough what the Indian is. Just as soon as he gets a little learning, he sets himself up as a doctor. All these little fellows that go to Europe." "But listen, your reverence," interrupted the alcalde, who was becoming nervous over the aggressiveness of such talk. "Everyone ends up as he deserves," the friar continued. "The hand of God is manifest in the midst of it all, and one must be blind not to see it. Even in this life the fathers of such vipers receive their punishment, they die in jail, ha, as we might say, they have nowhere." But he did not finish the sentence. Ibarra, livid, had been following him with his gaze, and upon hearing this allusion to his father jumped up and dropped a heavy hand on the priest's head, so that he fell back stunned. The company was so filled with surprise and fright that no one made any movement to interfere. "Keep off," cried the youth in a terrible voice, as he caught up a sharp knife and placed his foot on the neck of the friar, who was recovering from the shock of his fall. "Let him who values his life keep away." The youth was beside himself. His whole body trembled and his eyes rolled threateningly in their sockets. Fray Damaso arose with an effort, but the youth caught him by the neck and shook him until he again fell doubled over on his knees. Señor Ibarra," stammered some, but no one, not even the alferez himself, dared to approach the gleaming knife when they considered the youth's strength and the condition of his mind. All seemed to be paralyzed. "You have been silent, now it is my turn. I have tried to avoid this, but God brings me to it. Let God be the judge." The youth was breathing laboriously, but with a hand of iron he held down the Franciscan, who was struggling vainly to free himself. "My heart beats tranquilly, my hand is sure," he began, looking around him. "First, is there one among you, one who has not loved his father, who was born in such shame and humiliation that he hates his memory? You see, you understand this silence. Priest of a God of peace, with your mouth full of sanctity and religion and your heart full of evil, you cannot know what a father is, or you might have thought of your own. In all this crowd which you despise there is not one like you. You are condemned." The persons surrounding him, thinking that he was about to commit murder, made a movement. "Away," he cried again in a threatening voice. "What, do you fear that I shall stain my hands with impure blood? Have I not told you that my heart beats tranquilly? Away from us. Listen, priests and judges, you who think yourselves other men and attribute to yourselves other rights. My father was an honorable man. Ask these people here, who venerate his memory. My father was a good citizen, and he sacrificed himself for me and for the good of his country. His house was open, and his table was set for the stranger and the outcast who came to him in distress. He was a Christian who always did good and who never oppressed the unprotected or afflicted those in trouble. To this man here he opened his doors, he made him sit at his table and called him his friend. And how has this man repaid him? He calumniated him, persecuted him, raised up against him all the ignorant by availing himself of the sanctity of his position. He outraged his tomb, dishonored his memory, and persecuted him even in the sleep of death. Not satisfied with this, he persecutes the Son now. I have fled from him, I have avoided his presence. You this morning heard him profane the pulpit, pointing me out to popular fanaticism, and I held my peace. Now he comes here to seek a quarrel with me. To your surprise, I have suffered in silence, but he again insults the most sacred memory that there is for a son. You who are here, priests and judges, have you seen your aged father wear himself out working for you, separating himself from you for your welfare? Have you seen him die of sorrow in a prison, sighing for your embrace, seeking someone to comfort him, alone, sick, when you were in a foreign land? Have you afterwards heard his name dishonored? Have you found his tomb empty when you went to pray beside it? No, you are silent, you condemn him. He raised his hand, but with the swiftness of light, a girlish form put itself between them and delicate fingers restrained the avenging arm. It was Maria Clara. Ibarra stared at her with a look that seemed to reflect madness. Slowly, his clenched fingers relaxed, letting fall the body of the Franciscan and the knife. Covering his face, he fled through the crowd. Chapter 35. Comments. News of the incident soon spread throughout the town. At first all were incredulous, but having to yield to the fact, they broke out into exclamations of surprise. Each one, according to his moral lights, made his comments. "Padre Damaso is dead," said some. "When they picked him up his face was covered with blood and he wasn't breathing. May he rest in peace, but he hasn't any more than settled his debts," exclaimed a young man. "Look what he did this morning in the convento, there isn't any name for it." "What did he do? Did he beat up the coadjutor again?" "What did he do? Tell us about it." "You saw that Spanish mestiz go out through the sacristy in the midst of the sermon." "Yes, we saw him. Padre Damaso took note of him." "Well, after the sermon he sent for the young man and asked him why he had gone out." "I don't understand Tagalog, Padre," was the reply. "And why did you joke about it, saying that it was Greek?" yelled Padre Damaso, slapping the young man in the face. The latter retorted, and the two came to blows until they were separated. "If that had happened to me," hissed a student between his teeth. "I don't approve of the action of the Franciscan," said another, "since religion ought not to be imposed on anyone as a punishment or a penance. But I am almost glad of it, for I know that young man, I know that he's from San Pedro Macati and that he talks Tagalog well. Now he wants to be taken for a recent arrival from Russia and prides himself on appearing not to know the language of his fathers. Then God makes them and they rush together." "Still we must protest against such actions," exclaimed another student. "To remain silent would be to assent to the abuse, and what has happened may be repeated with any one of us. We're going back to the times of Nero." "You're wrong," replied another. "Nero was a great artist, while Padre Damaso is only a tiresome preacher." The comments of the older persons were of a different kind. While they were waiting for the arrival of the Captain General in a hut outside the town, the Gobernadorcillo was saying, "To tell who was right and who was wrong is not an easy matter. Yet if Senor Ibarra had used more prudence. If Padre Damaso had used half the prudence of Senor Ibarra, you mean to say, perhaps, interrupted Don Filippo. The bad thing about it is that they exchanged parts. The youth conducted himself like an old man, and the old man like a youth. Did you say that no one moved, no one went near to separate them, except Capitan Tiago's daughter? Asked Capitan Martin. None of the friars, nor the alcalde? Ahem, worse and worse. I shouldn't like to be in that young man's skin. No one will forgive him for having been afraid of him. Worse and worse, ahem. Do you think so? Asked Capitan Basilio curiously. I hope, said Don Filippo, exchanging a look with the latter, that the people won't desert him. We must keep in mind what his family has done and what he is trying to do now. And if, as may happen, the people, being intimidated, are silent, his friends. But gentlemen, interrupted the gobernadorcillo, what can we do? What can the people do? Happen what will, the friars are always right. They are always right because we always allow them to be, answered Don Filippo impatiently, putting double stress on the italicized word. Let us be right once, and then we'll talk. The gobernadorcillo scratched his head and stared at the roof while he replied in a sour tone, Aye, the heat of the blood. You don't seem to realize yet what country we're in, you don't know your countrymen. The friars are rich and united, while we are divided and poor. Yes, try to defend yourself and you'll see how the people will leave you in the lurch. Yes, exclaimed Don Filippo bitterly. That will happen as long as you think that way, as long as fear and prudence are synonyms. More attention is paid to a possible evil than to a necessary good. At once fear and not confidence presents itself, each one thinks only of himself, no one thinks of the rest, and therefore we are all weak. Well then, think of others before yourself, and you'll see how they'll leave you in the lurch. Don't you know the proverb, charity begins at home? You had better say, replied the exasperated tenant mayor, that cowardice begins in selfishness and ends in shame. This very day I'm going to hand in my resignation to the alcalde. I'm tired of passing for a joke without being useful to anybody. Goodbye. The women had opinions of still another kind. I, sighed one woman of kindly expression. The young men are always so. If his good mother were alive, what would she say? When I think that the like may happen to my son, who has a violent temper, I almost envy his dead mother. I should die of grief. Well, I shouldn't, replied another. It wouldn't cause me any shame if such a thing should happen to my two sons. What are you saying, Capitana Maria? Exclaimed the first, clasping her hands. It pleases me to see a son defend the memory of his parents, Capitana Tine. What would you say if some day, when you were a widow, you heard your husband spoken ill of, and your son Antonio should hang his head and remain silent? I would deny him my blessing, exclaimed a third Sister Rufa, but deny him my blessing? Never, interrupted the kind Capitana Tine. A mother ought not to say that, but I don't know what I should do. I don't know. I believe I'd die, but I shouldn't want to see him again. But what do you think about it, Capitana Maria? After all, added Sister Rufa, it must not be forgotten that it's a great sin to place your hand on a sacred person. A father's memory is more sacred, replied Capitana Maria. No one, not even the Pope himself, much less Padre Damaso, may profane such a holy memory. That's true, murmured Capitana Tine, admiring the wisdom of both. Where did you get such good ideas? But the excommunication and the condemnation, exclaimed Sister Rufa. What are honor and a good name in this life if in the other we are damned? Everything passes away quickly but the excommunication to outrage a minister of Christ. No one less than the Pope can pardon that. God, who commands honor for father and mother, will pardon it. God will not excommunicate him. And I tell you that if that young man comes to my house, I will receive him and talk with him, and if I had a daughter, I would want him for a son-in-law. He who is a good son will be a good husband and a good father, believe it, Sister Rufa. Well, I don't think so. Say what you like, and even though you may appear to be right, I'll always rather believe the curate. But for everything else, I'll save my soul. What do you say, Capitana Tine? Oh, what do you want me to say? You're both right, the curate is right, but God must also be right. I don't know, I'm only a foolish woman. What I'm going to do is to tell my son not to study anymore, for they say that persons who know anything die on the gallows. Maria Santissima, my son wants to go to Europe. What are you thinking of doing? Tell him to stay with me, why should he know more? Tomorrow or the next day we shall die, the learned and the ignorant alike must die, and the only question is to live in peace. The good old woman sighed and raised her eyes toward the sky. For my part, said Capitana Maria gravely, if I were rich like you, I would let my sons travel. They are young and will some day be men. I have only a little while to live. We should see one another in the other life, so sons should aspire to be more than their fathers, but at our sides we only teach them to be children. Ay, what rare thoughts you have, exclaimed the astonished Capitana Tiene, clasping her hands. It must be that you didn't suffer in bearing your twin boys. For the very reason that I did bear them with suffering, that I have nurtured and reared them in spite of our poverty, I do not wish that, after the trouble they're cost me, they be only half men. It seems to me that you don't love your children as God commands, said Sister Rufa in a rather severe tone. Pardon me, every mother loves her sons in her own way. One mother loves them for her own sake, and another loves them for their sake. I am one of the latter, for my husband has so taught me. All your ideas, Capitana Maria, said Sister Rufa, as if preaching, are but little religious. Become a sister of the Holy Rosary, or of St. Francis, or of St. Rita, or of St. Clara. Sister Rufa, when I am a worthy sister of men, then I'll try to be a sister of the saints, she answered with a smile. To put an end to this chapter of comments, and that the reader may learn in passing what the simple country folk thought of the incident, we will now go to the plaza, where under the large awning some rustics are conversing, one of them he who dreamed about doctors of medicine being an acquaintance of ours. What I regret most, said he, is that the schoolhouse won't be finished. What's that? Asked the bystanders with interest. My son won't be a doctor but a carter, nothing more. Now there won't be any school. Who says there won't be any school? Asked a rough and robust countryman with wide cheeks and a narrow head. I do. The white padres have called Don Crisostomo Plebistero. Now there won't be any school. All stood looking questioningly at each other. That was a new term to them. And is that a bad name? The rough countryman made bold to ask. The worst thing that one Christian can say to another. Worse than Tarantado and Sariate. If it were only that. I've been called those names several times, and they didn't even give me a bellyache. Well, it can't be worse than Indio, as the Alferez says. The man who was to have a carter for a son became gloomier, while the other scratched his head in thought. Then it must be like the Betelapora that the Alferez's old woman says. Worse than that is to spit on the host. Well, it's worse than to spit on the host on Good Friday, was the grave reply. You remember the word ispichoso, which, when applied to a man, is enough to have the civil guards take him into exile or put him in jail. Well, plebistero is much worse. According to what the telegrapher and the directorcillo said, plebistero, said by a Christian, a curate, or a Spaniard to another Christian like us, is a santustius with requimiternam. For if they ever call you a plebistero, then you'd better get yourself shriven and pay your debts, since nothing remains for you but to be hanged. You know whether the telegrapher and the directorcillo ought to be informed. One talks with wires, and the other knows Spanish and works only with a pen. All were appalled. May they force me to wear shoes and in all my life to drink nothing but that vile stuff they call beer, if I ever let myself be called pelbistero, swore the countryman, clenching his fists. What? Rich as Don Crisostomo is, knowing Spanish as he does, and able to eat fast with a knife and spoon, I'd laugh at 5 curates. The next civil guard I catch stealing my chickens, I'm going to call palabistero. Then I'll go to confession at once, murmured one of the rustics in a low voice as he withdrew from the group. Chapter 36. The First Cloud. In Capitan Tiago's house reigned no less disorder than in the people's imagination. Maria Clara did nothing but weep and would not listen to the consoling words of her aunt and of Andeng, her foster sister. Her father had forbidden her to speak to Ibarra until the priest should absolve him from the excommunication. Capitan Tiago himself, in the midst of his preparations for receiving the Captain General properly, had been summoned to the convento. "Don't cry, daughter," said Aunt Isabel, as she polished the bright plates of the mirrors with a piece of chamois. "They'll withdraw the excommunication, they'll write now to the Pope, and we'll make a big poor offering. Padre Damaso only fainted, he's not dead." "Don't cry," whispered Ndeng. I'll manage it so that you may talk with him. What are confessionals for if not that we may sin? Everything is forgiven by telling it to the curate. At length Capitan Tiago returned. They sought in his face the answer to many questions, and it announced discouragement. The poor fellow was perspiring. He rubbed his hand across his forehead, but was unable to say a single word. "What has happened, Santiago?" asked Aunt Isabel anxiously. He answered by sighing and wiping away a tear. "For God's sake, speak. What has happened?" "Just what I feared," he broke out at last, half in tears. "All is lost. Padre Damaso has ordered me to break the engagement, otherwise he will damn me in this life and in the next. All of them told me the same, even Padre Sibylla. I must close the doors of my house against him, and I owe him over 50,000 pesos. I told the padres this, but they refused to take any notice of it. Which do you prefer to lose, they asked me, 50,000 pesos or your life and your soul? I, Saint Anthony, if I had only known, if I had only known. Don't cry, daughter," he went on, turning to the sobbing girl. "You're not like your mother, who never cried except just before you were born. Padre Damaso told me that a relative of his has just arrived from Spain and you are to marry him." Maria Clara covered her ears, while Aunt Isabel screamed, "Santiago, are you crazy? To talk to her of another sweetheart now. Do you think that your daughter changes sweethearts as she does her camisa?" "That's just the way I felt, Isabel. Don Crisostomo is rich, while the Spaniards marry only for love of money. But what do you want me to do? They've threatened me with another excommunication. They say that not only my soul, but also my body is in great danger. My body. Do you hear, my body? But you're only making your daughter more disconsolate. Isn't the Archbishop your friend? Why don't you write to him?" "The Archbishop is also a friar. The Archbishop does only what the friars tell him to do. But Maria, don't cry. The Captain General is coming, he'll want to see you, and your eyes are all red. I was thinking to spend a happy evening. Without this misfortune, I should be the happiest of men. Everyone would envy me. Be calm, my child. I'm more unfortunate than you, and I'm not crying. You can have another and better husband, while I've lost 50,000 pesos. I, Virgin of Antipolo, if tonight I may only have luck." Salvos, the sound of carriage wheels, the galloping of horses, and a band playing the royal march announced the arrival of His Excellency, the Captain General of the Philippines. Maria Clara ran to hide herself in her chamber. Poor child, rough hands that knew not its delicate chords were playing with her heart. While the house became filled with people and heavy steps, commanding voices, and the clank of sabers and spurs resounded on all sides, the afflicted maiden reclined half-kneeling before a picture of the Virgin represented in that sorrowful loneliness perceived only by Delarach, as if he had surprised her returning from the sepulchre of her son. But Maria Clara was not thinking of that mother's sorrow, she was thinking of her own. With her head hanging down over her breast and her hands resting on the floor, she made the picture of a lily bent by the storm. A future dreamed of and cherished for years, whose illusions, born in infancy and grown strong throughout youth, had given form to the very fibers of her being, to be wiped away now from her mind and heart by a single word. It was enough to stop the beating of one and to deprive the other of reason. Maria Clara was a loving daughter as well as a good and pious Christian, so it was not the excommunication alone that terrified her, but the command and the ominous calmness of her father demanding the sacrifice of her love. Now, she felt the whole force of that affection which, until this moment, she had hardly suspected. It had been like a river gliding along peacefully with its banks carpeted by fragrant flowers, and its bed covered with fine sand, so that the wind hardly ruffled its current as it moved along, seeming hardly to flow at all. But suddenly its bed becomes narrower, sharp stones block the way, hoary logs fall across it, forming a barrier. Then the stream rises and roars with its waves boiling and scattering clouds of foam. It beats against the rocks and rushes into the abyss. She wanted to pray, but who in despair can pray? Prayers are for the hours of hope, and when in the absence of this we turn to God, it is only with complaints. "My God," cried her heart, "why dost thou thus cut a man off? Why dost thou deny him the love of others? Thou dost not deny him thy sunlight and thy air, nor hide from him the sight of thy heaven. Why then deny him love? For without a sight of the sky, without air or sunlight, one can live, but without love never." Would these cries unheard by men reach the throne of God, or be heard by the mother of the distressed? The poor maiden, who had never known a mother, dared to confide these sorrows of an earthly love to that pure heart that knew only the love of daughter and of mother. In her despair, she turned to that deified image of womanhood, the most beautiful idealization of the most ideal of all creatures, to that poetical creation of Christianity who unites in herself the two most beautiful phases of womanhood without its sorrows, those of virgin and mother to her whom we call Mary. "Mother, mother," she moaned. Aunt Isabel came to tear her away from her sorrow, since she was being asked for by some friends and by the Captain General, who wished to talk with her. "Aunt, tell them that I'm ill," begged the frightened girl. "They're going to make me play on the piano and sing." "Your father has promised. Are you going to put your father in a bad light?" Maria Clara rose, looked at her aunt, and threw back her shapely arms, murmuring, "Oh, if I only had." But without concluding the phrase, she began to make herself ready for presentation. Chapter 37. His Excellency. "I want to talk with that young man," said His Excellency to an aide. "He has aroused all my interest." "They have already gone to look for him, General. But here is a young man from Manila who insists on being introduced. We told him that Your Excellency had no time for interviews, that you had not come to give audiences, but to see the town and the procession, and he answered that Your Excellency always has time to dispense justice." His Excellency turned to the alcalde in wonder. "If I am not mistaken," said the latter with a slight bow, "he is the young man who this morning had a quarrel with Padre Damaso over the sermon." Still another, "Has this friar set himself to stir up the whole province, or does he think that he governs here? Show the young man in." His Excellency paced nervously from one end of the sala to the other. In the hall were gathered various Spaniards mingled with soldiers and officials of San Diego and neighboring towns, standing in groups conversing or disputing. There were also to be seen all the friars, with the exception of Padre Damaso, and they wanted to go in to pay their respects to His Excellency. "His Excellency, the Captain General, begs your reverences to wait a moment," said the aide. "Come in, young man." The Manilan, who had confounded Greek with Tagalog, entered the room pale and trembling. All were filled with surprise. Surely His Excellency must be greatly irritated to dare to make the friars wait. Padre Sibylla remarked, "I haven't anything to say to him, I'm wasting my time here." "I say the same," added an Augustinian. "Shall we go?" "Wouldn't it be better that we find out how he stands?" asked Padre Salvi. "We should avoid a scandal, and should be able to remind him of his duties toward religion." "Your reverences may enter, if you so desire," said the aide as he ushered out the youth who did not understand Greek and whose countenance was now beaming with satisfaction. Fray Sibylla entered first, Padre Salvi, Padre Martin, and the other priests following. They all made respectful bows with the exception of Padre Sibylla, who even in bending preserved a certain air of superiority. Padre Salvi, on the other hand, almost doubled himself over the girdle. "Which of your reverences is Padre Damaso?" asked the Captain General without any preliminary greeting, neither asking them to be seated nor inquiring about their health, nor addressing them with the flattering speeches to which such important personages are accustomed. "Padre Damaso is not here among us, sir," replied Fray Sibylla in the same dry tone as that used by His Excellency. "Your Excellency's servant is in bed sick," added Padre Salvi humbly. "After having the pleasure of welcoming you and of informing ourselves concerning Your Excellency's health, as is the duty of all good subjects of the King and of every person of culture, we have come in the name of the respected servant of Your Excellency who has had the misfortune." "Oh," interrupted the Captain General, twirling a chair about on one leg and smiling nervously. "If all the servants of my Excellency were like His Reverence, Padre Damaso, I should prefer myself to serve my Excellency." The reverend gentlemen, who were standing up physically, did so mentally at this interruption. "Won't your reverences be seated?" he added after a brief pause, moderating his tone a little. Capitan Tiago here appeared in full dress, walking on tiptoe and leading by the hand Maria Clara, who entered timidly and with hesitation. Still, she bowed gracefully and ceremoniously. "Is this young lady your daughter?" asked the Captain General in surprise. "And Your Excellencies, General," answered Capitan Tiago seriously. The alcalde and the aides opened their eyes wide, But His Excellency lost none of his gravity as he took the girl's hand and said affably, "Happy are the fathers who have daughters like you, señorita. I have heard you spoken of with respect and admiration and have wanted to see you and thank you for your beautiful action of this afternoon. I am informed of everything, and when I make my report to His Majesty's government, I shall not forget your noble conduct. Meanwhile, permit me to thank you in the name of His Majesty, the King, whom I represent here and who loves peace and tranquility in his loyal subjects, and for myself, a father who has daughters of your age, and to propose a reward for you." "Sir," answered the trembling Maria Clara. His Excellency guessed what she wanted to say, and so continued, "It is well, señorita, that you are at peace with your conscience and content with the good opinion of your fellow countrymen, with the faith which is its own best reward and beyond which we should not aspire. But you must not deprive me of an opportunity to show that if justice knows how to punish, she also knows how to reward, and that she is not always blind." The italicized words were all spoken in a loud and significant tone. "Señor Don Juan Crisostomo Ibarra awaits the orders of your Excellency," announced the aide in a loud voice. Maria Clara shuddered. "Ah," exclaimed the Captain General. "Allow me, señorita, to express my desire to see you again before leaving the town, as I still have some very important things to say to you. Señor Alcalde, you will accompany me during the walk which I wish to take after the conference that I will hold alone with Señor Ibarra." "Your Excellency will permit us to inform you," began Padre Salvi humbly, "that Señor Ibarra is excommunicated." His Excellency cut short this speech, saying, "I am happy that I have only to regret the condition of Padre Damaso, for whom I sincerely desire a complete recovery, since at his age a voyage to Spain on account of his health may not be very agreeable. But that depends on him. Meanwhile, may God preserve the health of your reverences." "And so much depends on him," murmured Padre Salvi as they retired. "We'll see who makes that voyage soonest," remarked another Franciscan. "I shall leave at once," declared the indignant Padre Sibylla. "And we shall go back to our province," said the Augustinians. Neither the Dominican nor the Augustinians could endure the thought that they had been so coldly received on a Franciscan's account. In the hall they met Ibarra, their amphitryon of a few hours before, but no greetings were exchanged, only looks that said many things. But when the friars had withdrawn, the alcalde greeted him familiarly, although the entrance of the aide looking for the young man left no time for conversation. In the doorway he met Maria Clara. Their looks also said many things, but quite different from what the friar's eyes had expressed. Ibarra was dressed in deep mourning, but presented himself serenely and made a profound bow, even though the visit of the friars had not appeared to him to be a good augury. The Captain General advanced toward him several steps. "I take pleasure, Señor Ibarra, in shaking your hand. Permit me to receive you in all confidence." His Excellency examined the youth with marked satisfaction. "Sir, such kindness. Your surprise offends me, signifying as it does that you had not expected to be well received. That is casting a doubt on my sense of justice." "A cordial reception, sir, for an insignificant subject of His Majesty like myself is not justice, but a favor." "Good, good," exclaimed His Excellency, seating himself and waving Ibarra to a chair. "Let us enjoy a brief period of frankness. I am very well satisfied with your conduct and have already recommended you to His Majesty for a decoration on account of your philanthropic idea of erecting a schoolhouse. If you had let me know, I would have attended the ceremony with pleasure, and perhaps might have prevented a disagreeable incident." "It seemed to me such a small matter," answered the youth, "that I did not think it worth while troubling your Excellency with it in the midst of your numerous cares. Besides, my duty was to apply first to the chief authority of my province." His Excellency nodded with a satisfied air and went on in an even more familiar tone. "In regard to the trouble you had with Padre Damaso, don't hold any fear or rancor, for they won't touch a hair of your head while I govern the islands. As for the excommunication, I'll speak to the Archbishop, since it is necessary for us to adjust ourselves to circumstances. Here we can't laugh at such things in public as we can in the peninsula and in enlightened Europe. Nevertheless, be more prudent in the future. You have placed yourself in opposition to the religious orders, who must be respected on account of their influence and their wealth. But I will protect you, For I, like good sons, I like to see them honor the memory of their fathers. I loved mine, and as God lives, I don't know what I would have done in your place." Then, changing the subject of conversation quickly, he asked, "I'm told that you have just returned from Europe. Were you in Madrid?" "Yes, sir, several months." "Perhaps you heard my family spoken of." "Your Excellency had just left when I had the honor of being introduced to your family." "How is it, then, that you came without bringing any recommendations to me?" "Sir," replied Ibarra with a bow, "because I did not come direct from Spain, and because I have heard your Excellency so well spoken of that I thought a letter of recommendation might not only be valueless but even offensive. All Filipinos are recommended to you." A smile played about the old soldier's lips, and he replied slowly, as though measuring and weighing his words, "You flatter me by thinking so, and so it ought to be. Nevertheless, young man, you must know what burdens weigh upon our shoulders here in the Philippines. Here we, old soldiers, have to do and to be everything: king, minister of state, of war, of justice, of finance, of agriculture, and of all the rest. The worst part of it, too, is that in every matter we have to consult the distant mother country, which accepts or rejects our proposals according to circumstances, there and at times blindly. As we Spaniards say, he who attempts many things succeeds in none. Besides, we generally come here knowing little about the country and leave it when we begin to get acquainted with it. With you I can be frank, for it would be useless to try to be otherwise. Even in Spain, where each department has its own minister, born and reared in the locality, where there are a press and a public opinion, where the opposition frankly opens the eyes of the government and keeps it informed, everything moves along imperfectly and defectively. Thus it is a miracle that here things are not completely topsy-turvy in the lack of these safeguards, and having to live and work under the shadow of a most powerful opposition. Good intentions are not lacking to us, the governing powers, but we find ourselves obliged to avail ourselves of the eyes and arms of others whom ordinarily we do not know, and who perhaps, instead of serving their country, serve only their own private interests. This is not our fault, but the fault of circumstances. The friars aid us not a little in getting along, but they are not sufficient. You have aroused my interest, and it is my desire that the imperfections of our present system of government be of no hindrance to you. I cannot look after everybody, nor can everybody come to me. Can I be of service to you in any way? Have you no request to make?" Ibarra reflected a moment before he answered. "Sir, my dearest wish is the happiness of my country, a happiness which I desire to see owed to the mother country and to the efforts of my fellow citizens, the two united by the eternal bonds of common aspirations and common interests. What I would request can only be given by the government after years of unceasing toil and after the introduction of definite reforms." His Excellency gazed at him for a few seconds with a searching look, which Ibarra sustained with naturalness. "You are the first man that I've talked to in this country," he finally exclaimed, extending his hand. "Your Excellency has seen only those who drag themselves about in the city. You have not visited the slandered huts of our towns, or your Excellency would have been able to see real men. If to be a man, it is sufficient to have a generous heart and simple customs." The Captain General rose and began to walk back and forth in the room. "Senor Ibarra," he exclaimed, pausing suddenly, and the young man also rose, "perhaps within a month I shall leave. Your education and your mode of thinking are not for this country. Sell what you have, pack your trunk, and come with me to Europe. The climate there will be more agreeable to you." "I shall always, while I live, preserve the memory of your Excellency's kindness," replied Ibarra with emotion. "But I must remain in this country where my fathers have lived. Where they have died, you might say, with more exactness. Believe me, perhaps I know your country better than you yourself do. Ah, now I remember," he exclaimed with a change of tone. "You are going to marry an adorable young woman, and I'm detaining you here. Go to her, and that you may have greater freedom, send her father to me," this with a smile. "Don't forget, though, that I want you to accompany me in my walk." Ibarra bowed and withdrew. His Excellency then called to his aide. "I'm satisfied," he said, slapping the latter lightly on the shoulder. "Today I've seen for the first time how it is possible for one to be a good Spaniard without ceasing to be a good Filipino and to love his country. Today I showed their reverences that we are not all puppets of theirs. This young man gave me the opportunity, and I shall soon have settled all my accounts with the friars. It's a pity that some day or other this young man but call the alcalde." The alcalde presented himself immediately. As he entered, the Captain General said to him, "Senor Alcalde, in order to avoid any repetition of scenes such as you witnessed this afternoon, scenes that I regret, as they hurt the prestige of the government and of all good Spaniards, allow me to recommend to your especial care Senor Ibarra, so that you may afford him means for carrying out his patriotic intentions, and also that in the future you prevent his being molested by persons of any class whatsoever, under any pretext at all." The alcalde understood the reprimand and bowed, to conceal his confusion. "Have the same order communicated to the alferez who commands in the district here. Also, investigate whether that gentleman has affairs of his own that are not sanctioned by the regulations. I've heard more than one complaint in regard to that." Capitan Tiago presented himself stiff and formal. "Don Santiago," said His Excellency in an affable tone, "a little while ago I felicitated you on the happiness of having a daughter such as the Senorita de los Santos. Now let me congratulate you on your future son-in-law. The most virtuous of daughters is certainly worthy of the best citizen of the Philippines. Is it permitted to know when the wedding will occur?" "Sir," stammered Capitan Tiago, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. "Come now, I see that there is nothing definitely arranged. If persons are lacking to stand up with them, I shall take the greatest pleasure in being one of them. That's for the purpose of ridding myself of the feeling of disgust which the many weddings I've heretofore taken part in have given me," he added, turning to the alcalde. "Yes, sir," answered Capitan Tiago with a smile that would move to pity. Ibarra almost ran in search of Maria Clara. He had so many things to tell her. Hearing merry voices in one of the rooms, he knocked lightly on the door. "Who's there?" asked the voice of Maria Clara. "I." The voices became hushed, and the door did not open. "It's I, may I come in?" called the young man, his heart beating violently. The silence continued. Then light footsteps approached the door, and the merry voice of Sinang murmured through the keyhole, "Crisostomo, we're going to the theater tonight. Write what you have to say to Maria." The footsteps retreated again, as rapidly as they approached. "What does this mean?" murmured Ibarra thoughtfully as he retired slowly from the door. Chapter 38. The Procession. At nightfall, when all the lanterns in the windows had been lighted, for the fourth time the procession started amid the ringing of bells and the usual explosions of bombs. The Captain General, who had gone out on foot in company with his two aides, Capitan Tiago, the alcalde, the alferez, and Ibarra, preceded by civil guards and officials who opened the way and cleared the street, was invited to review the procession from the house of the gobernadorcillo, in front of which a platform had been erected where a loa would be recited in honor of the blessed patron. Ibarra would gladly have renounced the pleasure of hearing this poetical composition, preferring to watch the procession from Capitan Tiago's house, where Maria Clara had remained with some of her friends, but His Excellency wished to hear the loa, so he had no recourse but to console himself with the prospect of seeing her at the theater. The procession was headed by the silver candelabra borne by 3 begloved sacristans, behind whom came the school children in charge of their teacher. Then boys with paper lanterns of varied shapes and colors placed on the ends of bamboo poles of greater or less length and decorated according to the caprice of each boy. Since this illumination was furnished by the children of the barrios, who gladly performed this service, imposed by the Matanda sa Nayan, each one designing and fashioning his own lantern, adorning it as his fancy prompted, and his finances permitted with a greater or less number of frills and little streamers, and lighting it with a piece of candle if he had a friend or relative who was a sacristan, or if he could buy one of the small red tapers such as the Chinese burn before their altars. In the midst of the crowd came and went alguazils, guardians of justice, to take care that the lines were not broken and the people did not crowd together. For this purpose, they availed themselves of their rods, with blows from which, administered opportunely and with sufficient force, they endeavored to add to the glory and brilliance of the processional for the edification of souls and the splendor of religious show. At the same time that the alguazils were thus distributing free their sanctifying blows, other persons, to console the recipients, distributed candles and tapers of different sizes, also free. "Señor Alcalde," said Ibarra in a low voice, "do they administer those blows as a punishment for sin or simply because they like to do so?" "You're right, Señor Ibarra," answered the Captain General, overhearing the question. "This barbarous sight is a wonder to all who come here from other countries. It ought to be forbidden." Without any apparent reason, the first saint that appeared was Saint John the Baptist. On looking at him, it might have been said that the fame of our Savior's cousin did not amount to much among the people. For while it is true that he had the feet and legs of a maiden and the face of an anchorite, yet he was placed on an old wooden andas, and was hidden by a crowd of children who, armed with candles and unlighted lanterns, were engaging in mock fights. "Unfortunate saint," muttered the sage Tassio, who was watching the procession from the street, "it avails you nothing to have been the forerunner of the good tidings or that Jesus bode before you. Your great faith and your austerity avail you nothing, nor the fact that you died for the truth and your convictions, all of which men forget when they consider nothing more than their own merits. It avails more to preach badly in the churches than to be the eloquent voice crying in the desert. This is what the Philippines teaches you. If you had eaten turkey instead of locusts, and had worn garments of silk rather than hides, if you had joined a corporation." But the old man suspended his apostrophe at the approach of St. Francis. "Didn't I say so?" he then went on, smiling sarcastically. "This one rides on a ear, and, good heavens, what a car! How many lights and how many glass lanterns! Never did I see you surrounded by so many luminaries, Giovanni Bernardone, and what music! Other tunes were heard by your followers after your death. But, venerable and humble founder, if you were to come back to life, now you would see only degenerate Eliases of Cortona, and if your followers should recognize you, they would put you in jail, and perhaps you would share the fate of Cesarus of Spire." After the music came a banner on which was pictured the same saint, but with 7 wings, carried by the tertiary brethren dressed in guingón habits and praying in high, plaintive voices. Rather inexplicably, next came Saint Mary Magdalene, a beautiful image with abundant hair, wearing a panulo of embroidered pina held by fingers covered with rings, and a silk gown decorated with gilt spangles. Lights and incense surrounded her while her glass tears reflected the colors of the Bengal lights, which, while giving a fantastic appearance to the procession, also made the saintly sinner weep now green, now red, now blue tears. The houses did not begin to light up until St. Francis was passing. St. John the Baptist did not enjoy this honor and passed hastily by as if ashamed to be the only one dressed in hides in such a crowd of folk covered with gold and jewels. "There goes our saint," exclaimed the daughter of the gobernador Silo to her visitors. "I've lent him all my rings, but that's in order to get to heaven." The candle-bearers stopped around the platform to listen to the loa, and the blessed saints did the same. Either they or their bearers wished to hear the verses. Those who were carrying St. John, tired of waiting, squatted down on their heels and agreed to set him on the ground. "The alguazil may scold," objected one of them. In the sacristy they leave him in a corner among the cobwebs." So St. John, once on the ground, became one of the townsfolk. As the Magdalenes set out, the women joined the procession, only that instead of beginning with the children, as among the men, the old women came first, and the girls filled up the lines to the car of the Virgin, behind which came the curate under his canopy. This practice they had from Padre Damaso, who said, "To the Virgin the maidens and not the old women are pleasing." This statement had caused wry faces on the part of many saintly old ladies, but the Virgin did not change her tastes. San Diego followed the Magdalene, but did not seem to be rejoicing over this fact, since he moved along as repentantly as he had in the morning when he followed St. Francis. His float was drawn by 6 tertiary sisters, whether because of some vow or on account of some sickness. The fact is that they dragged him along, and with zeal. San Diego stopped in front of the platform and waited to be saluted. But it was necessary to wait for the float of the Virgin, which was preceded by persons dressed like phantoms, who frightened the little children so that there were heard the cries and screams of terrified babies. Yet in the midst of that dark mass of gowns, hoods, girdles, and nuns' veils, from which arose a monotonous and snuffling prayer, there were to be seen, like white jasmines or fresh sampaguitas among old rags, 12 girls dressed in white, crowned with flowers, their hair curled, and flashing from their eyes glances as bright as their necklaces. Like little genii of light, who were prisoners of specters, they moved, along holding to the wide blue ribbons tied to the Virgin's car, and suggesting the doves that draw the car of spring. Now all the images were in attitudes of attention, crowded one against the other to listen to the verses. Everybody kept his eyes fixed on the half-drawn curtain until at length a sigh of admiration escaped from the lips of all. Deservedly so, too, for it was a boy with wings, riding boots, sash, belt, and plumed hat. "It's the alcalde," cried someone, but this prodigy of creation began to recite a poem like himself and took no offense at the comparison. But why record here what he said in Latin, Tagalog, and Spanish, all in verse, this poor victim of the gobernadorcillo? Our readers have enjoyed Padre Damaso's sermon of the morning, and we do not wish to spoil them by too many wonders. Besides, the Franciscan might feel hard toward us if we were to put forward a competitor, and this is far from being the desire of such peaceful folk as we have the good fortune to be. Afterwards, the procession moved on, St. John proceeding along his vale of tears. When the Virgin passed the house of Capitan Tiago, a heavenly song greeted her with the words of the archangel. It was a voice tender, melodious, pleading, sighing out the Ave Maria of Gaunod to the accompaniment of a piano that prayed with it. The music of the procession became hushed, the praying ceased, and even Padre Salvi himself paused. The voice trembled and became plaintive, expressing more than a salutation, rather a prayer and a protest. Terror and melancholy settled down upon Ibarra's heart as he listened to the voice from the window where he stood. He comprehended what that suffering soul was expressing in a song, and yet feared to ask himself the cause of such sorrow. Gloomy and thoughtful, he turned to the Captain General. "You will join me at the table," the latter said to him. "There will talk about those boys who disappeared." "Could I be the cause?" murmured the young man, staring without seeing the Captain General, whom he was following mechanically. Chapter 39. Dona Consolacion. Why were the windows closed in the house of the alferez? Where were the masculine features and the flannel camisa of the Medusa or Muse of the Civil Guard while the procession was passing? Had Dona Consolacion realized how disagreeable were her forehead seamed with thick veins that appeared to conduct not blood but vinegar and gall, and the thick cigar that made a fit ornament for her purple lips, and her envious leer, and yielding to a generous impulse, had she wished not to disturb the pleasure of the populace by her sinister appearance. Ah, for her generous impulses existed in the Golden Age. The house showed neither lanterns nor banners and was gloomy precisely because the town was making merry, as Sinang said, and but for the sentinel walking before the door appeared to be uninhabited. A dim light shone in the disordered sala, rendering transparent the dirty concha panes on which the cobwebs had fastened, and the dust had become encrusted. The lady of the house, according to her indolent custom, was dozing on a wide sofa. She was dressed as usual, that is, badly and horribly, tied round her head a panulo, from beneath which escaped thin locks of tangled hair, a camisa of blue flannel over another which must once have been white, an faded skirt which showed the outlines of her thin, flat thighs, placed one over the other and shaking feverishly. From her mouth issued little clouds of smoke, which she puffed wearily in whatever direction she happened to be looking when she opened her eyes. If at that moment Don Francisco de Canamac could have seen her, he would have taken her for a cacique of the town or the Mancuculem, and then decorated his discovery with commentaries in the vernacular of the markets, invented by him for her particular use. That morning she had not attended Mass, not because she had not so desired, for on the contrary she had wished to show herself to the multitude and to hear the sermon, but her spouse had not permitted her to do so, his refusal being accompanied as usual by 2 or 3 insults, oaths, and threats of kicking. The alferez knew that his mate dressed ridiculously and had the appearance of what is known as a querida of the soldiers, so he did not care to expose her to the gaze of strangers and persons from the capital. But she did not so understand it. She knew that she was beautiful and attractive, that she had the airs of a queen and dressed much better and with more splendor than Maria Clara herself, who wore a tappi while she went in a flowing skirt. It was therefore necessary for the alferez to threaten her, either shut up, or I'll kick you back to your damn town. Dona Consolacion did not care to return to her town at the toe of a boot, but she meditated revenge. Never had the dark face of this lady been such as to inspire confidence in anyone, not even when she painted. But that morning it greatly worried the servants, especially when they saw her move about the house from one part to another, silently, as if meditating something terrible or malign. Her glance reflected the look that springs from the eyes of a serpent when caught and about to be crushed. It was cold, luminous, and penetrating, with something fascinating, loathsome, and cruel in it. The most insignificant error, the least unusual noise, drew from her a vile insult that struck into the soul, but no one answered her, for to excuse oneself would have been an additional fault. So the day passed. Not encountering any obstacle that would block her way, her husband had been invited out. She became saturated with bile. The cells of her whole organism seemed to become charged with electricity, which threatened to burst in a storm of hate. Everything about her folded up as do the flowers at the first breath of the hurricane, so she met with no resistance nor found any point or high place to discharge her evil humor. The soldiers and servants kept away from her. That she might not hear the sounds of rejoicing outside, she had ordered the windows closed and charged the sentinel to let no one enter. She tied a handkerchief around her head as if to keep it from bursting, and, in spite of the fact that the sun was still shining, ordered the lamps to be lighted. Sisa, as we saw, had been arrested as a disturber of the peace and taken to the barracks. The alferez was not then present, so the unfortunate woman had had to spend the night there seated on a bench in an abandoned attitude. The next day the alferez saw her, and fearing for her in those days of confusion nor caring to risk a disagreeable scene, he had charged the soldiers to look after her, to treat her kindly, and to give her something to eat. Thus the madwoman spent 2 days. Tonight, whether the nearness to the house of Capitan Tiago had brought to her Maria Clara's sad song, or whether other recollections awoke in her old melodies, whatever the cause, Sisa also began to sing in a sweet and melancholy voice the condiment of her youth. The soldiers heard her and fell silent. Those airs awoke old memories of the days before they had been corrupted. Dona Consolacion also heard them in her tedium, and on learning who it was that sang, after a few moments of meditation, ordered that Sisa be brought to her instantly. Something like a smile wandered over her dry lips. When Sisa was brought in, she came calmly, showing neither wonder nor fear. She seemed to see no lady or mistress, and this wounded the vanity of the muse, who endeavored to inspire respect and fear. She coughed, made a sign to the soldiers to leave her, and taking down her husband's whip, said to the crazy woman in a sinister tone, "Come on, magcantor Ikau." Naturally, Sisa did not understand such Tagalog, and this ignorance calmed the Medusa's wrath, for one of the beautiful qualities of this lady was to try not to know Tagalog, or at least to appear not to know it. Speaking it the worst possible, she would thus give herself the air of a genuine Orofia, as she was accustomed to say. But she did well, for if she martyrized Tagalog, Spanish fared no better with her, either in regard to grammar or pronunciation, in spite of her husband, the chairs and the shoes, all of which had done what they could to teach her. One of the words that had cost her more effort than the hieroglyphics cost Champollion was the name Filipinas. The story goes that on the day after her wedding, when she was talking with her husband, who was then a corporal, she had said Filipinas. The corporal thought it his duty to correct her, so he said, slapping her on the head, "Say Filipinas, woman, don't be stupid. Don't you know that's what your damned country is called from Felipe?" The woman, dreaming through her honeymoon, wished to obey and said Filipinas. To the corporal it seemed that she was getting nearer to it, so he increased the slaps and reprimanded her thus. "But, woman, can't you pronounce Felipe? Don't forget it, you know the king Don Felipe V. Say Felipe and add to it Nuz, which in Latin means Islands of Indians, and you have the name of your damned country." Consolacion, at that time a washerwoman, patted her bruises and repeated with symptoms of losing her patience, "Filipe, Filipinas, Filipinas, Filipinas so." The corporal saw visions. How could it be Felipinas instead of Filipinas? One of two things. Either it was Felipinas or it was necessary to say Felipe, so that day he very prudently dropped the subject. Leaving his wife, he went to consult the books. Here his astonishment reached a climax. He rubbed his eyes. "Let's see slowly, now. Filipinas, Filipinas," so all the well-printed books gave it. Neither he nor his wife was right. "How's this?" he murmured. "Can history lie? Doesn't this book say that Alonso Saavedra gave the country that name in honor of the prince, Don Felipe? How was that name corrupted? Can it be that this Alonso Saavedra was an Indian? With these doubts, he went to consult the Sergeant Gomez, who, as a youth, had wanted to be a curate. Without deigning to look at the corporal, the sergeant blew out a mouthful of smoke and answered with great pompousness. In ancient times, it was pronounced Philippi instead of Felipe. But since we moderns have become Frenchified, we can't endure two I's in succession, so cultured people, especially in Madrid, you've never been in Madrid, cultured people, as I say, have begun to change the first I to E in many words. This is called modernizing yourself. The poor corporal had never been in Madrid. Here was the cause of his failure to understand the riddle. What things are learned in Madrid? So now it's proper to say. In the ancient style, man, this country's not yet cultured. In the ancient style, Filipinas, exclaimed Gomez disdainfully. The corporal, even if he was a bad philologist, was yet a good husband. What he had just learned his spouse must also know, so he proceeded with her education. Consola, what do you call your damned country? What should I call it? Just what you taught me, Filipinas. I'll throw a chair at you. Yesterday you pronounced it even better in the modern style, but now it's proper to pronounce it like an ancient. I mean Filipinas. Remember that I'm no ancient. What are you thinking about? Never mind, say Filipinas. I don't want to. I'm no ancient baggage, scarcely 30 years old, she replied, rolling up her sleeves and preparing herself for the fray. Say it you, or I'll throw this chair at you. Consolacion saw the movement reflected, then began to stammer with heavy breaths. File. Pum, crack, the chair finished the word. So the lesson ended in fisticuffs, scratchings, slaps. The corporal caught her by the hair. She grabbed his goatee, but was unable to bite because of her loose teeth. He let out a yell, released her, and begged her pardon. Blood began to flow. One eye got redder than the other. A camisa was torn into shreds. Many things came to light, but not Filipinas. Similar incidents occurred every time the question of language came up. The corporal, watching her linguistic progress, sorrowfully calculated that in 10 years his mate would have completely forgotten how to talk, and this was about what really came to pass. When they were married, she still knew Tagalog and could make herself understood in Spanish, but now, at the time of our story, she no longer spoke any language. She had become so addicted to expressing herself by means of signs, and of these, she chose the loudest and most impressive that she could have given odds to the inventor of Volapük. Sisa, therefore, had the good fortune not to understand her, so the Medusa smoothed out her eyebrows a little, while a smile of satisfaction lighted up her face. Undoubtedly, she did not know Tagalog. She was an Orofia. Boy, tell her in Tagalog to sing. She doesn't understand me. She doesn't understand Spanish. The madwoman understood the boy and began to sing the song of the night. Dona Consolacion listened at first with a sneer, which disappeared little by little from her lips. She became attentive, then serious, and even somewhat thoughtful. The voice, the sentiment in the lines, and the song itself affected her. That dry and withered heart was perhaps thirsting for rain. She understood it well. The sadness, the cold, and the moisture that descend from the sky when wrapped in the mantle of night, so ran the Kundaman, seemed to be descending also on her heart. The withered and faded flower which during the day flaunted her finery, seeking applause and full of vanity, at eventide, repentant and disenchanted, makes an effort to raise her drooping petals to the sky, seeking a little shade to hide herself and die without the mocking of the light that saw her in her splendor, without seeing the vanity of her pride, begging also that a little dew should weep upon her. The night-bird leaves his solitary retreat, the hollow of an ancient trunk, and disturbs the sad loneliness of the open places. No, don't sing, she exclaimed in perfect Tagalog as she rose with agitation. Don't sing, those verses hurt me. The crazy woman became silent. The boy ejaculated, Aba, she talks Tagalog, and stood staring with admiration at his mistress, who, realizing that she had given herself away, was ashamed of it, and as her nature was not that of a woman, the shame took the aspect of rage and hate, so she showed the door to the imprudent boy and closed it behind him with a kick. Twisting the whip in her nervous hands, she took a few turns around the room, then stopping suddenly in front of the crazy woman, said to her in Spanish, Dance! But Sisa did not move. Dance, dance, she repeated in a sinister tone. The madwoman looked at her with wandering, expressionless eyes, while the alfereza lifted one of her arms, then the other, and shook them, but to no purpose, for Sisa did not understand. Then she began to jump about and shake herself, encouraging Sisa to imitate her. In the distance was to be heard the music of the procession playing a grave and majestic march, but Dona Consolacion danced furiously, keeping other time to other music resounding within her. Sisa gazed at her without moving, while her eyes expressed curiosity, and something like a weak smile hovered around her pallid lips. The ladies dancing amused her. The latter stopped as if ashamed, raised the whip, that terrible whip known to thieves and soldiers, made in Ulango and perfected by the alferez with twisted wires ends, said, "Now it's your turn to dance." She began to strike the madwoman's bare feet gently with the whip. Sisa's face drew up with pain, and she was forced to protect herself with her hands. "Aha, now you're starting," she exclaimed with savage joy, passing from lento to allegro vivace. The afflicted Sisa gave a cry of pain and quickly raised her foot. "You've got to dance, you Indian." The whip swung and whistled. Sisa let herself fall to the floor and placed both hands on her knees while she gazed at her tormentor with wildly staring eyes. 2 sharp cuts of the whip on her shoulder made her stand up, and it was not merely a cry but a howl that the unfortunate woman uttered. Her thin camisa was torn, her skin broken, and the blood was flowing. The sight of blood arouses the tiger. The blood of her victim aroused Dona Consolacion. "Dance, damn you, dance, evil to the mother who bore you," she cried. "Dance, or I'll flog you to death." She then caught Sisa with one hand and, whipping her with the other, began to dance about. The crazy woman at last understood and followed the example by swinging her arms about awkwardly. A smile of satisfaction curled the lips of her teacher, the smile of a female Mephistopheles who succeeds in getting a great pupil. There were in it hate, disdain, jest, and cruelty. With a burst of demoniacal laughter, she could not have expressed more. Thus, absorbed in the joy of the sight, she was not aware of the arrival of her husband until he opened the door with a loud kick. The alferez appeared pale and gloomy, and when he saw what was going on, he threw a terrible glance at his wife, who did not move from her place but stood smiling at him cynically. The alferez put his hand as gently as he could on the shoulder of the strange dancer and made her stop. The crazy woman sighed and sank slowly to the floor, covered with her own blood. The silence continued. The alferez breathed heavily while his wife watched him with questioning eyes. She picked up the whip and asked in a smooth, soft voice, "What's the matter with you? You haven't even wished me good evening." The alferez did not answer, but instead called the boy and said to him, "Take this woman away and tell Marta to get her some other clothes and attend to her. You give her something to eat and a good bed. Take care that she isn't ill-treated. Tomorrow she'll be taken to Senor Ibarra's house." Then he closed the door carefully, bolted it, and approached his wife. "You're tempting me to kill you," he exclaimed, doubling up his fists. "What's the matter with you?" she asked, rising and drawing away from him. "What's the matter with me?" he yelled in a voice of thunder, letting out an oath and holding up before her a sheet of paper covered with scrawls. "Didn't you write this letter to the alcalde saying that I'm bribed to permit gambling, huh? I don't know why I don't beat you to death." Let's see you try it if you dare," she replied with a jeering laugh. "The one who beats me to death has got to be more of a man than you are." He heard the insult but saw the whip. Catching up a plate from the table, he threw it at her head, but she, accustomed to such fights, dodged quickly and the plate was shattered against the wall. A cup and saucer met with a similar fate. "Coward," she yelled, "you're afraid to come near me." And to exasperate him the more, she spat upon him. The alferez went blind from rage and with a roar attempted to throw himself upon her, but she, with astonishing quickness, hit him across the face with the whip and ran hurriedly into an inner room, shutting and bolting the door violently behind her. Bellowing with rage and pain, he followed, but was only able to run against the door, which made him vomit oaths. "Accursed be your offspring, you so. Open, open, or I'll break your head," he howled, beating the door with his hands and feet. No answer was heard, but instead the scraping of chairs and trunks as if she was building a barricade with the furniture. The house shook under the kicks and curses of the alferez. Don't come in," called the sour voice inside. "If you show yourself, I'll shoot you." By degrees, he appeared to become calm, and contented himself with walking up and down the room like a wild beast in its cage. Go out into the street and cool off your head." The woman continued to jeer at him, as she now seemed to have completed her preparations for defense. "I swear that if I catch you, even God won't save you, you old sow." "Yes, now you can say what you like. You didn't want me to go to Mass. You didn't let me attend to my religious duties," she answered with such sarcasm as only she knew how to use. The alferez put on his helmet, arranged his clothing a little, and went out with heavy steps, but returned after a few minutes without making the least noise, having taken off his shoes. The servants, accustomed to these brawls, were usually bored, but this novelty of the shoes attracted their attention, so they winked to one another. The alferez sat down quietly in a chair at the side of the Sublime Port and had the patience to wait for more than half an hour. "Have you really gone out, or are you still there, old goat?" asked the voice from time to time, changing the epithets and raising the tone. At last, she began to take away the furniture piece by piece. He heard the noise and smiled. "Boy, has your master gone out?" cried Dona Consolacion. At a sign from the alferez, the boy answered, "Yes, Senora, he's gone out." A gleeful laugh was heard from her as she pulled back the bolt. Slowly her husband arose, the door opened a little way. A yell, the sound of a falling body, oaths, howls, curses, blows, hoarse voices who can tell what took place in the darkness of that room. As the boy went out into the kitchen, he made a significant sign to the cook, who said to him, "You'll pay for that." In any case, the whole town will." She asked me if he had gone out, not if he had come back. Chapter 40. Right and Might. 10 o'clock at night. The last rockets rose lazily in the dark sky, where a few paper balloons recently inflated with smoke and hot air still glimmered like new stars. Some of those adorned with fireworks took fire, threatening all the houses, so there might be seen on the ridges of the roofs men armed with pails of water and long poles with pieces of cloth on the ends. Their black silhouettes stood out in the vague clearness of the air like phantoms that had descended from space to witness the rejoicings of men. Many pieces of fireworks of fantastic shapes, wheels, castles, bulls, carabaos had been set off, surpassing in beauty and grandeur anything ever before seen by the inhabitants of San Diego. Now the people were moving in crowds toward the plaza to attend the theater for the last time. Here and there might be seen Bengal, lights fantastically illuminating the merry groups, while the boys were availing themselves of torches to hunt in the grass for unexploded bombs and other remnants that could still be used. But soon the music gave the signal, and all abandoned the open places. The great stage was brilliantly illuminated. Thousands of lights surrounded the posts, hung from the roof, or sewed the floor with pyramidal clusters. An alguazil was looking after these, and when he came forward to attend to them, the crowd shouted at him and whistled, "There he is, there he is." In front of the curtain, the orchestra players were tuning their instruments and playing preludes of airs. Behind them was the space spoken of by the correspondent in his letter, where the leading citizens of the town, the Spaniards, and the rich visitors occupied rows of chairs. The general public, the nameless rabble, filled up the rest of the place, some of them bringing benches on their shoulders not so much for seats as to make up for their lack of stature. This provoked noisy protests on the part of the benchless, so the offenders got down at once. But before long, they were up again as if nothing had happened. Goings and comings, cries, exclamations, bursts of laughter, a serpent cracker turned loose, a firecracker set off all contributed to swell the uproar. Here a bench had a leg broken off, and the people fell to the ground amid the laughter of the crowd. They were visitors who had come from afar to observe and now found themselves the observed. Over there they quarreled and disputed over a seat. A little farther on was heard the noise of breaking glass. It was Endang carrying refreshments and drinks, holding the wide tray carefully with both hands, but by chance she had met her sweetheart, who tried to take advantage of the situation. The tenient mayor, Don Filippo, presided over the show, as the gobernadorcillo was fond of Monty. He was talking with old Tassio. "What can I do? The alcalde was unwilling to accept my resignation. Don't you feel strong enough to attend to your duties?" he asked me. "How did you answer him?" "Senor Alcalde," I answered, "the strength of a tenient mayor, however insignificant it may be, is like all other authority, it emanates from higher spheres. The king himself receives his strength from the people, and the people theirs from God. That is exactly what I lack, Senor Alcalde. But he did not care to listen to me, telling me that we would talk about it after the fiesta. Then may God help you, said the old man, starting away. Don't you want to see the show? Thanks, no, for dreams and nonsense I am sufficient unto myself, the sage answered with a sarcastic smile. But now I think of it, has your attention never been drawn to the character of our people? Peaceful, yet fond of warlike shows and bloody fights, democratic, yet adoring emperors, kings, and princes, irreligious, yet impoverishing itself by costly religious pageants. Our women have gentle natures yet go wild with joy when a princess flourishes a lance. Do you know to what it is due? Well, the arrival of Maria Clara and her friends put an end to this conversation. Don Filippo met them and ushered them to their seats. Behind them came the curate with another Franciscan and some Spaniards. Following the priests were a number of the townsmen who make it their business to escort the friars. May God reward them also in the next life, muttered old Tassio as he went away. The play began with Chanane and Marianito in Crispino y Acute La Comer. All now had their eyes and ears turned to the stage, all but one. Padre Salvi, who seemed to have gone there for no other purpose than that of watching Maria Clara, whose sadness gave to her beauty an air so ideal and interesting that it was easy to understand how she might be looked upon with rapture. But the eyes of the Franciscan, deeply hidden in their sunken sockets, spoke nothing of rapture. In that gloomy gaze was to be read something desperately sad with, such eyes Cain might have gazed from afar on the paradise whose delights his mother pictured to him. The first scene was over when Ibarra entered. His appearance caused a murmur, and attention was fixed on him and the curate. But the young man seemed not to notice anything as he greeted Maria Clara and her friends in a natural way and took a seat beside them. The only one who spoke to him was Sinang. "Did you see the fireworks?" she asked. "No, little friend, I had to go with the Captain General." "Well, that's a shame. The curate was with us and told us stories of the damned, can you imagine it, to fill us with fear so that we might not enjoy ourselves, can you imagine it." The curate arose and approached Don Filippo, with whom he began an animated conversation. The former spoke in a nervous manner, the latter in a low, measured voice. "I'm sorry that I can't please your reverence," said Don Filippo, "but Senor Ibarra is one of the heaviest contributors and has a right to be here as long as he doesn't disturb the peace." "But isn't it disturbing the peace to scandalize good Christians? It's letting a wolf enter the fold. You will answer for this to God and the authorities." "I always answer for the actions that spring from my own will, Padre," replied Don Filippo with a slight bow. "But my little authority does not empower me to mix in religious affairs. Those who wish to avoid contact with him need not talk to him. Senor Ibarra forces himself on no one. But it's giving opportunity for danger, and he who loves danger perishes in it." "I don't see any danger, Padre. The alcalde and the Captain General, my superior officers, have been talking with him all the afternoon, and it's not for me to teach them a lesson. If you don't put him out of here, we'll leave." "I'm very sorry, but I can't put anyone out of here." The curate repented of his threat, but it was too late to retract, so he made a sign to his companion, who arose with regret, and the two went out together. The persons attached to them followed their example, casting looks of hatred at Ibarra. The murmurs and whispers increased. A number of people approached the young man and said to him, "We're with you, don't take any notice of them." "Whom do you mean by them?" Ibarra asked in surprise. "Those who have just left to avoid contact with you." "Left to avoid contact with me?" "Yes, they say that you're excommunicated." "Excommunicated?" The astonished youth did not know what to say. He looked about him and saw that Maria Clara was hiding her face behind her fan. "But is it possible?" he exclaimed finally. "Are we still in the Dark Ages, so?" He approached the young women and said with a change of tone, "Excuse me, I've forgotten an engagement. I'll be back to see you home." "Stay," Sinang said to him. "Yang is going to dance La Calandria. She dances divinely." "I can't, little friend, but I'll be back." The uproar increased. Yang appeared fancifully dressed, with the de este su permiso, and Carvajal was answering her, "Passe este adelante," when two soldiers of the civil guard went up to Don Filippo and ordered him to stop the performance. "Why?" asked the tenant mayor in surprise. "Because the alferez and his wife have been fighting and can't sleep." Tell the alfuras that we have permission from the alcalde, and that against such permission no one in the town has any authority, not even the gobernadorcillo himself, and he is my only superior." "Well, the show must stop," repeated the soldiers. Don Filippo turned his back and they went away. In order not to disturb the merriment, he told no one about the incident. After the selection of vaudeville, which was loudly applauded, the Prince Villardo presented himself, challenging to mortal combat the Moros who held his father prisoner. The hero threatened to cut off all their heads at a single stroke and send them to the moon, but fortunately for the Moros, who were disposing themselves for the combat, a tumult arose. The orchestra suddenly ceased playing, threw their instruments away, and jumped up on the stage. The valiant Villardo, not expecting them and taking them for allies of the Moros, dropped his sword and shield and started to run. The Moros, seeing that such a doughty Christian was fleeing, did not consider it improper to imitate him. Cries, groans, prayers, oaths were heard, while the people ran and pushed one another about. The lights were extinguished, blazing lamps were thrown into the air. "Chalissanes, Chalissanes!" cried some. "Fire, fire, robbers!" shouted others. Women and children wept. Benches and spectators were rolled together on the ground amid the general pandemonium. The cause of all this uproar was 2 civil guards, clubs in hand, chasing the musicians in order to break up the performance. The tenient mayor, with the aid of the cuadrilleros, who were armed with old sabers, managed at length to arrest them, in spite of their resistance. "Take them to the town hall," cried Don Filippo. "Take care that they don't get away." Ibarra had returned to look for Maria Clara. The frightened girls clung to him pale and trembling while Aunt Isabel recited the Latin litany. When the people were somewhat calmed down from their fright and had learned the cause of the disturbance, they were beside themselves with indignation. Stones rained on the squad of cuadrilleros who were conducting the 2 offenders from the scene, and there were even those who proposed to set fire to the barracks of the civil guard so as to roast Dona Consolacion along with the alfuras. "That's what they're good for," cried a woman, doubling up her fists and stretching out her arms. "To disturb the town, they don't chase any but honest folks. Out yonder are the Chalissanes and the gamblers. Let's set fire to the barracks." One man was beating himself on the arm and begging for confession. Plaintive sounds issued from under the overturned benches. It was a poor musician. The stage was crowded with actors and spectators, all talking at the same time. There was Chanonay dressed as Leonor in Il Trovatore, talking in the language of the markets to Ratia in the costume of a schoolmaster. Yang, wrapped in a silk shawl, was clinging to the Prince Villardo, while Balbino and the Moros were exerting themselves to console the more or less injured musicians. Several Spaniards went from group to group haranguing everyone they met. A large crowd was forming, whose intention Don Filippo seemed to be aware of, for he ran to stop them. "Don't disturb the peace," he cried. "Tomorrow we'll ask for an accounting and we'll get justice. I'll answer for it that we get justice." "No," was the reply of several. They did the same thing in Calamba, the same promise was made, but the alcalde did nothing. "We'll take the law into our own hands, to the barracks." In vain, the tenient mayor pleaded with them. The crowd maintained its hostile attitude, so he looked about him for help and noticed Ibarra. "Senor Ibarra, as a favor, restrain them while I get some cuadrilleros." "What can I do?" asked the perplexed youth, but the tenient mayor was already at a distance. He gazed about him seeking he knew not whom, when accidentally he discerned Elias, who stood impassively watching the disturbance. Ibarra ran to him, caught him by the arm, and said to him in Spanish, "For God's sake, do something if you can. I can't do anything." The pilot must have understood him, for he disappeared in the crowd. Lively disputes and sharp exclamations were heard. Gradually the crowd began to break up, its members each taking a less hostile attitude. It was high time indeed, for the soldiers were already rushing out armed and with fixed bayonets. Meanwhile, what had the curate been doing? Padre Salvi had not gone to bed but had stood motionless, resting his forehead against the curtains and gazing toward the plaza. From time to time, a suppressed sigh escaped him, and if the light of the lamp had not been so dim, perhaps it would have been possible to see his eyes fill with tears. Thus nearly an hour passed. The tumult in the plaza awoke him from his reverie. With startled eyes, he saw the confused movements of the people, while their voices came up to him faintly. A breathless servant informed him of what was happening. A thought shot across his mind. In the midst of confusion and tumult is the time when libertines take advantage of the consternation and weakness of woman. Everyone seeks to save himself, no one thinks of anyone else. A cry is not heard or heeded, women faint, are struck and fall, terror and fright heed not shame, under the cover of nighttime when they are in love. He imagined that he saw Crisostomo snatch the fainting Maria Clara up in his arms and disappear into the darkness. So he went down the stairway by leaps and bounds, and without hat or cane made for the plaza like a madman. There he met some Spaniards who were reprimanding the soldiers, but on looking toward the seats that the girls had occupied, he saw that they were vacant. "Padre, padre," cried the Spaniards, but he paid no attention to them as he ran in the direction of Capitan Tiago's. There he breathed more freely, for he saw in the open hallway the adorable silhouette, full of grace and soft in outline, of Maria Clara, and that of the aunt carrying cups and glasses. "Ah," he murmured, "it seems that she has been taken sick only." Aunt Isabel at that moment closed the windows, and the graceful shadow was no longer to be seen. The curate moved away without heeding the crowd. He had before his eyes the beautiful form of a maiden sleeping and breathing sweetly. Her eyelids were shaded by long lashes which formed graceful curves like those of the Virgins of Raphael. The little mouth was smiling. All the features breathed forth virginity, purity, and innocence. That countenance formed a sweet vision in the midst of the white coverings of her bed, like the head of a cherub among the clouds. His imagination went still further, but who can write what a burning brain can imagine? Perhaps only the newspaper correspondent, who concluded his account of the fiesta and its accompanying incidents in the following manner. "1,000 thanks, infinite thanks, to the opportune and active intervention of the very Reverend Padre Fray Bernardo Salvi, who, defying every danger in the midst of the unbridled mob, without hat or cane, calmed the wrath of the crowd, using only his persuasive word with the majesty and authority that are never lacking to a minister of a religion of peace. With unparalleled self-abnegation, this virtuous priest tore himself from sweet repose, such as every good conscience like his enjoys, and rushed to protect his flock from the least harm. The people of San Diego will hardly forget this sublime deed of their heroic pastor, remembering to hold themselves grateful to him for all eternity." Chapter 41. 2 visits. Ibarra was in such a state of mind that he found it impossible to sleep. So to distract his attention from the sad thoughts which are so exaggerated during the night hours, he set to work in his lonely cabinet. Day found him still making mixtures and combinations, to the action of which he subjected pieces of bamboo and other substances, placing them afterwards in numbered and sealed jars. A servant entered to announce the arrival of a man who had the appearance of being from the country. "Show him in," said Ibarra without looking around. Elias entered and remained standing in silence. "Ah, it's you," exclaimed Ibarra in Tagalog when he recognized him. "Excuse me for making you wait, I didn't notice that it was you. I'm making an important experiment." "I don't want to disturb you," answered the youthful pilot. "I've come first to ask you if there is anything I can do for you in the province of Batangas, for which I am leaving immediately, and also to bring you some bad news." Ibarra questioned him with a look. "Capitan Tiago's daughter is ill," continued Elias quietly, but not seriously. "That's what I feared," murmured Ibarra in a weak voice. "Do you know what is the matter with her?" "A fever, now, if you have nothing to command." "Thank you, my friend, no. I wish you a pleasant journey. But first let me ask you a question. If it is indiscreet, do not answer." Elias bowed. "How were you able to quiet the disturbance last night?" asked Ibarra, looking steadily at him. "Very easily," answered Elias in the most natural manner. "The leaders of the commotion were 2 brothers whose father died from a beating given him by the civil guard. One day I had the good fortune to save them from the same hands into which their father had fallen, and both are accordingly grateful to me. I appealed to them last night, and they undertook to dissuade the rest. And those 2 brothers, whose father died from the beating, will end as their father did," replied Elias in a low voice. "When misfortune has once singled out a family, all its members must perish. When the lightning strikes a tree, the whole is reduced to ashes." Ibarra fell silent on hearing this, so Elias took his leave. When the youth found himself alone, he lost the serene self-possession he had maintained in the pilot's presence. His sorrow pictured itself on his countenance. I have made her suffer," he murmured. He dressed himself quickly and descended the stairs. A small man dressed in mourning, with a large scar on his left cheek, saluted him humbly and detained him on his way. "What do you want?" asked Ibarra. "Sir, my name is Lucas, and I'm the brother of the man who was killed yesterday." "Ah, you have my sympathy. Well, sir, I want to know how much you're going to pay my brother's family." "Pay?" repeated the young man, unable to conceal his disgust. "We'll talk of that later. Come back this afternoon, I'm in a hurry now." "Only tell me how much you're willing to pay," insisted Lucas. "I've told you that we'll talk about that some other time." "I haven't time now," repeated Ibarra impatiently. "You haven't time now, sir?" asked Lucas bitterly, placing himself in front of the young man. "You haven't time to consider the dead." "Come this afternoon, my good man," replied Ibarra, restraining himself. "I'm on my way now to visit a sick person." "Ah, for the sick you forget the dead. Do you think that because we are poor?" Ibarra looked at him and interrupted, "Don't try my patience," then went on his way. Lucas stood looking after him with a smile full of hate. "It's easy to see that you're the grandson of the man who tied my father out in the sun," he muttered between his teeth. "You still have the same blood." Then with a change of tone, he added, "But if you pay well, friends." Chapter 42. The Espadanas. The fiesta is over. The people of the town have again found, as in every other year, that their treasury is poorer, that they have worked, sweated, and stayed awake much without really amusing themselves, without gaining any new friends, and, in a word, that they have dearly bought their dissipation and their headaches. But this matters nothing, for the same will be done next year, the same the coming century, since it has always been the custom. In Capitan Tiago's house sadness reigns. All the windows are closed, the inmates move about noiselessly, and only in the kitchen do they dare to speak in natural tones. Maria Clara, the soul of the house, lies sick in bed, and her condition is reflected in all the faces, as the sorrows of the mind may be read in the countenance of an individual. "Which seems best to you, Isabel? Shall I make a poor offering to the cross of Tunesin or to the cross of Matahang?" asks the afflicted father in a low voice. "The Tunesin cross grows, while the Matahang cross sweats. Which do you think is more miraculous?" Aunt Isabel reflects, shakes her head, and murmurs, to grow is a greater miracle than to sweat. All of us sweat, but not all of us grow." "That's right, Isabel, but remember that to sweat for the wood of which bench legs are made to sweat is not a small miracle. Come, the best thing will be to make poor offerings to both crosses, so neither will resent it, and Maria will get better sooner. Are the rooms ready? You know that with the doctors is coming a new gentleman, a distant relative of Padre Damaso's. Nothing should be lacking." At the other end of the dining room are the two cousins, Sinang and Victoria, who have come to keep the sick girl company. Andang is helping them clean a silver tea set. "Do you know Dr. Espadana, the foster sister of Maria Clara?" asks Victoria curiously. "No," replies the latter. "The only thing that I know about him is that he charges high, according to Capitan Tiago." "Then he must be good," exclaims Andang. "The one who performed an operation on Dona Maria charged high, so he was learned." "Silly," retorts Sinang. "Everyone who charges high is not learned. Look at Dr. Guevara. After performing a bungling operation that cost the life of both mother and child, he charged the widower 50 pesos. The thing to know is how to charge." "What do you know about it?" asks her cousin, nudging her. "Don't I know? The husband, who is a poor sawyer, after losing his wife had to lose his home also, for the alcalde, being a friend of the doctor's, made him pay. Don't I know about it, when my father lent him the money to make the journey to Santa Cruz?" The sound of a carriage stopping in front of the house put an end to these conversations. Capitan Tiago, followed by Aunt Isabel, ran down the steps to welcome the new arrivals. The Doctor Don Tiburcio de Espadana, his senora the Doctora Dona Victorina de los Reyes de Espadana, and a young Spaniard of pleasant countenance and agreeable aspect. Dona Victorina was attired in a loose silk gown embroidered with flowers, and a hat with a huge parrot half-crushed between blue and red ribbons. The dust of the road mingled with the rice powder on her cheeks seemed to accentuate her wrinkles. as at the time we saw her in Manila, she now supported her lame husband on her arm. "I have the pleasure of introducing to you our cousin, Don Alfonso Linares d'Espadana," said Dona Victorina, indicating their young companion. "The gentleman is a godson of a relative of Padre Damaso's and has been private secretary to all the ministers." The young man bowed politely, and Capitan Tiago came very near to kissing his hand. While their numerous trunks and traveling bags are being carried in and Capitan Tiago is conducting them to their rooms, let us talk a little of this couple, whose acquaintance we made slightly in the first chapters. Dona Victorina was a lady of 45 winters, which were equivalent to 32 summers according to her arithmetical calculations. She had been beautiful in her youth, having had, as she used to say, good flesh. But in the ecstasies of contemplating herself, she had looked with disdain on her many Filipino admirers, since her aspirations were toward another race. She had refused to bestow on anyone her little white hand, not indeed from distrust, for not a few times had she given jewelry and gems of great value to various foreign and Spanish adventurers. 6 months before the time of our story, she had seen realized her most beautiful dream of her whole life for, which she might scorn the fond illusions of her youth, and even the promises of love that Capitan Tiago had in other days whispered in her ear or sung in some serenade. Late, it is true, had the dream been realized, but Dona Victorina, who, although she spoke the language badly, was more Spanish than Augustina of Saragossa, understood the proverb, "Better late than never," and found consolation in repeating it to herself. "Absolute happiness does not exist on earth," was another favorite proverb of hers, but she never used both together before other persons. Having passed her first, second, third, and fourth youth in casting her nets in the sea of the world for the object of her vigils, she had been compelled at last to content herself with what fate was willing to apportion her. Had the poor woman been only 30, and 1 instead of 30, and 2 summers the difference according to her mode of reckoning, was great she would have restored to destiny the award it offered her to wait for another more suited to her taste. But since man proposes and necessity disposes, she saw herself obliged in her great need for a husband to content herself with a poor fellow who had been cast out from Estremadura, and who, after wandering about the world for 6 or 7 years like a modern Ulysses, had at last found on the island of Luzon hospitality and a withered Calypso for his better half. This unhappy mortal, by name Tiburcio Espadana, was only 35 years of age and looked like an old man, yet he was, nevertheless, younger than Dona Victorina, who was only 32. The reason for this is easy to understand but dangerous to state. Don Tiburcio had come to the Philippines as a petty official in the customs, but such had been his bad luck that, besides suffering severely from seasickness and breaking a leg during the voyage, he had been dismissed within a fortnight, just at the time when he found himself without a cuarto. After his rough experience on the sea, he did not care to return to Spain without having made his fortune, so he decided to devote himself to something. Spanish pride forbade him to engage in manual labor, although the poor fellow would gladly have done any kind of work in order to earn an honest living. But the prestige of the Spaniards would not have allowed it, even though this prestige did not protect him from want. At first he had lived at the expense of some of his countrymen, but in his honesty, the bread tasted bitter, so instead of getting fat he grew thin. Since he had neither learning nor money nor recommendations, he was advised by his countrymen, who wished to get rid of him, to go to the provinces and pass himself off as a doctor of medicine. He refused at first, for he had learned nothing during the short period that he had spent as an attendant in a hospital, his duties there having been to dust off the benches and light the fires. But as his wants were pressing, and as his scruples were soon laid to rest by his friends, he finally listened to them and went to the provinces. He began by visiting some sick persons, and at first made only moderate charges, as his conscience dictated, but later, like the young philosopher of whom Samaniego tells, he ended by putting a higher price on his visits. Thus he soon passed for a great physician and would probably have made his fortune if the medical authorities in Manila had not heard of his exorbitant fees and the competition that he was causing others. Both private parties and professionals interceded for him. "Man," they said to the zealous medical official, "let him make his stake, and as soon as he has 6,000 or 7,000 pesos, he can go back home and live there in peace." After all, what does it matter to you if he does deceive the unwary Indians? They should be more careful. He's a poor devil, don't take the bread from his mouth, be a good Spaniard. This official was a good Spaniard and agreed to wink at the matter, but the news soon reached the ears of the people, and they began to distrust him. So in a little while he lost his practice, and again saw himself obliged almost to beg his daily bread. It was then that he learned through a friend, who was an intimate acquaintance of Dona Victorina's, of the dire straits in which that lady was placed, and also of her patriotism and her kind heart. Don Tiburcio then saw a patch of blue sky and asked to be introduced to her. Dona Victorina and Don Tiburcio met. Tard venientibus assa, he would have exclaimed had he known Latin. She was no longer passable, she was passé. Her abundant hair had been reduced to a knot about the size of an onion, according to her maid, while her face was furrowed with wrinkles and her teeth were falling loose. Her eyes, too, had suffered considerably, so that she squinted frequently in looking any distance. Her disposition was the only part of her that remained intact. At the end of a half-hour's conversation, they understood and accepted each other. She would have preferred a Spaniard who was less lame, less stuttering, less bald, less toothless, who slobbered less when he talked, and who had more spirit and quality, as she used to say, but that class of Spaniards no longer came to seek her hand. She had more than once heard it said that opportunity is pictured as being bald, and firmly believed that Don Tiburcio was opportunity itself, for as a result of his misfortunes, he suffered from premature baldness. And what woman is not prudent at 32 years of age? Don Tiburcio, for his part, felt a vague melancholy when he thought of his honeymoon, but smiled with resignation and called to his support the specter of hunger. Never had he been ambitious or pretentious. His tastes were simple and his desires limited, but his heart, untouched till then, had dreamed of a very different divinity. Back there in his youth, when worn out with work, he lay doom on his rough bed after a frugal meal, he used to fall asleep dreaming of an image, smiling and tender. Afterwards, when troubles and privations increased, and with the passing of years the poetical image failed to materialize, he thought modestly of a good woman, diligent and industrious, who would bring him a small dowry, to console him for the fatigues of his toil, and to quarrel with him now and then. Yes, he had thought of quarrels as a kind of happiness. But when obliged to wander from land to land in search, not so much of fortune as of some simple means of livelihood for the remainder of his days. When, deluded by the stories of his countrymen from overseas, he had set out for the Philippines, realism gave place to an arrogant mestiza or a beautiful Indian with big black eyes, gowned in silks and transparent draperies, loaded down with gold and diamonds, offering him her love, her carriages, her all. When he reached Manila, he thought for a time that his dream was to be realized, for the young women whom he saw driving on the Luneta and the Mailkin in silver-mounted carriages had gazed at him with some curiosity. Then, after his position was gone, the mestiza and the Indian disappeared, and with great effort he forced before himself the image of a widow, of course an agreeable widow. So when he saw his dream take shape in part he became sad, but with a certain touch of native philosophy said to himself, "Those were all dreams, and in this world one does not live on dreams." Thus he dispelled his doubts. She used rice powder, but after their marriage he would break her of the habit. Her face had many wrinkles, but his coat was torn and patched. She was a pretentious old woman, domineering and mannish, but hunger was more terrible, more domineering and pretentious still, and anyway, he had been blessed with a mild disposition for that very end, and love softens the character. She spoke Spanish badly, but he himself did not talk it well, as he had been told when notified of his dismissal. Moreover, what did it matter to him if she was an ugly and ridiculous old woman? He was lame, toothless, and bald. Don Tiburcio preferred to take charge of her rather than to become a public charge from hunger. When some friends joked with him about it, he answered, "Give me bread and call me a fool." Don Tiburcio was one of those men who are popularly spoken of as unwilling to harm a fly. Modest, incapable of harboring an unkind thought, in bygone days he would have been made a missionary. His stay in the country had not given him the conviction of grand superiority, of great valor, and of elevated importance that the greater part of his countrymen acquire in a few weeks. His heart had never been capable of entertaining hate, nor had he been able to find a single filibuster. He saw only unhappy wretches whom he must despoil if he did not wish to be more unhappy than they were. When he was threatened with prosecution for passing himself off as a physician, he was not resentful, nor did he complain. Recognizing the justness of the charge against him, he merely answered, "But it's necessary to live." So they married, or rather, bagged each other, and went to Santa Anne to spend their honeymoon. But on their wedding night, Dona Victorina was attacked by a horrible indigestion, and Don Tiburcio thanked God and showed himself solicitous and attentive. A few days afterward, however, he looked into a mirror and smiled a sad smile as he gazed at his naked gums, for he had aged 10 years at least. Very well satisfied with her husband, Dona Victorina had a fine set of false teeth made for him and called in the best tailors of the city to attend to his clothing. She ordered carriages, sent to Batangas and Albay for the best ponies, and even obliged him to keep a pair for the races. Nor did she neglect her own person while she was transforming him. She laid aside the native costume for the European and substituted false frizzes for the simple Filipino coiffure, while her gowns, which fitted her marvelously ill, disturbed the peace of all the quiet neighborhood. Her husband, who never went out on footshee, did not care to have his lameness noticed took her on lonely drives in unfrequented places to her great sorrow, for she wanted to show him off in public, but she kept quiet out of respect for their honeymoon. The last quarter was coming on when he took up the subject of the rice powder, telling her that the use of it was false and unnatural. Dona Victorina wrinkled up her eyebrows and stared at his false teeth. He became silent, and she understood his weakness. She placed a "de" before her husband's surname, since the "de" cost nothing and gave quality to the name, signing herself Victorina de los Reyes de Espadana. This "de" was such a mania with her that neither the stationer nor her husband could get it out of her head. "If I write only one "do" it may be thought that you don't have it, you fool," she said to her husband. Soon she believed that she was about to become a mother, so she announced to all her acquaintances, "Next month de Espadana and I are going to the Peninsula. I don't want our son to be born here and be called a revolutionist." She talked incessantly of the journey, having memorized the names of the different ports of call, so that it was a treat to hear her talk. "I'm going to see the isthmus in the Suez Canal. De Espadana thinks it very beautiful, and de Espadana has traveled over the whole world. I'll probably not return to this land of savages. I wasn't born to live here. Aden or port said would suit me better. I've thought so ever since I was a girl." In her geography, Dona Victorina divided the world into the Philippines and Spain, rather differently from the clever people who divided into Spain and America or China for another name. Her husband realized that these things were barbarisms, but held his peace to escape a scolding or reminders of his stuttering. To increase the illusion of approaching maternity, she became whimsical, dressed herself in colors with a profusion of flowers and ribbons, and appeared on the escolta in a wrapper. But oh, the disenchantment. 3 months went by and the dream faded, and now, having no reason for fearing that her son would be a revolutionist, she gave up the trip. She consulted doctors, midwives, old women, but all in vain. Having, to the great displeasure of Capitan Tiago, jested about Saint Pascual Balan, she was unwilling to appeal to any saint. For this reason, a friend of her husband's remarked to her, "Believe me, Senora, you are the only strong-spirited person in this tiresome country." She had smiled, without knowing what strong-spirited meant, but that night she asked her husband. "My dear," he answered, "the strongest spirit that I know of is ammonia. My friend must have spoken figuratively." After that she would say on every possible occasion, "I'm the only ammonia in this tiresome country, speaking figuratively. So Senor N, a peninsular gentleman of quality, told me." Whatever she said had to be done, for she had succeeded in dominating her husband completely. He, on his part, did not put up any great resistance, and so was converted into a kind of lapdog of hers. If she was displeased with him, she would not let him go out, and when she was really angry, she tore out his false teeth, thus leaving him a horrible sight for several days. It soon occurred to her that her husband ought to be a doctor of medicine and surgery, and she so informed him. "My dear, do you doubly want me to be arrested?" he asked fearfully. "Don't be a fool, leave me to arrange it," she answered. "You're not going to treat anyone, but I want people to call you doctor and me doctora C." So on the following day, Roderetta received an order to engrave on a slab of black marble, "Doctor de Espadana, specialist in all kinds of diseases." All the servants had to address them by their new titles, and as a result, she increased the number of frizzes, the layers of rice powder, the ribbons and laces, and gazed with more disdain than ever on her poor and unfortunate countrywomen whose husbands belonged to a lower grade of society than hers did. Day by day, she felt more dignified and exalted, and by continuing in this way, at the end of a year, she would have believed herself to be of divine origin. These sublime thoughts, however, did not keep her from becoming older and more ridiculous every day. Every time Capitan Tiago saw her, and recalled having made love to her in vain, he forthwith sent a peso to the church for a mass of thanksgiving. Still, he greatly respected her husband on account of his title of specialist in all kinds of diseases and listened attentively to the few phrases that he was able to stutter out. For this reason, and because this doctor was more exclusive than others, Capitan Tiago had selected him to treat his daughter. In regard to young Linares, that is another matter. When arranging for the trip to Spain, Dona Victorina had thought of having a peninsular administrator, as she did not trust the Filipinos. Her husband bethought himself of a nephew of his in Madrid who was studying law and who was considered the brightest of the family. So they wrote to him, paying his passage in advance, and when the dream disappeared, he was already on his way. Such were the three persons who had just arrived. While they were partaking of a late breakfast, Padre Salvi came in. The Espadanas were already acquainted with him, and they introduced the blushing young Linares with all his titles. As was natural, they talked of Maria Clara, who was resting and sleeping. They talked of their journey, and Dona Victorina exhibited all her verbosity in criticizing the customs of the provincials, their nipa houses, their bamboo bridges, without forgetting to mention to the curate her intimacy with this, and that high official and other persons of quality who were very fond of her. If you had come 2 days ago, Dona Victorina, put in Capitan Tiago during a slight pause, you would have met His Excellency, the Captain General. He sat right there. What, how's that? His Excellency here, in your house? No. I tell you that he sat right there, if you had only come 2 days ago. Ah, what a pity that Clarita did not get sick sooner, she exclaimed with real feeling. Then turning to Linares, do you hear, cousin? His Excellency was here. Don't you see now that de Espadana was right when he told you that you weren't going to the house of a miserable Indian? Because, you know, Don Santiago, in Madrid our cousin was the friend of ministers and dukes and dined in the house of Count El Campanario. The Duke of La Torte, Victorina, corrected her husband. It's the same thing, if you will tell me. Shall I find Padre Damaso in his town? Interrupted Linares, addressing Padre Salvi. I've been told that it's near here. He's right here and will be over in a little while, replied the curate. How glad I am of that. I have a letter to him, exclaimed the youth, and if it were not for the happy chance that brings me here, I would have come expressly to visit him. In the meantime, the happy chance had awakened. De Espadana, said Dona Victorina, when the meal was over, shall we go in to see Clarita? Then to Capitan Tiago, only for you, Don Santiago, only for you. My husband only attends persons of quality, and yet, he's not like those here. In Madrid, he only visited persons of quality. They adjourned to the sick girl's chamber. The windows were closed from fear of a draught, so the room was almost dark, being only dimly illuminated by 2 tapers which burned before an image of the Virgin of Antipolo. Her head covered with a handkerchief saturated in cologne, her body wrapped carefully in white sheets which swathed her youthful form with many folds, under curtains of juicy and pina, the girl lay on her Camagan bed. Her hair formed a frame around her oval countenance and accentuated her transparent paleness, which was enlivened only by her large, sad eyes. At her side were her 2 friends and Andang with a bouquet of tuberoses. De Espadana felt her pulse, examined her tongue, asked a few questions, and said, as he wagged his head from side to side, she's sick, but she see, can be secured. Dona Victorina looked proudly at the bystanders. Lichen with milk in the morning, syrup of marshmallow, 2 Sinaglossum pills, ordered de Espadana. Cheer up, Clarita, said Dona Victorina, going up to her. We've come to cure you. I want to introduce our cousin. Linares was so absorbed in the contemplation of those eloquent eyes, which seemed to be searching for someone, that he did not hear Dona Victorina name him. Senor Linares, said the curate, calling him out of his abstraction, here comes Padre Damaso. It was indeed Padre Damaso, but pale and rather sad. On leaving his bed, his first visit was for Maria Clara. Nor was it the Padre Damaso of former times, hearty and self-confident. Now he moved silently and with some hesitation. Chapter 43. Plans. Without heeding any of the bystanders, Padre Damaso went directly to the bed of the sick girl and, taking her hand, said to her with ineffable tenderness, while tears sprang into his eyes, "Maria, my daughter, you mustn't die." The sick girl opened her eyes and stared at him with a strange expression. No one who knew the Franciscan had suspected in him such tender feelings. No one had believed that under his rude and rough exterior there might beat a heart. Unable to go on, he withdrew from the girl's side, weeping like a child, and went outside under the favorite vines of Maria Clara's balcony to give free rein to his grief. How he loves his goddaughter, thought all present, while Fray Salvi gazed at him motionlessly and in silence, lightly gnawing his lips the while. When he had become somewhat calm again, Dona Victorina introduced Linares, who approached him respectfully. Fray Damaso silently looked him over from head to foot, took the letter offered and read it, but apparently without understanding, for he asked, "And who are you?" "Alfonso Linares, the godson of your brother-in-law," stammered the young man. Padre Damaso threw back his body and looked the youth over again carefully. Then his features lighted up and he arose. "So you are the godson of Carlicos," he exclaimed. "Come and let me embrace you. I got your letter several days ago. So it's you. I didn't recognize you, which is easily explained, for you weren't born when I left the country. I didn't recognize you." Padre Damaso squeezed his robust arms about the young man, who became very red, whether from modesty or lack of breath is not known. After the first moments of effusion had passed and inquiries about Carlicos and his wife had been made and answered, Padre Damaso asked, "Come now, what does Carlicos want me to do for you?" "I believe he says something about that in the letter," Linares again stammered. "In the letter, let's see, that's right, he wants me to get you a job and a wife." A job, that's easy. Can you read and write?" "I received my degree of law from the university." "Carambas, so you're a pettifogger. You don't show it, you look more like a shy maiden, so much the better. But to get you a wife." "Padre, I'm not in such a great hurry," interrupted Linares in confusion. But Padre Damaso was already pacing from one end of the hallway to the other, muttering, "A wife, a wife." His countenance was no longer sad or merry, but now wore an expression of great seriousness, while he seemed to be thinking deeply. Padre Salvi gazed on the scene from a distance. "I didn't think that the matter would trouble me so much," murmured Padre Damaso in a tearful voice. "But of two evils, the lesser." Then raising his voice, he approached Linares and said to him, "Come, boy, let's talk to Santiago." Linares turned pale and allowed himself to be dragged along by the priest, who moved thoughtfully. Then it was Padre Salvi's turn to pace back and forth, pensive as ever. A voice wishing him good morning drew him from his monotonous walk. He raised his head and saw Lucas, who saluted him humbly. "What do you want?" questioned the curate's eyes. "Padre, I'm the brother of the man who was killed on the day of the fiesta," began Lucas in tearful accents. The curate recoiled and murmured in a scarcely audible voice, "Well." Lucas made an effort to weep and wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. "Padre," he went on tearfully, "I've been to Don Crisostomo to ask for an indemnity. First he received me with kicks, saying that he wouldn't pay anything since he himself had run the risk of getting killed through the fault of my dear, unfortunate brother. I went to talk to him yesterday, but he had gone to Manila. He left me 500 pesos for charity's sake and charged me not to come back again." "Ah, Padre, 500 pesos for my poor brother, 500 pesos. Ah, Padre." At first the curate had listened with surprise and attention, while his lips curled slightly with a smile of such disdain and sarcasm at the sight of this farce that, had Lucas noticed it, he would have run away at top speed. "Now what do you want?" he asked, turning away. "Ah, Padre, tell me for the love of God what I ought to do. The Padre has always given good advice." "Who told you so? You don't belong in these parts." "The Padre is known all over the province." With irritated looks, Padre Salvi approached him and, pointing to the street, said to the now startled Lucas, Go home and be thankful that Don Crisostomo didn't have you sent to jail. Get out of here. Lucas forgot the part he was playing and murmured, but I thought. Get out of here, cried Padre Salvi nervously. I would like to see Padre Damaso. Padre Damaso is busy. Get out of here, again ordered the curate imperiously. Lucas went down the stairway muttering, he's another of them as he doesn't pay well the one who pays best. At the sound of the curate's voice, all had hurried to the spot, including Padre Damaso, Capitan Tiago, and Linares. An insolent vagabond who came to beg and who doesn't want to work, explained Padre Salvi, picking up his hat and cane to return to the convento. Chapter 44. An examination of conscience. Long days and weary nights passed at the sick girl's bed. After having confessed herself, Maria Clara had suffered a relapse, and in her delirium she uttered only the name of the mother whom she had never known. But her girl friends, her father and her aunt kept watch at her side. Offerings and alms were sent to all the miraculous images. Capitan Tiago vowed a gold cane to the Virgin of Antipolo, and at length the fever began to subside slowly and regularly. Dr. de Espadana was astonished at the virtues of the syrup of marshmallow and the infusion of lichen, prescriptions that he had not varied. Dona Victorina was so pleased with her husband that one day when he stepped on the train of her gown, she did not apply her penal code to the extent of taking his set of false teeth away from him, but contented herself with merely exclaiming, "If you weren't lame, you'd even step on my corset," an article of apparel she did not wear. One afternoon, while Sinang and Victoria were visiting their friend, the curate, Capitan Tiago, and Dona Victorina's family were conversing over their lunch in the dining room. "Well, I feel very sorry about it," said the doctor. "Padre Damaso also will regret it very much." "Where do you say they're transferring him to?" Linares asked the curate. "To the province of Tayabas," replied the curate negligently. "One who will be greatly affected by it is Maria Clara when she learns of it," said Capitan Tiago. "She loves him like a father." Fray Salvi looked at him askance. "I believe, Padre," continued Capitan Tiago, "that all her illness is the result of the trouble on the last day of the fiesta. I'm of the same opinion, and think that you've done well not to let Senor Ibarra see her. She would have got worse." "If it wasn't for us," put in Dona Victorina, "Clarita would already be in heaven singing praises to God." "Amen," Capitan Tiago thought it his duty to exclaim. "It's lucky for you that my husband didn't have any patient of greater quality, for then you'd have had to call in another, and all those here are ignoramuses. My husband." "Just as I was saying," the curate in turn interrupted, "I think that the confession that Maria Clara made brought on the favorable crisis which has saved her life. A clean conscience is worth more than a lot of medicine. Don't think that I deny the power of science, above all that of surgery, but a clean conscience. Read the pious books, and you'll see how many cures are effected merely by a clean confession." "Pardon me," objected the piqued Dona Victorina. "This power of the confessional cure the Alferez's woman with a confession." "A wound, madam, is not a form of illness which the conscience can affect," replied Padre Salvi severely. "Nevertheless, a clean confession will preserve her from receiving in the future such blows as she got this morning." "She deserves them," went on Dona Victorina as if she had not heard what Padre Salvi said. "That woman is so insolent. In the church she did nothing but stare at me. You can see that she's a nobody. Sunday I was going to ask her if she saw anything funny about my face, but who would lower oneself to speak to people that are not of rank?" The curate, on his part, continued just as though he had not heard this tirade. "Believe me, Don Santiago, to complete your daughter's recovery it's necessary that she take communion tomorrow. I'll bring the viaticum over here. I don't think she has anything to confess, but yet, if she wants to confess herself tonight." "I don't know," Dona Victorina instantly took advantage of a slight hesitation on Padre Salvi's part to add, "I don't understand how there can be men capable of marrying such a fright as that woman is. It's easily seen where she comes from. She's just dying of envy, you can see it. How much does an alferez get?" "Accordingly, Don Santiago, tell your cousin to prepare the sick girl for the communion tomorrow. I'll come over tonight to absolve her of her peccadillos." Seeing Aunt Isabel come from the sick room, he said to her in Tagalog, "Prepare your niece for confession tonight. Tomorrow I'll bring over the viaticum. With that she'll improve faster." But Padre, Linares gathered up enough courage to ask faintly, you don't think that she's in any danger of dying? Don't you worry, answered the Padre without looking at him. I know what I'm doing. I've helped take care of plenty of sick people before. Besides, she'll decide herself whether or not she wishes to receive the Holy Communion, and you'll see that she says yes. Capitan Tiago immediately agreed to everything, while Aunt Isabel returned to the sick girl's chamber. Maria Clara was still in bed, pale, very pale, and at her side were her two friends. Take one more grain, Sinang whispered, as she offered her a white tablet that she took from a small glass tube. He says that when you feel a rumbling or buzzing in your ears, you are to stop the medicine. Hasn't he written to you again? Asked the sick girl in a low voice. No, he must be very busy. Hasn't he sent any message? He says nothing more than that he's going to try to get the archbishop to absolve him from the excommunication, so that. This conversation was suspended at the aunt's approach. The Padre says for you to get ready for confession, daughter, said the latter. You girls must leave her so that she can make her examination of conscience. But it hasn't been a week since she confessed, protested Sinang. I'm not sick and I don't sin as often as that. Abba, don't you know what the curate says? The righteous sin 7 times a day. Come, what book shall I bring you, the Ancora, the Ramelite, or the Camino Recto para al Cielo? Maria Clara did not answer. Well, you mustn't tire yourself, added the good aunt to console her. I'll read the examination myself, and you'll have only to recall your sins. Write to him not to think of me anymore, murmured Maria Clara in Sinang's ear as the latter said goodbye to her. What? But the aunt again approached, and Sinang had to go away without understanding what her friend had meant. The good old aunt drew a chair up to the light, put her spectacles on the end of her nose, and opened a booklet. Pay close attention, daughter. I'm going to begin with the 10 Commandments. I'll go slow so that you can meditate. If you don't hear well, tell me so that I can repeat. You know that in looking after your welfare, I'm never weary. She began to read in a monotonous and snuffling voice the considerations of cases of sinfulness. At the end of each paragraph, she made a long pause in order to give the girl time to recall her sins and to repent of them. Maria Clara stared vaguely into space. After finishing the first commandment, to love God above all things, Aunt Isabel looked at her over her spectacles and was satisfied with her sad and thoughtful mien. She coughed piously, and after a long pause began to read the second commandment. The good old woman read with unction, and when she had finished the commentaries looked again at her niece, who turned her head slowly to the other side. Bah, said Aunt Isabel to herself. With taking his holy name in vain, the poor child has nothing to do. Let's pass on to the third. The third commandment was analyzed and commented upon. After citing all the cases in which one can break it, she again looked toward the bed. But now she lifted up her glasses and rubbed her eyes, for she had seen her niece raise a handkerchief to her face as if to wipe away tears. Hum, the poor child once went asleep during the sermon. Then, replacing her glasses on the end of her nose, she said, Now let's see if, just as you failed to keep holy the Sabbath, you failed to honor your father and mother. So she read the fourth commandment in an even slower and more snuffling voice, thinking thus to give solemnity to the act, just as she had seen many friars do. Aunt Isabel had never heard a Quaker preach, or she would also have trembled. The sick girl, in the meantime, raised the handkerchief to her eyes several times, and her breathing became more noticeable. What a good soul, thought the old woman. She who is so obedient and submissive to everyone. I've committed more sins, and yet have never been able really to cry. She then began the fifth commandment with greater pauses, and even more pronounced snuffling, if that were possible, and with such great enthusiasm that she did not hear the stifled sobs of her niece. Only in a pause which she made after the comments on homicide, by violence did she notice the groans of the sinner. Then her tone passed into the sublime as she read the rest of the commandment in accents that she tried to read her threatening, seeing that her niece was still weeping. Weep, daughter, weep, she said, approaching the bed. The more you weep, the sooner God will pardon you. Hold the sorrow of repentance as better than that of mere penitence. Weep, daughter, weep. You don't know how much I enjoy seeing you weep. Beat yourself on the breast also, but not hard, for you're still sick. But as if her sorrow needed mystery and solitude to make it increase, Maria Clara, on seeing herself observed, little by little stopped sighing and dried her eyes without saying anything or answering her aunt, who continued the reading. Since the wails of her audience had ceased, however, she lost her enthusiasm, and the last commandments made her so sleepy that she began to yawn, with great detriment to her snuffling, which was thus interrupted. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it, thought the good old lady afterwards. This girl sins like a soldier against the first 5, and from the 6th to the 10th not a venial sin, just the opposite to us. How the world does move now. So she lighted a large candle to the Virgin of Antipolo and 2 other smaller ones to Our Lady of the Rosary and Our Lady of the Pillar, taking care to put away in a corner a marble crucifix to make it understand that the candles were not lighted for it. Nor did the Virgin of Delarach have any share. She was an unknown foreigner, and Aunt Isabel had never heard of any miracle of hers. We do not know what occurred during the confession that night, and we respect such secrets. But the confession was a long one, and the aunt, who stood watch over her niece at a distance, could note that the curate, instead of turning his ear to hear the words of the sick girl, rather had his face turned toward hers and seemed only to be trying to read, or divine, her thoughts by gazing into her beautiful eyes. Pale and with contracted lips, Padre Salvi left the chamber. Looking at his forehead, which was gloomy and covered with perspiration, one would have said that it was he who had confessed and had not obtained absolution. "Jesus Maria, why José?" exclaimed Aunt Isabel, crossing herself to dispel an evil thought. Who understands the girls nowadays? Chapter 45. The Hunted. In the dim light shed by the moonbeams sifting through the thick foliage, a man wandered through the forest with slow and cautious steps. From time to time, as if to find his way, he whistled a peculiar melody, which was answered in the distance by someone whistling the same air. The man would listen attentively and then make his way in the direction of the distant sound, until at length, after overcoming the 1,000 obstacles offered by the virgin forest in the night-time, he reached a small open space, which was bathed in the light of the moon in its first quarter. The high, tree-crowned rocks that rose about formed a kind of ruined amphitheater, in the center of which were scattered recently felled trees and charred logs among boulders covered with nature's mantle of verdure. Scarcely had the unknown arrived when another figure started suddenly from behind a large rock and advanced with drawn revolver. "Who are you?" he asked in Tagalog in an imperious tone, cocking the weapon. "Is old Pablo among you?" inquired the unknown in an even tone, without answering the question or showing any signs of fear. "You mean the Capitan? Yes, he's here." "Then tell him that Elias is here looking for him," was the answer of the unknown, who was no other than the mysterious pilot. "Are you Elias?" asked the other respectfully, as he approached him, not, however, ceasing to cover him with the revolver. "Then come." Elias followed him, and they penetrated into a kind of cave sunk down in the depths of the earth. The guide, who seemed to be familiar with the way, warned the pilot when he should descend or turn aside or stoop down, so they were not long in reaching a kind of hall which was poorly lighted by pitch torches and occupied by 12 to 15 armed men with dirty faces and soiled clothing, some seated and some lying down as they talked fitfully to one another. Resting his arms on a stone that served for a table and gazing thoughtfully at the torches, which gave out so little light for so much smoke, was seen an old, sad-featured man with his head wrapped in a bloody bandage. Did we not know that it was a den of Chalissines, we might have said, on reading the look of desperation in the old man's face, that it was the Tower of Hunger on the eve before Ugolino devoured his sons. Upon the arrival of Elias and his guide, the figures partly rose, but at a signal from the latter they settled back again, satisfying themselves with the observation that the newcomer was unarmed. The old man turned his head slowly and saw the quiet figure of Elias, who stood uncovered, gazing at him with sad interest. "It's you at last," murmured the old man, his gaze lighting up somewhat as he recognized the youth. "In what condition do I find you?" exclaimed the youth in a suppressed tone, shaking his head. The old man dropped his head in silence and made a sign to the others, who arose and withdrew, first taking the measure of the pilot's muscles and stature with a glance. "Yes," said the old man to Elias as soon as they were alone. "6 months ago, when I sheltered you in my house, it was I who pitied you. Now we have changed parts, and it is you who pity me, but sit down and tell me how you got here." "It's 15 days now since I was told of your misfortune," began the young man slowly in a low voice as he stared at the light. "I started at once and have been seeking you from mountain to mountain. I've traveled over nearly the whole of 2 provinces. In order not to shed innocent blood," continued the old man, "I have had to flee. My enemies were afraid to show themselves. I was confronted merely with some unfortunates who have never done me the least harm." After a brief pause during which he seemed to be occupied in trying to read the thoughts in the dark countenance of the old man, Elias replied, "I've come to make a proposition to you. Having sought in vain for some survivor of the family that caused the misfortunes of mine, I've decided to leave the province where I live and move toward the north among the independent pagan tribes. Don't you want to abandon the life you have entered upon and come with me? I will be your son, since you have lost your own. I have no family, and in you will find a father." The old man shook his head in negation, saying, "When one at my age makes a desperate resolution, it's because there is no other recourse. A man who, like myself, has spent his youth and his mature years toiling for the future of himself and his sons. A man who has been submissive to every wish of his superiors, who has conscientiously performed difficult tasks, enduring all that he might live in peace and quiet when that man, whose blood time has chilled, renounces all his past and forgoes all his future, even on the very brink of the grave. It is because he has with mature judgment decided that peace does not exist and that it is not the highest good. Why drag out miserable days on foreign soil? I had 2 sons, a daughter, a home, a fortune. I was esteemed and respected. Now I am as a tree shorn of its branches, a wanderer, a fugitive, hunted like a wild beast through the forest, and all for what? Because a man dishonored my daughter, because her brothers called that man's infamy to account, and because that man is set above his fellows with the title of minister of God. In spite of everything, I, her father, I, dishonored in my old age, forgave the injury, for I was indulgent with the passions of youth and the weakness of the flesh, and in the face of irreparable wrong what could I do but hold my peace and save what remained to me? But the culprit, fearful of vengeance sooner or later, sought the destruction of my sons. Do you know what he did? No. You don't know, then, that he pretended that there had been a robbery committed in the convento and that one of my sons figured among the accused. The other could not be included because he was in another place at the time. Do you know what tortures they were subjected to? You know of them, for they are the same in all the towns. I saw my son hanging by the hair, I heard his cries, I heard him call upon me, and I, coward and lover of peace, hadn't the courage either to kill or to die. Do you know that the theft was not proved, that it was shown to be a false charge, and that in punishment the curate was transferred to another town, but that my son died as a result of his tortures? The other, the one who was left to me, was not a coward like his father, so our persecutor was still fearful that he would wreak vengeance on him, and under the pretext of his not having his cedula, which he had not carried with him just at that time, had him arrested by the civil guard, mistreated him, enraged and harassed him with insults until he was driven to suicide. And I have outlived so much shame, but if I had not the courage of a father to defend my sons, there yet remains to me a heart burning for revenge, and I will have it. The discontented are gathering under my command, my enemies increase my forces, and on the day that I feel myself strong enough, I will descend to the lowlands and in flames sate my vengeance and end my own existence. And that day will come or there is no God. The old man arose trembling. With fiery look and hollow voice, he added, tearing his long hair, "Curses, curses upon me that I restrained the avenging hands of my sons. I have murdered them. Had I let the guilty perish, had I confided less in the justice of God and men, I should now have my sons fugitives, perhaps, but I should have them. They would not have died under torture. I was not born to be a father, so I have them not. Curses upon me that I had not learned with my years to know the conditions under which I lived. But in fire and blood by my own death, I will avenge them." In his paroxysm of grief, the unfortunate father tore away the bandage, reopening a wound in his forehead, from which gushed a stream of blood. "I respect your sorrow," said Elias, "and I understand your desire for revenge. I, too, am like you, and yet from fear of injuring the innocent I prefer to forget my misfortunes. You can forget because you are young and because you haven't lost a son, your last hope, but I assure you that I shall injure no innocent one. Do you see this wound? Rather than kill a poor cuadrillero who was doing his duty, I let him inflict it." "But look," urged Elias after a moment's silence, "look what a frightful catastrophe you are going to bring down upon our unfortunate people. If you accomplish your revenge by your own hand, your enemies will make terrible reprisals, not against you, not against those who are armed, but against the peaceful, who as usual will be accused and then the eases of injustice. Let the people learn to defend themselves, let each one defend himself. You know that that is impossible. Sir, I knew you in other days when you were happy. Then you gave me good advice, will you now permit me?" The old man folded his arms in an attitude of attention. "Sir," continued Elias, weighing his words well, "I have had the good fortune to render a service to a young man who is rich, generous, noble, and who desires the welfare of his country. They say that this young man has friends in Madrid. I don't know myself, but I can assure you that he is a friend of the Captain General's. What do you say that we make him the bearer of the people's complaints, if we interest him in the cause of the unhappy?" The old man shook his head. "You say that he is rich. The rich think only of increasing their wealth, pride and show blind them, and as they are generally safe, above all when they have powerful friends, none of them troubles himself about the woes of the unfortunate. I know all, because I was rich. But the man of whom I speak is not like the others. He is a son who has been insulted over the memory of his father, and a young man who, as he is soon to have a family, thinks of the future, of a happy future for his children. Then he is a man who is going to be happy. Our cause is not for happy men, but it is for men who have feelings." "Perhaps," replied the old man, seating himself. "Suppose that he agrees to carry our cry even to the Captain General, suppose that he finds in the Cortes delegates who will plead for us. Do you think that we shall get justice?" "Let us try it before we resort to violent measure," answered Elias. "You must be surprised that I, another unfortunate, young and strong, should propose to you old and weak, peaceful measures, but it's because I've seen as much misery caused by us as by the tyrants. The defenseless are the ones who pay. And if we accomplish nothing, something we shall accomplish, believe me, for all those who are in power are not unjust. But if we accomplish nothing, if they disregard our entreaties, if man has become deaf to the cry of sorrow from his kind, then I will put myself under your orders." The old man embraced the youth enthusiastically. "I accept your proposition, Elias. I know that you will keep your word. You will come to me, and I shall help you to revenge your ancestors. You will help me to revenge my sons that were like you. In the meantime, sir, you will refrain from violent measures. You will present the complaints of the people, you know them. When shall I know your answer? In 4 days send a man to the beach at San Diego, and I will tell him what I shall have learned from the person in whom I place so much hope. If he accepts, they will give us justice, and if not, I'll be the first to fall in the struggle that we will begin. Elias will not die. Elias will be the leader when Capitan Pablo fails, satisfied in his revenge," concluded the old man, as he accompanied the youth out of the cave into the open air. Chapter 46. The Cockpit. To keep holy the afternoon of the Sabbath, one generally goes to the cockpit in the Philippines, just as to the bullfights in Spain. Cockfighting, a passion introduced into the country and exploited for a century past, is one of the vices of the people, more widely spread than opium smoking among the Chinese. There the poor man goes to risk all that he has, desirous of getting rich without work. There the rich man goes to amuse himself, using the money that remains to him from his feasts and his masses of thanksgiving. The fortune that he gambles is his own. The cock is raised with much more care perhaps than his son and successor in the cockpit, so we have nothing to say against it. Since the government permits it, and even in a way recommends it, by providing that the spectacle may take place only in the public plazas, on holidays, in order that all may see it and be encouraged by the example. From the high mass until nightfall, 8 hours, let us proceed thither to seek out some of our acquaintances. The cockpit of San Diego does not differ from those to be found in other towns, except in some details. It consists of 3 parts, the first of which, the entrance, is a large rectangle some 20 meters long by 14 wide. On one side is the gateway, generally tended by an old woman whose business it is to collect the sa pintu, or admission fee. Of this contribution, which everyone pays, the government receives a part, amounting to some hundreds of thousands of pesos a year. It is said that with this money, with which vice pays its license, magnificent schoolhouses are erected, bridges and roads are constructed, prizes for encouraging agriculture and commerce are distributed. Blessed be the vice that produces such good results. In this first enclosure are the vendors of buyos, cigars, sweetmeats, and foodstuffs. There swarm the boys in company with their fathers or uncles, who carefully initiate them into the secrets of life. This enclosure communicates with another of somewhat larger dimensions, a kind of foyer where the public gathers while waiting for the combats. There are the greater part of the fighting cocks tied with cords which are fastened to the ground by means of a piece of bone or hard wood. There are assembled the gamblers, the devotees, those skilled in tying on the gaffs. There they make agreements. They deliberate, they beg for loans, they curse, they swear, they laugh boisterously. That one fondles his chicken, rubbing his hand over its brilliant plumage. This one examines and counts the scales on its legs. They recount the exploits of the champions. There you will see many with mournful faces carrying by the feet corpses picked of their feathers. The creature that was the favorite for months, petted and cared for day and night, on which were founded such flattering hopes, is now nothing more than a carcass to be sold for a peseta or to be stewed with ginger and eaten that very night. Sic transit gloria mundi. The loser returns to the home where his anxious wife and ragged children await him, without his money or his chicken. Of all that golden dream, of all those vigils during months from the dawn of day to the setting of the sun, of all those fatigues and labors, there results only a peseta, the ashes left from so much smoke. In this foyer, even the least intelligent takes part in the discussion, while the man of most hasty judgment conscientiously investigates the matter, weighs, examines, extends the wings, feels the muscles of the cocks. Some go very well dressed, surrounded and followed by the partisans of their champions. Others who are dirty and bear the imprint of vice on their squalid features anxiously follow the movements of the rich to note the bets, since the purse may become empty, but the passion never satiated. No countenance here but is animated not here, is to be found the indolent, apathetic, silent Filipino. All is movement, passion, eagerness. It may be, one would say, that they have that thirst which is quickened by the water of the swamp. From this place one passes into the arena, which is known as the ruta, the wheel. The ground here, surrounded by bamboo stakes, is usually higher than that in the two other divisions. In the back part, reaching almost to the roof, are tiers of seats for the spectators or gamblers, since these are the same. During the fights, these seats are filled with men and boys who shout, clamor, sweat, quarrel, and blaspheme. Fortunately, hardly any women get in this far. In the ruta are the men of importance, the rich, the famous bettors, the contractor, the referee. On the perfectly leveled ground the cocks fight, and from their destiny apportions to the family's smiles or tears, feast or famine. At the time of entering, we see the Gobernadorcillo, Capitan Pablo, Capitan Basilio, and Lucas, the man with the sear on his face who felt so deeply the death of his brother. Capitan Basilio approaches one of the townsmen and asks, "Do you know which cock Capitan Tiago is going to bring?" "I don't know, sir. This morning two came, one of them the lassac that whipped the consul's talisane. Do you think that my bullock is a match for it?" "I should say so. I'll bet my house and my camisar on it." At that moment Capitan Tiago arrives, dressed like the heavy gamblers, in a camisa of canton linen, woolen pantaloons, and a wide straw hat. Behind him come two servants carrying the lassac and a white cock of enormous size. "Sinang tells me that Maria is improving all the time," says Capitan Basilio. "She has no more fever, but is still very weak." "Did you lose last night?" "A little. I hear that you won. I'm going to see if I can't get even here." "Do you want to fight the lassac?" asks Capitan Basilio, looking at the cock and taking it from the servant. "That depends if there's a bet." "How much will you put up?" "I won't gamble for less than 2. "Have you seen my bullock?" inquires Capitan Basilio, calling to a man who is carrying a small gamecock. Capitan Tiago examines it, and after feeling its weight and studying its scales, returns it with the question, "How much will you put up?" "Whatever you will." 2 and 500. 3. 3. For the next fight after this. The chorus of curious bystanders and the gamblers spread the news that 2 celebrated cocks will fight, each of which has a history and a well-earned reputation. All wish to see and examine the two celebrities, opinions are offered, prophecies are made. Meanwhile, the murmur of the voices grows, the confusion increases, the ruta is broken into, the seats are filled. The skilled attendants carry the two cocks into the arena, a white and a red, already armed but with the gaffs still sheathed. Cries are heard, on the white? On the white, while some other voice answers, on the red. The odds are on the white, he is the favorite, the red is the outsider, the digiato. Members of the civil guard move about in the crowd. They are not dressed in the uniform of that meritorious corps, but neither are they in civilian costume. Trousers of gingan with a red stripe a camisa stained blue from the faded blouse, and a service cap make up their costume, in keeping with their deportment. They make bets and keep watch, they raise disturbances and talk of keeping the peace. While the spectators are yelling, waving their hands, flourishing and clinking pieces of silver. While they search in their pockets for the last coin, or, in the lack of such, try to pledge their word, promising to sell the carabao or the next crop, two boys, brothers apparently, follow the betters with wistful eyes, loiter about, murmur timid words to which no one listens, become more and more gloomy and gaze at one another ill-humoredly and dejectedly. Lucas watches them covertly, smiles malignantly, jingles his silver, passes close to them, and gazing into the ruta, cries out, 50, 50 to 20 on the white. The two brothers exchange glances. I told you, muttered the elder, that you shouldn't have put up all the money. If you had listened to me, we should now have something to bet on the red. The younger timidly approached Lucas and touched him on the arm. Oh, it's you, exclaimed the latter, turning around with feigned surprise. Does your brother accept my proposition, or do you want to bet? How can we bet when we've lost everything? Then you accept. He doesn't want to, if you would lend us something, now that you say you know us. Lucas scratched his head, pulled at his camisa, and replied, Yes, I know you. You are Tarsilo and Bruno, both young and strong. I know that your brave father died as a result of the 100 lashes a day those soldiers gave him. I know that you don't think of revenging him. Don't meddle in our affairs, broke in Tarsilo, the elder. That might lead to trouble. If it were not that we have a sister, we should have been hanged long ago. Hanged, they only hang a coward, one who has no money or influence, and at all events the mountains are near. 100 to 20 on the white, cried a passerby. Lend us 4 pesos 3-2, begged the younger. We'll soon pay them back double. The fight is going to commence. Lucas again scratched his head. Tush, this money isn't mine. Don Crisostomo has given it to me for those who are willing to serve him. But I see that you're not like your father. He was really brave, let him, who is not so not seek amusement. So saying, he drew away from them a little. Let's take him up, what's the difference? Said Bruno. It's the same to be shot as to be hanged. We poor folks are good for nothing else. You're right, but think of our sister. Meanwhile, the ring has been cleared and the combat is about to begin. The voices die away as the two starters, with the expert who fastens the gaffs, are left alone in the center. At a signal from the referee, the expert unsheathes the gaffs and the fine blades glitter threateningly. Sadly and silently, the two brothers draw nearer to the ring until their foreheads are pressed against the railing. A man approaches them and calls into their ears, Pair, 100 to 10 on the white. Tarsilo stares at him in a foolish way and responds to Bruno's nudge with a grunt. The starters hold the cocks with skillful delicacy, taking care not to wound themselves. A solemn silence reigns. The spectators seem to be changed into hideous wax figures. They present one cock to the other, holding his head down so that the other may peck at it and thus irritate him. Then the other is given a like opportunity, for in every duel there must be fair play, whether it is a question of Parisian cocks or Filipino cocks. Afterwards, they hold them up in sight of each other, close together, so that each of the enraged little creatures may see who it is that has pulled out a feather, and with whom he must fight. Their neck feathers bristle up as they gaze at each other fixedly, with flashes of anger darting from their little round eyes. Now the moment has come. The attendants place them on the ground a short distance apart and leave them a clear field. Slowly they advance, their footfalls are audible on the hard ground. No one in the crowd speaks, no one breathes. Raising and lowering their heads as if to gauge one another with a look, the two cocks utter sounds of defiance and contempt. Each sees the bright blade throwing out its cold, bluish reflections. The danger animates them, and they rush directly toward each other, but a pace apart they check themselves with fixed gaze and bristling plumage. At that moment their little heads are filled with a rush of blood, their anger flashes forth, and they hurl themselves together with instinctive valor. They strike beak to beak, breast to breast, gaff to gaff, wing to wing, but the blows are skillfully parried, only a few feathers fall. Again they size each other up. Suddenly the white rises on his wings, brandishing the deadly knife, but the red has bent his legs and lowered his head, so the white smites only the empty air. Then on touching the ground the white, fearing a blow from behind, turns quickly to face his adversary. The red attacks him furiously, but he defends himself calmly. Not undeservedly is he the favorite of the spectators, all of whom tremulously and anxiously follow the fortunes of the fight, only here and there an involuntary cry being heard. The ground becomes strewn with red and white feathers dyed in blood, but the contest is not for the first blood. The Filipino, carrying out the laws dictated by his government, wishes it to be to the death or until one or the other turns tail and runs. Blood covers the ground, the blows are more numerous, but victory still hangs in the balance. At last, with a supreme effort, the white throws himself forward for a final stroke, fastens his gaff in the wing of the red, and catches it between the bones. But the white himself has been wounded in the breast, and both are weak and feeble from loss of blood. Breathless, their strength spent, caught one against the other, they remain motionless until the white, with blood pouring from his beak, falls, kicking his death throes. The red remains at his side with his wing caught, then slowly doubles up his legs and gently closes his eyes. Then the referee, in accordance with the rule prescribed by the government, declares the red the winner. A savage yell greets the decision, a yell that is heard over the whole town, even and prolonged. He who hears this from afar then knows that the winner is the one against which the odds were placed, or the joy would not be so lasting. The same happens with the nations. When a small one gains a victory over a large one, it is sung and recounted from age to age. "You see now," said Bruno dejectedly to his brother, "if you had listened to me, we should now have 100 pesos. You're the cause of our being penniless." Tarsilo did not answer, but gazed about him as if looking for someone. "There he is, talking to Pedro," added Bruno. "He's giving him money, lots of money." True it was that Lucas was counting silver coins into the hand of Cisa's husband. The two then exchanged some words in secret and separated, apparently satisfied. Pedro must have agreed. "That's what it is to be decided," sighed Bruno. Tarsilo remained gloomy and thoughtful, wiping away with the cuff of his camisa the perspiration that ran down his forehead. "Brother," said Bruno, "I'm going to accept if you don't decide. The law continues, the Lassac must win and we ought not to lose any chance. I want a bet on the next fight. What's the difference? We'll revenge our father." "Wait," said Tarsilo, as he gazed at him fixedly eye to eye while both turned pale. "I'll go with you, you're right, we'll revenge our father." Still, he hesitated and again wiped away the perspiration. "What's stopping you?" asked Bruno impatiently. "Do you know what fight comes next? Is it worthwhile?" "If you think that way, no. Haven't you heard? The Epilogue of Capitan Basilio's against Capitan Tiago's Lassac. According to the law, the Lassac must win." "Ah, the Lassac, I'd bet on it too, but let's be sure first." Bruno made a sign of impatience, but followed his brother, who examined the cock, studied it, meditated and reflected, asked some questions. The poor fellow was in doubt. Bruno gazed at him with nervous anger. "But don't you see that wide scale he has by the side of his spur? Don't you see those feet? What more do you want? Look at those legs, spread out his wings, and this split scale above this wide one, and this double one." Tarsilo did not hear him, but went on examining the cock. The clinking of gold and silver came to his ears. "Now let's look at the Epilogue," he said in a thick voice. Bruno stamped on the ground and gnashed his teeth, but obeyed. They approached another group where a cock was being prepared for the ring. A gaff was selected, red silk thread for tying it on was waxed and rubbed thoroughly. Tarsilo took in the creature with a gloomily impressive gaze, as if he were not looking at the bird so much as at something in the future. He rubbed his hand across his forehead and said to his brother in a stifled voice, "Are you ready?" "Eyes long ago, without looking at them." "But our poor sister." "Abba, haven't they told you that Don Crisostomo is the leader? Didn't you see him walking with the Captain General? What risk do we run? And if we get killed? What's the difference? Our father was flogged to death. You're right. The brothers now sought for Lucas in the different groups. As soon as they saw him, Tarsilo stopped. No, let's get out of here. We're going to ruin ourselves, he exclaimed. Go on if you want to. I'm going to accept. Bruno. Unfortunately, a man approached them, saying, Are you betting? I'm for the Bulik. The brothers did not answer. I'll give odds. How much? Asked Bruno. The man began to count out his pesos. Bruno watched him breathlessly. I have 200, 50 to 40. No, said Bruno resolutely. Put. All right, 50 to 30. Double it if you want to. All right, the Bulik belongs to my protector and I've just won. 100 to 60. Taken, wait till I get the money. But I'll hold the stakes, said the other, not confiding much in Bruno's looks. It's all the same to me, answered the latter, trusting to his fists. Then turning to his brother, he added, Even if you do keep out, I'm going in. Tarsilo reflected. He loved his brother and liked the sport, and unable to desert him, he murmured, Let it go. They made their way to Lucas, who, on seeing them approach, smiled. Sir, called Tarsilo. What's up? How much will you give us? Asked the two brothers together. I've already told you. If you will undertake to get others for the purpose of making a surprise attack on the barracks, I'll give each of you 30 pesos and 10 pesos for each companion you bring. If all goes well, each one will receive 100 pesos and you double that amount. Don Crisostomo is rich. Accepted, exclaimed Bruno. Let's have the money. I knew you were brave, as your father was. Come, so that those fellows who killed him may not overhear us, said Lucas, indicating the civil guards. Taking them into a corner, he explained to them while he was counting out the money, Tomorrow Don Crisostomo will get back with the arms. Day after tomorrow, about 8 o'clock at night, go to the cemetery and I'll let you know the final arrangements. You have time to look for companions. After they had left him, the two brothers seemed to have changed parts. Tarsilo was calm, while Bruno was uneasy. Chapter 47. The two Senoras. While Capitan Tiago was gambling on his lasac, Dona Victorina was taking a walk through the town for the purpose of observing how the indolent Indians kept their houses and fields. She was dressed as elegantly as possible, with all her ribbons and flowers over her silk gown, in order to impress the provincials and make them realize what a distance intervened between them and her sacred person. Giving her arm to her lame husband, she strutted along the streets amid the wonder and stupefaction of the natives. Her cousin Linares had remained in the house. What ugly shacks these Indians have, she began with a grimace. I don't see how they can live in them. One must have to be an Indian, and how rude they are and how proud. They don't take off their hats when they meet us. Hit them over the head, as the curates and the officers of the civil guard do teach them politeness. And if they hit me back, ask Dr. Despadana. That's what you're a man for. But I'm lame. Dona Victorina was falling into a bad humor. The streets were unpaved and the train of her gown was covered with dust. Besides, they had met a number of young women who, in passing them, had dropped their eyes and had not admired her rich costume as they should have done. Sinang's cachero, who was driving Sinang and her cousin in an elegant carriage, had the impudence to yell Tabi, in such a commanding tone that she had to jump out of the way and could only protest. Look at that brute of a cachero. I'm going to tell his master to train his servants better. Let's go back to the house, she commanded to her husband, who, fearing a storm, wheeled on his crutch in obedience to her mandate. They met and exchanged greetings with the alferez. This increased Dona Victorina's ill humor, for the officer not only did not proffer any compliment on her costume, but even seemed to stare at it in a mocking way. You ought not to shake hands with a mere alferez, she said to her husband, as the soldier left them. He scarcely touched his helmet while you took off your hat. You don't know how to maintain your rank. He's the boss here. What do we care for that? We are Indians, perhaps. You're right, he assented, not caring to quarrel. They passed in front of the officer's dwelling. Dona Consolacion was at the window, as usual, dressed in flannel and smoking her cigar. As the house was low, the two Senoras measured one another with looks. Dona Victorina stared while the muse of the civil guard examined her from head to foot, and then, sticking out her lower lip, turned her head away and spat on the ground. This used up the last of Dona Victorina's patience. Leaving her husband without support, she planted herself in front of the alfereza, trembling with anger from head to foot and unable to speak. Dona Consolacion slowly turned her head, calmly looked her over again, and once more spat, this time with greater disdain. "What's the matter with you, Dona?" she asked. "Can you tell me, Senora, why you look at me so? Are you envious?" Dona Victorina was at length able to articulate. "I envious of you, I of you," drawled the muse. "Yes, I envy you those frizzes." "Come, woman," pleaded the doctor, don't take any notice." "Let me teach this shameless slattern a lesson," replied his wife, giving him such a shove that he nearly kissed the ground. Then she again turned to Dona Consolacion. "Remember who you're dealing with," she exclaimed. "Don't think that I'm a provincial or a soldier's querida. In my house in Manila, the alfereces don't eat her, they wait at the door." "Oho, excellentissima senora. Alfereces don't enter, but cripples do like that one, ha ha ha." Had it not been for the rouge, Dona Victorian would have been seen to blush. She tried to get to her antagonist, but the sentinel stopped her. In the meantime, the street was filling up with a curious crowd. "Listen, I lower myself talking to you people of quality. Don't you want to wash my clothes? I'll pay you well. Do you think that I don't know that you were a washerwoman?" Dona Consolacion straightened up furiously. The remark about washing hurt her. "Do you think that we don't know who you are and what class of people you belong with? Get out, my husband has already told me. Senora, I at least have never belonged to more than one, but you, one must be dying of hunger to take the leavings, the mop of the whole world." This shot found its mark with Dona Victorina. She rolled up her sleeves, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth. "Come down, old sow," she cried. "I'm going to smash that dirty mouth of yours, querida of a battalion, filthy hag." The muse immediately disappeared from the window, and was soon seen running down the stairs, flourishing her husband's whip. Don Tiburcio interposed himself supplicatingly, but they would have come to blows had not the alferez arrived on the scene. "Ladies, Don Tiburcio. Train your woman better, buy her some decent clothes, and if you haven't any money left, rob the people. That's what you've got soldiers for," yelled Dona Victorina. "Here I am, Senora. Why doesn't your excellency smash my mouth? Your only tongue and spittle, Dona Excellencia." "Senora," cried the alferez furiously to Dona Victorina, "be thankful that I remember that you're a woman, or else I'd kick you to pieces, frizzes, ribbons, and all." Senor alferez. "Get out, you quack, you don't wear the pants." The women brought into play words and gestures, insults and abuse, dragging out all the evil that was stored in the recesses of their minds. Since all four talked at once and said so many things that might hurt the prestige of certain classes by the truths that were brought to light, we forbear from recording what they said. The curious spectators, while they may not have understood all that was said, got not a little entertainment out of the scene and hoped that the affair would come to blows. Unfortunately for them, the curate came along and restored order. "Senoras, what a shame, Senor alferez. What are you doing here, you hypocrite Carlist? Don Tiburcio, take your wife away. Senora, hold your tongue. Say that to these robbers of the poor." Little by little the lexicon of epithets was exhausted, the review of shamelessness of the two couples completed, and with threats and insults they gradually drew away from one another. Fray Salvi moved from one group to the other, giving animation to the scene. Would that our friend the correspondent had been present. "This very day we'll go to Manila and see the Captain General," declared the raging Dona Victorina to her husband. "You're not a man, it's a waste of money to buy trousers for you. Be but woman the G-guards, I'm lame. You must challenge him for pistol or sword, or Dona Victorina stared fixedly at his false teeth. "My dear, I've never had hold of a." But she did not let him finish. With a majestic sweep of her hand, she snatched out his false teeth and trampled them in the street. Thus, he half crying and she breathing fire, they reached the house. Linares was talking with Maria Clara, Sinang, and Victoria, and as he had heard nothing of the quarrel, became rather uneasy at sight of his cousins. Maria Clara, lying in an easy chair among pillows and wraps, was greatly surprised to see the new physiognomy of her doctor. "Cousin," began Dona Victorina, "you must challenge the alferez right away, or—" Why? Asked the startled Linares. You challenge him right now or else I'll tell everybody here who you are. But Dona Victorina. The three girls exchanged glances. You'll see, the alferez has insulted us and said that you are what you are. His old hag came down with a whip and he, this thing here, permitted the insult to man. Abba, exclaimed Sinning, there had a fight and we didn't see it. The alferez smashed the doctor's teeth, observed Victoria. This very day we go to Manila. You stay here to challenge him or else I'll tell Don Santiago that all we're told him is a lie I'll tell him. But Dona Victorina, interrupted the now pallid Linares, going up to her. Be calm, don't call up, then he added in a whisper. Don't be imprudent, especially just now. At that moment, Capitan Tiago came in from the cockpit, sad and sighing. He had lost his lasek. But Dona Victorina left him no time to grieve. In a few words, but with no lack of strong language, she related what had happened, trying of course to put herself in the best light possible. Linares is going to challenge him, do you hear? If he doesn't, don't let him marry your daughter, don't you permit it. If he hasn't any courage, he doesn't deserve Clarita. So you're going to marry this gentleman? Asked Sinang, but her merry eyes filled with tears. I knew that you were prudent, but not that you were fickle. Pale as wax, Maria Clara partly rose and stared with frightened eyes at her father, at Dona Victorina, at Linares. The latter blushed, Capitan Tiago dropped his eyes, while the senora went on. Clarita, bear this in mind, never marry a man that doesn't wear trousers. You expose yourself to insults, even from the dogs. The girl did not answer her, but turned to her friends and said, Help me to my room, I can't walk alone. By their aid she rose, and with her waist encircled by the round arms of her friends, resting her marble-like head on the shoulder of the beautiful Victoria, she went to her chamber. That same night, the married couple gathered their effects together and presented Capitan Tiago with a bill which amounted to several thousand pesos. Very early the following day, they left for Manila in his carriage, committing to the bashful Linares the office of avenger. Chapter 48. The Enigma. Volveran, las oscuras golondrinas. Becker. As Lucas had foretold, Ibarra arrived on the following day. His first visit was to the family of Capitan Tiago for the purpose of seeing Maria Clara and informing her that his grace had reconciled him with religion, and that he brought to the curate a letter of recommendation in the handwriting of the archbishop himself. Aunt Isabel was not a little rejoiced at this, for she liked the young man and did not look favorably on the marriage of her niece with Linares. Capitan Tiago was not at home. Come in, said the aunt in her broken Spanish. Maria, Don Crisostomo is once more in the favor of God. The archbishop has discommunicated him. But the youth was unable to advance. The smile froze on his lips. Words failed him. Standing on the balcony at the side of Maria Clara was Linares, arranging bouquets of flowers and leaves. Roses and sampaguitas were scattered about on the floor. Reclining in a big chair, pale, with a sad and pensive air, Maria Clara toyed with an ivory fan which was not whiter than her shapely fingers. At the appearance of Ibarra, Linares turned pale and Maria Clara's cheeks flushed crimson. She tried to rise, but strength failed her, so she dropped her eyes and let the fan fall. An embarrassed silence prevailed for a few moments. Ibarra was then able to move forward and murmur tremblingly, I've just got back and have come immediately to see you. I find you better than I had thought I should. The girl seemed to have been stricken dumb. She neither said anything nor raised her eyes. Ibarra looked Linares over from head to foot, with a stare, which the bashful youth bore haughtily. Well, I see that my arrival was unexpected, said Ibarra slowly. Maria, pardon me that I didn't have myself announced. At some other time I'll be able to make explanations to you about my conduct. We'll still see one another surely. These last words were accompanied by a look at Linares. The girl raised toward him her lovely eyes, full of purity and sadness. They were so beseeching and eloquent that Ibarra stopped in confusion. May I come tomorrow? You know that for my part you're always welcome, she answered faintly. Ibarra withdrew in apparent calm, but with a tempest in his head and ice in his heart. What he had just seen and felt was incomprehensible to him. Was it doubt, dislike, or faithlessness? Oh, only a woman after all, he murmured. Taking no note of where he was going, he reached the spot where the schoolhouse was under construction. The work was well advanced, Ñor Juan with his mile and plumbob coming and going among the numerous laborers. Upon catching sight of Ibarra, he ran to meet him. "Don Crisostomo, at last you've come. We've all been waiting for you. Look at the walls, they're already more than a meter high, and within 2 days they'll be up to the height of a man. I've put in only the strongest and most durable woodsmalave, dungan, ipil, Langeland scent for the finest tindalo, malatape, pino, and nera for the finishings. Do you want to look at the foundations?" The workmen saluted Ibarra respectfully, while Ñor Juan made voluble explanations. "Here is the piping that I have taken the liberty to add," he said. "These subterranean conduits lead to a sort of cesspool 30 yards away. It will help fertilize the garden. There was nothing of that in the plan. Does it displease you?" "Quite the contrary. I approve what you've done and congratulate you. You are a real architect. From whom did you learn the business?" "From myself, sir," replied the old man modestly. "Oh, before I forget about it, tell those who may have scruples, if perhaps there is anyone who fears to speak to me, that I'm no longer excommunicated. The Archbishop invited me to dinner." "Abba, sir, we don't pay any attention to excommunications. All of us are excommunicated. Padre Damaso himself is, and yet he stays fat." "How's that?" "It's true, sir. For a year ago he caned the coadjutor, who is just as much a sacred person as he is. Who pays any attention to excommunications, sir?" Among the laborers Ibarra caught sight of Elias, who, as he saluted him along with the others, gave him to understand by a look that he had something to say to him. "Ñor Juan," said Ibarra, "will you bring me your list of the laborers?" Ñor Juan disappeared, and Ibarra approached Elias, who was by himself, lifting a heavy stone into a cart. "If you can grant me a few hours' conversation, sir, walk down to the shore of the lake this evening and get into my banca." The youth nodded, and Elias moved away. Ñor Juan now brought the list, but Ibarra scanned it in vain. The name of Elias did not appear on it. Chapter 49. The Voice of the Hunted. As the sun was sinking below the horizon, Ibarra stepped into Elias's banca at the shore of the lake. The youth looked out of humor. "Pardon me, sir," said Elias sadly on seeing him, "that I have been so bold as to make this appointment. I wanted to talk to you freely, and so I chose this means, for here we won't have any listeners. We can return within an hour." "You're wrong, friend," answered Ibarra with a forced smile. "You'll have to take me to that town whose belfry we see from here. A mischance forces me to this." "A mischance?" "Yes, on my way here I met the alferez and he forced his company on me. I thought of you and remembered that he knows you, so to get away from him, I told him that I was going to that town. I'll have to stay there all day, since he will look for me tomorrow afternoon." "I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but you might simply have invited him to accompany you," answered Elias naturally. "What about you?" "He wouldn't have recognized me. Since the only time he ever saw me, he wasn't in a position to take careful note of my appearance." "I'm in bad luck," sighed Ibarra, thinking of Maria Clara. "What did you have to tell me?" Elias looked about him. They were already at a distance from the shore, the sun had set, and as in these latitudes there is scarcely any twilight, the shades were lengthening, bringing into view the bright disk of the full moon. "Sir," replied Elias gravely, "I am the bearer of the wishes of many unfortunates." "Unfortunates? What do you mean?" In a few words, Elias recounted his conversation with the leader of the Chalisanes, omitting the latter's doubts and threats. Ibarra listened attentively and was the first to break the long silence that reigned after he had finished his story. "So they want radical reforms in the armed forces, in the priesthood, and in the administration of justice. That is to say, they ask for paternal treatment from the government." "Reforms, in what sense?" "For example, more respect for a man's dignity, more security for the individual, less force in the armed forces, fewer privileges for that corps which so easily abuses what it has." "Elias," answered the youth, "I don't know who you are, but I suspect that you are not a man of the people. You think and act so differently from others. You will understand me if I tell you that, however imperfect the condition of affairs may be now, it would be more so if it were changed. I might be able to get the friends that I have in Madrid to talk, by paying them. I might even be able to see the Captain General. But neither would the former accomplish anything, nor has the latter sufficient power to introduce so many novelties. Nor would I ever take a single step in that direction, for the reason that, while I fully understand that it is true that these corporations have their faults, they are necessary at this time. They are what is known as a necessary evil. Greatly surprised, Elias raised his head and looked at him in astonishment. "Do you, then, also believe in a necessary evil, sir?" he asked in a voice that trembled slightly. "Do you believe that in order to do good it is necessary to do evil?" "No, I believe in it as in a violent remedy that we make use of when we wish to cure a disease. Now then, the country is an organism suffering from a chronic malady, and in order to cure it, the government sees the necessity of employing such means, harsh and violent if you wish, but useful and necessary. He is a bad doctor, sir, who seeks only to destroy or stifle the symptoms without an effort to examine into the origin of the malady, or, when knowing it, fears to attack it. The civil guard has only this purpose, the repression of crime by means of terror and force, a purpose that it does not fulfill or accomplishes only incidentally. You must take into account the truth that society can be severe with individuals only when it has provided them with the means necessary for their moral perfection. In our country, where there is no society, since there is no unity between the people and the government, the latter should be indulgent, not only because indulgence is necessary, but also because the individual, abandoned and uncared for by it, has less responsibility, for the very reason that he has received less guidance. Besides, following out your comparison, the treatment that is applied to the ills of the country is so destructive that it is felt only in the sound parts of the organism, whose vitality is thus weakened and made receptive of evil. Would it not be more rational to strengthen the diseased parts of the organism and lessen the violence of the remedy a little? To weaken the civil guard would be to endanger the security of the towns. "The security of the towns?" exclaimed Elias bitterly. "It will soon be 15 years since the towns have had their civil guard, and look, still we have Chilisines, still we hear that they sack towns, that they infest the highways. Robberies continue and the perpetrators are not hunted down, crime flourishes and the real criminal goes scot-free, but not so the peaceful inhabitant of the town. Ask any honorable citizen if he looks upon this institution as a benefit, a protection on the part of the government, and not as an imposition, a despotism whose outrageous acts do more damage than the violent deeds of criminals. These latter are indeed serious, but they are rare, and against them one has the right to defend himself, but against the molestations of legal force he is not even allowed a protest, and if they are not serious they are nevertheless continued and sanctioned. What effect does this institution produce among our people? It paralyses communication because all are afraid of being abused on trifling pretexts. It pays more attention to formalities than to the real nature of things, which is the first symptom of incapacity. Because one has forgotten his cedula, he must be manacled and knocked about, regardless of the fact that he may be a decent and respectable citizen. The superiors hold it their first duty to make people salute them, either willingly or forcibly, even in the darkness of the night, and their inferiors imitate them by mistreating and robbing the country folk, nor are pretexts lacking to this end. Sanctity of the home does not exist. Not long ago in Calamba they entered, by forcing their way through the windows, the house of a peaceful inhabitant to whom their chief owed money and favors. There is no personal security. When they need to have their barracks or houses cleaned, they go out and arrest anyone who does not resist them, in order to make him work the whole day. Do you care to hear more? During these holidays, gambling, which is prohibited by law, has gone on while they forcibly broke up the celebrations permitted by the authorities. You saw what the people thought about these things. What have they got by repressing their anger and hoping for human justice? Ah, sir, if that is what you call keeping the peace. I agree with you that there are evils, replied Ibarra, but let us bear with those evils on account of the benefits that accompany them. This institution may be imperfect, but believe me, by the fear that it inspires it keeps the number of criminals from increasing. Say rather that by this fear the number is increased, corrected Elias. Before the creation of this corps, almost all the evildoers, with the exception of a very few, were criminals from hunger. They plundered and robbed in order to live, but when their time of want was past, they again left the highways clear. Sufficient to put them to flight were the poor but brave cuadrilleros, they who have been so calumniated by the writers about our country, who have for a right death, for duty fighting, and for reward jests. Now there are Chilissanes who are such for life. A single fault, a crime inhumanly punished, resistance against the outrages of this power, fear of atrocious tortures, east them out forever from society and condemn them to slay or be slain. The terrorism of the civil guard closes against them the doors of repentance, and as outlaws they fight to defend themselves in the mountains better than the soldiers at whom they laugh. The result is that we are unable to put an end to the evil that we have created. Remember what the prudence of the Captain General de la Torre accomplished. The amnesty granted by him to those unhappy people has proved that in those mountains there still beat the hearts of men, and that they only wait for pardon. Terrorism is useful when the people are slaves, when the mountains afford no hiding places, when power places a sentinel behind every tree, and when the body of the slave contains nothing more than a stomach and intestines. But when in desperation he fights for his life, feeling his arms strong, his heart throb, his whole being fill with hate, how can terrorism hope to extinguish the flame to which it is only adding fuel? I am perplexed, Elias, to hear you talk thus, and I should almost believe that you were right had I not my own convictions. But note this fact and don't be offended, for I consider you an exception. Look, who the men are that ask for these reforms. Nearly all criminals or on the way to be such. Criminals now or future criminals, but why are they such? Because their peace has been disturbed, their happiness destroyed, their dearest affections wounded, and when they have asked justice for protection, they have become convinced that they can expect it only from themselves. But you are mistaken, sir, if you think that only the criminals ask for justice. Go from town to town, from house to house, listen to the secret sighings in the bosoms of the families, and you will be convinced that the evils which the civil guard corrects are the same as, if not less than, those it causes all the time. Should we decide from this that all the people are criminals? If so, then why defend some from the others, why not destroy them all? Some error exists here which I do not see just now, some fallacy in the theory to invalidate the practice. For in Spain, the mother country, this corps is displaying, and has ever displayed, great usefulness. I don't doubt it. Perhaps there it is better organized, the men of better grade, perhaps also Spain needs it while the Philippines does not. Our customs, our mode of life, which are always invoked when there is a desire to deny us some right, are entirely overlooked when the desire is to impose something upon us. And tell me, sir, why have not the other nations, which from their nearness to Spain must be more like her than the Philippines is, adopted this institution? Is it because of this that they still have fewer robberies on their railway trains, fewer riots, fewer murders, and fewer assassinations in their great capitals? Ibarra bowed his head in deep thought, raising it after a few moments to reply. This question, my friend, calls for serious study. If my inquiries convince me that these complaints are well-founded, I will write to my friends in Madrid, since we have no representatives. Meanwhile, believe me that the government needs a corps with strength enough to make itself respected and to enforce its authority. Yes, sir, when the government is at war with the country. But for the welfare of the government itself, we must not have the people think that they are in opposition to authority. Rather, if such were true, if we prefer force to prestige, we ought to take care to whom we grant this unlimited power, this authority. So much power in the hands of men, ignorant men filled with passions, without moral training, of untried principles, is a weapon in the hands of a madman in a defenseless multitude. I concede and wish to believe with you that the government needs this weapon, but then let it choose this weapon carefully, let it select the most worthy instruments, and since it prefers to take upon itself authority, rather than have the people grant it, at least let it be seen that it knows how to exercise it. Elias spoke passionately, enthusiastically in vibrating tones, his eyes flashed. A solemn pause followed. The banca, unimpelled by the paddle, seemed to stand still on the water. The moon shone majestically in a sapphire sky, and a few lights glimmered on the distant shore. What more do they ask for? Inquired Ibarra. Reform in the priesthood, answered Elias in a sad and discouraged tone. These unfortunates ask for more protection against the religious orders. Against their oppressors, sir. Has the Philippines forgotten what she owes to those orders? Has she forgotten the immense debt of gratitude that is due from her to those who snatched her from error to give her the true faith, to those who have protected her against the tyrannical acts of the civil power? This is the evil result of not knowing the history of our native land. The surprised Elias could hardly credit what he heard. "Sir," he replied in a grave tone, "you accuse these people of ingratitude. Let me, one of the people who suffer, defend them. Favors rendered, in order to have any claims to recognition, must be disinterested. Let us pass over its missionary work, the much-invoked Christian charity. Let us brush history aside and not ask what Spain has done with the Jewish people, who gave all Europe a book, a religion, and a god, what she has done with the Arabic people, who gave her culture, who were tolerant with her religious beliefs, and who awoke her lethargic national spirit, so nearly destroyed during the Roman and Gothic dominations. You say that she snatched us from error and gave us the true faith. Do you call faith these outward forms? Do you call religion this traffic in girdles and scapularies, truth these miracles and wonderful tales that we hear daily? Is this the law of Jesus Christ? For this, it was hardly necessary that a God should allow himself to be crucified or that we should be obliged to show eternal gratitude. Superstition existed long before it was only necessary to systematize it and raise the price of its merchandise. You will tell me that however imperfect our religion may be at present, it is preferable to what we had before. I believe that, too, and would agree with you in saying so, but the cost is too great, since for it we have given up our nationality, our independence. For it, we have given over to its priests our best towns, our fields, and still give up our savings by the purchase of religious objects. An article of foreign manufacture has been introduced among us, we have paid well for it, and we are even. If you mean the protection that they afforded us against the encomenderos, I might answer that through them we fell under the power of the encomenderos. But no, I realize that a true faith and a sincere love for humanity guided the first missionaries to our shores. I realize the debt of gratitude we owe to those noble hearts. I know that at that time Spain abounded in heroes of all kinds, in religious as well as in political affairs, in civil, and in military life. But because the forefathers were virtuous, should we consent to the abuses of their degenerate descendants? Because they have rendered us great service, should we be to blame for preventing them from doing us wrong? The country does not ask for their expulsion, but only for reforms required by the changed circumstances and new needs. I love our native land as well as you can, Elias. I understand something of what it desires, and I have listened with attention to all you have said. But after all, my friend, I believe that we are looking at things through rather impassioned eyes. Here, less than in other parts, do I see the necessity for reforms. Is it possible, sir, asked Elias, extending his arms in a gesture of despair, that you do not see the necessity for reforms, you, after the misfortunes of your family? Ah, I forget myself and my own troubles in the presence of the security of the Philippines, in the presence of the interests of Spain, interrupted Ibarra warmly. To preserve the Philippines, it is meet that the friars continue as they are. On the union with Spain depends the welfare of our country. When Ibarra had ceased, Elias still sat in an attitude of attention with a sad countenance and eyes that had lost their luster. The missionaries conquered the country, it is true, he replied, but do you believe that by the friars the Philippines will be preserved? Yes, by them alone. Such is the belief of all who have written about the country. Oh, exclaimed Elias dejectedly, throwing the paddle clown in the banca, I did not believe that you would have so poor an idea of the government and of the country. Why don't you condemn both? What would you say of the members of a family that dwells in peace only through the intervention of an outsider? A country that is obedient because it is deceived. A government that commands cause it avails itself of fraud. A government that does not know how to make itself loved or respected for its own sake. Pardon me, sir, but I believe that our government is stupid and is working its own ruin when it rejoices that such is the belief. I thank you for your kindness. Where do you wish me to take you now? No, replied Ibarra, let us talk. It is necessary to see who is right on such an important subject. Pardon me, sir, replied Elias, shaking his head, but I haven't the eloquence to convince you. Even though I have had some education, I am still an Indian. My way of life seems to you a precarious one, and my words will always seem to you suspicious. those who have given voice to the opposite opinion are Spaniards, and as such, even though they may speak idly and foolishly, their tones, their titles, and their origin make their words sacred and give them such authority that I have desisted forever from arguing against them. Moreover, when I see that you, who love your country, you, whose father sleeps beneath these quiet waters, you, who have seen yourself attacked, insulted, and persecuted, hold such opinions in spite of all these things, and in spite of your knowledge, I begin to doubt my own convictions, and to admit the possibility that the people may be mistaken. I'll have to tell those unfortunates who have put their trust in men that they must place it in God and their own strength. Again, I thank you. Tell me where I shall take you. Elias, your bitter words touch my heart and make me also doubt. What do you want? I was not brought up among the people, so I am perhaps ignorant of their needs. I spent my childhood in the Jesuit college. I grew up in Europe. I have been molded by books, learning only what men have been able to bring to light. What remains among the shadows, what the writers do not tell, that I am ignorant of. Yet I love our country as you do, not only because it is the duty of every man to love the country to which he owes his existence, and to which he will no doubt owe his final rest, not only because my father so taught me, but also because my mother was an Indian, because my fondest recollections cluster around my country, and I love it also because to it I owe, and shall ever owe, my happiness. And I, because to it I owe my misfortunes, muttered Elias. Yes, my friend, I know that you suffer, that you are unfortunate, and that those facts make you look into the future darkly and influence your way of thinking, so I am somewhat forearmed against your complaints. If I could understand your motives, something of your past. My misfortunes had another source. If I thought that the story of them would be of any use, I would relate it to you, since, apart from the fact that I make no secret of it, it is quite well known to many. Perhaps on hearing it I might correct my opinions. You know that I do not trust much to theories, preferring rather to be guided by facts. Elias remained thoughtful for a few moments. If that is the case, sir, I will tell you my story briefly. Chapter 50. Elias' story. Some 60 years ago, my grandfather dwelt in Manila, being employed as a bookkeeper in a Spanish commercial house. He was then very young, was married, and had a son. One night, from some unknown cause, the warehouse burned down. The fire was communicated to the dwelling of his employer, and from there to many other buildings. The losses were great, a scapegoat was sought, and the merchant accused my grandfather. In vain, he protested his innocence, but he was poor and unable to pay the great lawyers, so he was condemned to be flogged publicly and paraded through the streets of Manila. Not so very long since they still used the infamous method of punishment, which the people call the caballo y vaca, and which is 1,000 times more dreadful than death itself. Abandoned by all except his young wife, my grandfather saw himself tied to a horse, followed by an unfeeling crowd, and whipped on every street corner in the sight of men, his brothers, and in the neighborhood of numerous temples of a god of peace. When the wretch, now forever disgraced, had satisfied the vengeance of man with his blood, his tortures, and his cries, he had to be taken off the horse, for he had become unconscious. Would to God that he had died. But by one of those refinements of cruelty, he was given his liberty. His wife, pregnant at the time, vainly begged from door to door for work or alms in order to care for her sick husband and their poor son, but who would trust the wife of an incendiary and a disgraced man? The wife, then, had to become a prostitute. Ibarra rose in his seat. Oh, don't get excited. Prostitution was not now a dishonor for her or a disgrace to her husband. For them honor and shame no longer existed. The husband recovered from his wounds and came with his wife and child to hide himself in the mountains of this province. Here they lived several months, miserable, alone, hated, and shunned by all. The wife gave birth to a sickly child, which fortunately died. Unable to endure such misery, and being less courageous than his wife, my grandfather, in despair at seeing his sick wife deprived of all care and assistance, hanged himself. His corpse rotted in sight of the son, who was scarcely able to care for his sick mother, and the stench from it led to their discovery. Her husband's death was attributed to her, for of what is the wife of a wretch, a woman who has been a prostitute besides, not believed to be capable? If she swears, they call her a perjurer. If she weeps, they say that she is acting, and that she blasphemes when she calls on God. Nevertheless, they had pity on her condition and waited for the birth of another child before they flogged her. You know how the friars spread the belief that the Indians can only be managed by blows. Read what Padre Gaspar de San Agustin says. A woman thus condemned will curse the day on which her child is born, and this, besides prolonging her torture, violates every maternal sentiment. Unfortunately, she brought forth a healthy child. 2 months afterwards, the sentence was executed to the great satisfaction of the men who thought that thus they were performing their duty. Not being at peace in these mountains, she then fled with her 2 sons to a neighboring province, where they lived like wild beasts, hating and hated. The elder of the 2 boys still remembered, even amid so much misery, the happiness of his infancy, so he became a Chalisan as soon as he found himself strong enough. Before long, the bloody name of Balat spread from province to province, a terror to the people, because in his revenge he did everything with blood and fire. The younger, who was by nature kind-hearted, resigned himself to his shameful fate along with his mother, and they lived on what the woods afforded, clothing themselves in the cast-off rags of travelers. She had lost her name, being known only as the convict, the prostitute, the scourged. He was known as the son of his mother only, because the gentleness of his disposition led everyone to believe that he was not the son of the incendiary, and because any doubt as to the morality of the Indians can be held reasonable. At last, one day the notorious Balat fell into the clutches of the authorities, who exacted of him a strict accounting for his crimes, and of his mother for having done nothing to rear him properly. One morning, the younger brother went to look for his mother, who had gone into the woods to gather mushrooms and had not returned. He found her stretched out on the ground under a cotton tree beside the highway, her face turned toward the sky, her eyes fixed and staring, her clenched hands buried in the blood-stained earth. Some impulse moved him to look up in the direction toward which the eyes of the dead woman were staring, and he saw hanging from a branch a basket, and in the basket the gory head of his brother. "My God!" ejaculated Ibarra. "That might have been the exclamation of my father," continued Elias coldly. The body of the brigand had been cut up and the trunk buried, but his limbs were distributed and hung up in different towns. If ever you go from Calamba to Santo Tomas, you will still see a withered lambe tree where one of my uncle's legs hung rotting. Nature has blasted the tree so that it no longer grows or bears fruit. The same was done with the other limbs, but the head, as the best part of the person and the portion most easily recognizable, was hung up in front of his mother's hut. Ibarra bowed his head. "The boy fled like one accursed," Elias went on. "He fled from town to town by mountain and valley. When he thought that he had reached a place where he was not known, he hired himself out as a laborer in the house of a rich man in the province of Tayabas. His activity and the gentleness of his character gained him the goodwill of all who did not know his past, and by his thrift and economy he succeeded in accumulating a little capital. He was still young, he thought his sorrows buried in the past, and he dreamed of a happy future. His pleasant appearance, his youth, and his somewhat unfortunate condition won him the love of a young woman of the town, but he dared not ask for her hand from fear that his past might become known. But love is stronger than anything else, and they wandered from the straight path, so, to save the woman's honor, he risked everything by asking for her in marriage. The records were sought, and his whole past became known. The girl's father was rich and succeeded in having him prosecuted. He did not try to defend himself but admitted everything, and so was sent to prison. The woman gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, who were nurtured in secret and made to believe that their father was dead no difficult matter, since at a tender age they saw their mother die, and they gave little thought to tracing genealogies. As our maternal grandfather was rich, our childhood passed happily. My sister and I were brought up together, loving one another as only twins can love when they have no other affections. When quite young, I was sent to study in the Jesuit college, and my sister, in order that we might not be completely separated, entered the Concordia College. After our brief education was finished, since we desired only to be farmers, we returned to the town to take possession of the inheritance left us by our grandfather. We lived happily for a time, the future smiled on us, we had many servants, our fields produced abundant harvests, and my sister was about to be married to a young man whom she adored and who responded equally to her affection. But in a dispute over money, and by reason of my haughty disposition at that time, I alienated the goodwill of a distant relative, and one day he eased in my face my doubtful birth and shameful descent. I thought it all a slander and demanded satisfaction. The tomb which covered so much rottenness was again opened, and to my consternation the whole truth came out to overwhelm me. To add to our sorrow, we had had for many years an old servant who had endured all my whims without ever leaving us, contenting himself merely with weeping and groaning at the rough jests of the other servants. I don't know how my relative had found it out, but the fact is that he had this old man summoned into court and made him tell the truth. That old servant, who had clung to his beloved children and whom I had abused many times, was my father. Our happiness faded away, I gave up our fortune, my sister lost her betrothed, and with our father we left the town to seek refuge elsewhere. The thought that he had contributed to our misfortunes shortened the old man's days, but before he died I learned from his lips the whole story of the sorrowful past. My sister and I were left alone. She wept a great deal, but even in the midst of such great sorrows as heaped themselves upon us, she could not forget her love. Without complaining, without uttering a word, she saw her former sweetheart married to another girl, but I watched her gradually sicken without being able to console her. One day she disappeared, and it was in vain that I sought everywhere. In vain I made inquiries about her. About 6 months afterwards I learned that about that time, after a flood on the lake, there had been found in some rice fields bordering on the beach at Calamba, the corpse of a young woman who had been either drowned or murdered, for she had had, so they said, a knife sticking in her breast. The officials of that town published the fact in the country round about, but no one came to claim the body. No young woman apparently had disappeared. From the description they gave me afterward of her dress, her ornaments, the beauty of her countenance, and her abundant hair, I recognized in her my poor sister. Since then I have wandered from province to province. My reputation and my history are in the mouths of many. They attribute great deeds to me, sometimes calumniating me, but I pay little attention to men, keeping ever on my way. Such in brief is my story, a story of one of the judgments of men. Elias fell silent as he rode along. I still believe that you are not wrong, murmured Crisostomo in a low voice, when you say that justice should seek to do good by rewarding virtue and educating the criminals. Only, it's impossible, utopian, and where could be secured so much money, so many new employees? For what, then, are the priests who proclaim their mission of peace and charity? Is it more meritorious to moisten the head of a child with water, to give it salt to eat, than to awake in the benighted conscience of a criminal that spark which God has granted to every man to light him to his welfare? Is it more humane to accompany a criminal to the scaffold than to lead him along the difficult path from vice to virtue? Don't they also pay spies, executioners, civil guards? These things, besides being dirty, also cost money. My friend, neither you nor I, although we may wish it, can accomplish this. Alone, it is true, we are nothing, but take up the cause of the people, unite yourself with the people, be not heedless of their cries, set an example to the rest, spread the idea of what is called a fatherland. What the people ask for is impossible, we must wait. To wait means to suffer. If I should ask for it, the powers that be would laugh at me. But if the people supported you? Never, I will never be the one to lead the multitude to get by force what the government does not think proper to grant, no. If I should ever see that multitude armed, I would place myself on the side of the government, for in such a mob I should not see my countrymen. I desire the country's welfare, therefore I would build a schoolhouse. I seek it by means of instruction, by progressive advancement. Without light there is no road. Neither is there liberty without strife, answered Elias. The fact is that I don't want that liberty. The fact is that without liberty there is no light, replied the pilot with warmth. You say that you are only slightly acquainted with your country, and I believe you. You don't see the struggle that is preparing, you don't see the cloud on the horizon. The fight is beginning in the sphere of ideas, to descend later into the arena, which will be dyed with blood. I hear the voice of God. Woe unto them who would oppose it. For them history has not been written. Elias was transfigured. Standing uncovered, with his manly face illuminated by the moon, there was something extraordinary about him. He shook his long hair and went on. Don't you see how everything is awakening? The sleep has lasted for centuries, but one day the thunderbolt struck, and in striking infused life. Since then, new tendencies are stirring our spirits, and these tendencies, today scattered, will someday be united, guided by the God who has not failed other peoples and who will not fail us, for his cause is the cause of liberty." A solemn silence followed these words, while the banca, carried along insensibly by the waves, neared the shore. Elias was the first to break the silence. "What shall I tell those who sent me?" he asked with a change from his former tone. "I've already told you. I greatly deplore their condition, but they should wait. Evils are not remedied by other evils, and in our misfortunes each of us has his share of blame." Elias did not again reply, but dropped his head and rowed along until they reached the shore, where he took leave of Ibarra. "I thank you, sir, for the condescension you have shown me. Now, for your own good, I beg of you that in the future you forget me and that you do not recognize me again, no matter in what situation you may find me." So saying, he drew away in the banca, rowing toward a thicket on the shore. As he covered the long distance, he remained silent, apparently intent upon nothing but the thousands of phosphorescent diamonds that the oar caught up and dropped back into the lake, where they disappeared mysteriously into the blue waves. When he had reached the shadow of the thicket, a man came out of it and approached the banca. "What shall I tell the Capitan?" he asked. "Tell him that Elias, if he lives, will keep his word," was the sad answer. "When will you join us then?" "When your Capitan thinks that the hour of danger has come." "Very well, goodbye." "If I don't die first," added Elias in a low voice. Chapter 51. Exchanges. The bashful Linares was anxious and ill at ease. He had just received from Dona Victorina a letter which ran thus: "Dear cousin, within 3 days I expect to hear from you if the Alfurs has killed you, or you him. I don't want another day to pass before that brute has his punishment. If that Tim passes, and you haven't challenged him, I'll tell Don Santiago. You was never secretary nor joked with Canovas, nor went on a spree with the General Don Arseno Martinez. I'll tell Clarita it's all a humbug and ill, not give you a cent more if you challenge him. I promise, all you want, so let's see you challenge him, I warn you there. Must be no excuses, nor delays your cousin who loves you. Victorina de los Reyes de Espadana. Sampaloc Monday 7 in the evening." The affair was serious. He was well enough acquainted with the character of Dona Victorina to know what she was capable of. To talk to her of reason was to talk of honesty and courtesy to a revenue carbineer when he proposes to find contraband where there is none. To plead with her would be useless. To deceive her worse, there was no way out of the difficulty but to send the challenge. "But how, suppose he receives me with violence?" he soliloquized as he paced to and fro. "Suppose I find him with his senora, who will be willing to be my second? The curate, Capitan Tiago, damn the hour in which I listened to her advice, the old toady, to oblige me to get myself tangled up, to tell lies, to make a blustering fool of myself. What will the young lady say about me? Now I'm sorry that I've been secretary to all the ministers." While the good Linares was in the midst of his soliloquy, Padre Salvi came in. The Franciscan was even thinner and paler than usual, but his eyes gleamed with a strange light and his lips wore a peculiar smile. "Senor Linares, all alone?" was his greeting as he made his way to the sala, through the half-open door of which floated the notes from a piano. Linares tried to smile. "Where is Don Santiago?" continued the curate. Capitan Tiago at that moment appeared, kissed the curate's hand, and relieved him of his hat and cane, smiling all the while like one of the blessed. "Come, come," exclaimed the curate, entering the sala, followed by Linares and Capitan Tiago, "I have good news for you all. I've just received letters from Manila which confirm the one Senor Ibarra brought me yesterday. So, Don Santiago, the objection is removed." Maria Clara, who was seated at the piano between her two friends, partly rose, but her strength failed her, and she fell back again. Linares turned pale and looked at Capitan Tiago, who dropped his eyes. "That young man seems to me to be very agreeable," continued the curate. "At first I misjudged him. He's a little quick-tempered, but he knows so well how to atone for his faults afterwards that one can't hold anything against him. If it were not for Padre Damaso." Here the curate shot a quick glance at Maria Clara, who was listening without taking her eyes off the sheet of music. In spite of the sly pinches of Sinang, who was thus expressing her joy, had she been alone, she would have danced. "Padre Damaso?" queried Linares. Yes, Padre Damaso has said, the curate went on, without taking his gaze from Maria Clara, that as being her sponsor in baptism, he can't permit but, after all, I believe that if Senor Ibarra begs his pardon, which I don't doubt he'll do, everything will be settled. Maria Clara rose, made some excuse, and retired to her chamber, accompanied by Victoria. But if Padre Damaso doesn't pardon him, asked Capitan Tiago in a low voice. Then Maria Clara will decide. Padre Damaso is her father spiritually, but I think they'll reach an understanding. At that moment, footsteps were heard and Ibarra appeared, followed by Aunt Isabel. His appearance produced varied impressions. To his affable greeting, Capitan Tiago did not know whether to laugh or to cry. He acknowledged the presence of Linares with a profound bow. Fray Salvi arose and extended his hand so cordially that the youth could not restrain a look of astonishment. "Don't be surprised," said Fray Salvi, "for I was just now praising you." Ibarra thanked him and went up to Sinang, who began with her childish garrulity. "Where have you been all day? We were all asking, where can that soul redeemed from purgatory have gone? And we all said the same thing." "May I know what you said?" "No, that's a secret, but I'll tell you soon alone. Now tell me where you've been, so we can see who guessed right." "No, that's also a secret, but I'll tell you alone, if these gentlemen will excuse us." "Certainly, certainly, by all means," exclaimed Padre Salvi. Rejoicing over the prospect of learning a secret, Sinang led Crisostomo to one end of the sala. "Tell me, little friend," he asked, "is Maria angry with me?" "I don't know, but she says that it's better for you to forget her, then she begins to cry. Capitan Tiago wants her to marry that man. So does Padre Damaso, but she doesn't say either yes or number this morning when we were talking about you and I said, 'Suppose he has gone to make love to some other girl,' she answered, 'Would that he had,' and began to cry." Ibarra became grave. "Tell Maria that I want to talk with her alone." "Alone?" asked Sinang, wrinkling her eyebrows and staring at him. "Entirely alone, no, but not with that fellow present. It's rather difficult, but don't worry, I'll tell her." "When shall I have an answer?" "Tomorrow come to my house early. Maria doesn't want to be left alone at all, so we stay with her. Victoria sleeps with her one night and I the other, and tonight it's my turn. But listen, your secret? Are you going away without telling me?" "That's right, I was in the town of Los Banos. I'm going to develop some coconut groves, and I'm thinking of putting up an oil mill. Your father will be my partner." "Nothing more than that? What a secret!" exclaimed Sinang aloud in the tone of a cheated usurer. "I thought." "Be careful, I don't want you to make it known." "Nor do I want to do it," replied Sinang, turning up her nose. "If it were something more important, I would tell my friends. But to buy coconuts, who's interested in coconuts?" And with extraordinary haste she ran to join her friends. A few minutes later Ibarra, seeing that the interest of the party could only languish, took his leave. Capitan Tiago wore a bittersweet look, Linares was silent and watchful, while the curate with assumed cheerfulness talked of indifferent matters. None of the girls had reappeared. Chapter 52. The Cards of the Dead and the Shadows. The moon was hidden in a cloudy sky, while a cold wind, precursor of the approaching December, swept the dry leaves and dust about in the narrow pathway leading to the cemetery. 3 shadowy forms were conversing in low tones under the arch of the gateway. "Have you spoken to Elias?" asked a voice. "No, you know how reserved and circumspect he is, but he ought to be one of us. Don Crisostomo saved his life." "That's why I joined," said the first voice. "Don Crisostomo had my wife cured in the house of a doctor in Manila. I'll look after the convento to settle some old scores with the curate. And we'll take care of the barracks to show the civil guards that our father had sons." "How many of us will there be?" 5 and 5 will be enough. Don Crisostomo's servant, though, says there'll be 20 of us." "What if you don't succeed?" "Hist!" exclaimed one of the shadows, and all fell silent. In the semi-obscurity, a shadowy figure was seen to approach, sneaking along by the fence. From time to time it stopped as if to look back. Nor was reason for this movement lacking, since some 20 paces behind it came another figure, larger and apparently darker than the first, but so lightly did it touch the ground that it vanished as rapidly as though the earth had swallowed it every time the first shadow paused and turned. They're following me, muttered the first figure. Can it be the civil guards? Did the senior sacristan lie? They said that they would meet here, thought the second shadow. Some mischief must be on foot when the two brothers conceal it from me. At length, the first shadow reached the gateway of the cemetery. The three who were already there stepped forward. Is that you? Is that you? We must scatter, for they've followed me. Tomorrow you'll get the arms, and tomorrow night is the time. The cry is, Viva Don Crisostomo, go. The three shadows disappeared behind the stone walls. The later arrival hid in the hollow of the gateway and waited silently. Let's see who's following me, he thought. The second shadow came up very cautiously and paused as if to look about him. I'm late, he muttered, but perhaps they will return. A thin, fine rain, which threatened to last, began to fall, so it occurred to him to take refuge under the gateway. Naturally, he ran against the other. Ah, who are you? Asked the latest arrival in a rough tone. Who are you? Returned the other calmly, after which there followed a moment's pause as each tried to recognize the other's voice and to make out his features. What are you waiting here for? Asked he of the rough voice. For the clock to strike 8 so that I can play cards with the dead. I want to win something tonight, answered the other in a natural tone. And you, what have you come for? For the same purpose. Abah, I'm glad of that, I'll not be alone. I've brought cards. At the first stroke of the bell I'll make the lay, at the second I'll deal. The cards that move are the cards of the dead and we'll have to cut for them. Have you brought cards? No. Then how? It's simple enough just as you're going to deal for them, so I expect them to play for me. But what if the dead don't play? What can we do? Gambling hasn't yet been made compulsory among the dead. A short silence ensued. Are you armed? How are you going to fight with the dead? With my fists, answered the larger of the two. Oh, the devil. Now I remember the dead won't bet when there's more than one living person, and there are two of us. Is that right? Well, I don't want to leave. Nor I'm short of money, answered the smaller. But let's do this, let's play for it, the one who loses to leave. All right, agreed the other, rather ungraciously. Then let's get inside. Have you any matches? They went in to seek in the semi-obscurity for a suitable place and soon found a niche in which they could sit. The shorter took some cards from his salicot, while the other struck a match, in the light from which they stared at each other, but, from the expressions on their faces, apparently without recognition. Nevertheless, we can recognize in the taller and deep-voiced one Elias and in the shorter one, from the scar on his cheek, Lucas. Cut, called Lucas, still staring at the other. He pushed aside some bones that were in the niche and dealt an ace and a jack. Elias lighted match after match. On the jack, he said, and to indicate the card placed a vertebra on top of it. Play, called Lucas, as he dealt an ace with the fourth or fifth card. You've lost, he added. Now leave me alone so that I can try to make a raise. Elias moved away without a word, and was soon swallowed up in the darkness. Several minutes later the church clock struck 8, and the bell announced the hour of the souls. But Lucas invited no one to play, nor did he call on the dead, as the superstition directs. Instead, he took off his hat and muttered a few prayers, crossing and recrossing himself with the same fervor with which, at that same moment, the leader of the Brotherhood of the Holy Rosary was going through a similar performance. Throughout the night, a drizzling rain continued to fall. By 9 o'clock, the streets were dark and solitary. The coconutua lanterns, which the inhabitants were required to hang out, scarcely illuminated a small circle around each, seeming to be lighted only to render the darkness more apparent. 2 civil guards paced back and forth in the street near the church. It's cold, said one in Tagalog with a Visayas accent. We haven't caught any sacristan, so there is no one to repair the alferez's chicken coop. They're all scared out by the death of that other one. This makes me tired. Me too, answered the other. No one commits robbery, no one raises a disturbance, but thank God, they say that Elias is in town. The alferez says that whoever catches him will be exempt from floggings for 3 months. Aha, do you remember his description? Asked the Visayan. I should say so. Height, tall according to the alferez, medium according to Padre Damaso. Color, brown, eyes, black, nose, ordinary, beard, none hair, black. Aha, but special marks. Black shirt, black pantaloons, woodcutter. Aha, he won't get away from me. I think I see him now. I wouldn't mistake him for anyone else, even though he might look like him." Thus the two soldiers continued on their round. By the light of the lanterns, we may again see two shadowy figures moving cautiously along, one behind the other. An energetic Quien Vive stops both, and the first answers, "Espana," in a trembling voice. The soldiers seize him and hustle him toward a lantern to examine him. It is Lucas, but the soldiers seem to be in doubt, questioning each other with their eyes. "The alferez didn't say that he had a scar," whispered the Visian. "Where you going?" "To order a mass for tomorrow." "Haven't you seen Elias?" "I don't know him, sir," answered Lucas. "I didn't ask you if you know him, you fool. Neither do we know him. I'm asking you if you've seen him." "No, sir." "Listen, I'll describe him. Height, sometimes tall, sometimes medium, hair and eyes black, all the other features ordinary," recited the Visian. "Now do you know him?" "No, sir," replied Lucas stupidly. "Then get away from here, brute, dolt," and they gave him a shove. "Do you know why Elias is tall to the alferez and of medium height to the curate?" asked the Tagalog thoughtfully. "No," answered the Visian. "Because the alferez was down in the mud hole when he saw him, and the curate was on foot." "That's right," exclaimed the Visian. "Your talented blow is it that you're a civil guard." "I wasn't always one. I was a smuggler," answered the Tagalog with a touch of pride. But another shadowy figure diverted their attention. They challenged this one also and took the man to the light. This time it was the real Elias. "Where you going?" "To look for a man, sir, who beat and threatened my brother. He has a scar on his face and is called Elias." "Aha!" exclaimed the two guards, gazing at each other in astonishment, as they started on the run toward the church, where Lucas had disappeared a few moments before. Chapter 53. Il buon dici canasta mattina. Early the next morning, the report spread through the town that many lights had been seen in the cemetery on the previous night. The leader of the venerable tertiary order spoke of lighted candles, of their shape and size, and, although he could not fix the exact number, had counted more than 20. Sister Sipa, of the Brotherhood of the Holy Rosary, could not bear the thought that a member of a rival order should alone boast of having seen this divine marvel. So she, even though she did not live near the place, had heard cries and groans, and even thought she recognized by their voices certain persons with whom she, in other times but out of Christian charity, she not only forgave them but prayed for them and would keep their names secret, for all of which she was declared on the spot to be a saint. Sister Rufa was not so keen of hearing, but she could not suffer that Sister Sipa had heard so much and she nothing. So she related a dream in which there had appeared before her many souls not only of the dead, but even of the living souls in torment, who begged for a part of those indulgences of hers, which were so carefully recorded and treasured. She could furnish names to the families interested, and only asked for a few alms to succor the Pope in his needs. A little fellow, a herder, who dared to assert that he had seen nothing more than one light and two men in salicots had difficulty in escaping with mere slaps and scoldings. Vainly he swore to it. There were his Carabaos with him and could verify his statement. "Do you pretend to know more than the warden and the sisters, Peric Mason, heretic?" he was asked amid angry looks. The curate went up into the pulpit and preached about purgatory so fervently that the pesos again flowed forth from their hiding places to pay for masses. But let us leave the suffering souls and listen to the conversation between Don Filippo and old Tassio in the lonely home of the latter. The sage, or lunatic, was sick, having been for days unable to leave his bed, prostrated by a malady that was rapidly growing worse. "Really, I don't know whether to congratulate you or not that your resignation has been accepted. Formerly, when the gobernadorcillo so shamelessly disregarded the will of the majority, it was right for you to tender it, but now that you are engaged in a contest with the civil guard, it's not quite proper. In time of war, you ought to remain at your post." "Yes, but not when the general sells himself," answered Don Filippo. "You know that on the following morning the gobernadorcillo liberated the soldiers that I had succeeded in arresting and refused to take any further action. Without the consent of my superior officer, I could do nothing. You alone, nothing, but with the rest, much. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity to set an example to the other towns. Above the ridiculous authority of the gobernadorcillo are the rights of the people. It was the beginning of a good lesson, and you have neglected it. But what could I have done against the representative of the interests? Here you have Señor Ibarra, he has bowed before the beliefs of the crowd. Do you think that he believes in excommunications? You are not in the same fix. Señor Ibarra is trying to sow the good seed, and to do so he must bend himself and make what use he can of the material at hand. Your mission was to stir things up, and for that purpose initiative and force are required. Besides, the fight should not be considered as merely against the gobernadorcillo. The principle ought to be against him who makes wrong use of his authority, against him who disturbs the public peace, against him who fails in his duty. You would not have been alone, for the country is not the same now that it was 20 years ago. Do you think so? Asked Don Filippo. Don't you feel it? Rejoined the old man, sitting up in his bed. Ah, that is because you haven't seen the past, you haven't studied the effect of European immigration, of the coming of new books, and of the movement of our youth to Europe. Examine and compare these facts. It is true that the Royal and Pontifical University of Santo Tomas, with its most sapient faculty, still exists, and that some intelligences are yet exercised in formulating distinctions and in penetrating the subtleties of scholasticism. But where will you now find the metaphysical youth of our days, with their archaic education, who tortured their brains and died in full pursuit of sophistries in some corner of the provinces, without ever having succeeded in understanding the attributes of being, or solving the problem of essence and existence, those lofty concepts that made us forget what was essential our own existence and our own individuality? Look at the youth of today. Full of enthusiasm at the view of a wider horizon, they study history, mathematics, geography, literature, physical sciences, languages, all subjects that in our times we heard mentioned with horror, as though they were heresies. The greatest freethinker of my day declared them inferior to the classifications of Aristotle and the laws of the syllogism. Man has at last comprehended that he is man. He has given up analyzing his God and searching into the imperceptible, into what he has not seen. He has given up framing laws for the phantasms of his brain. He comprehends that his heritage is the vast world, dominion over which is within his reach. Weary of his useless and presumptuous toil, he lowers his head and examines what surrounds him. See how poets are now springing up among us. The muses of nature are gradually opening up their treasures to us and begin to smile in encouragement on our efforts. The experimental sciences have already borne their first fruits. Time only is lacking for their development. The lawyers of today are being trained in the new forms of the philosophy of law. Some of them begin to shine in the midst of the shadows which surround our courts of justice, indicating a change in the course of affairs. Hear how the youth talk, visit the centers of learning. Other names resound within the walls of the schools. There where we heard only those of St. Thomas, Suarez, Amat, Sanchez, and others who were the idols of our times. In vain do the friars cry out from the pulpits against our demoralization, as the fish vendors cry out against the cupidity of their customers, disregarding the fact that their wares are stale and unserviceable. In vain do the conventos extend their ramifications to check the new current. The gods are going. The roots of the tree may weaken the plants that support themselves under it, but they cannot take away life from those other beings, which, like birds, are soaring toward the sky. The sage spoke with animation, his eyes gleamed. Still, the new seed is small, objected Don Filippo incredulously. If all enter upon the progress we purchase so dearly, it may be stifled. Stifled, who will stifle it? Man, that weak dwarf, stifle progress, the powerful child of time and action? When has he been able to do so? Bigotry, the gibbet, the stake, by endeavoring to stifle it, have hurried it along. E per se muove, said Galileo, when the Dominicans forced him to declare that the earth does not move, and the same statement might be applied to human progress. Some wills are broken down, some individuals sacrificed, but that is of little import. Progress continues on its way, and from the blood of those who fall new and vigorous offspring is born. See, the press itself, however backward it may wish to be, is taking a step forward. The Dominicans themselves do not escape the operation of this law, but are imitating the Jesuits, their irreconcilable enemies. They hold fiestas in their cloisters, they erect little theaters, they compose poems, because, as they are not devoid of intelligence in spite of believing in the 15th century, they realize that the Jesuits are right, and they will still take part in the future of the younger peoples that they have reared. So, according to you, the Jesuits keep up with progress, asked Don Filippo in wonder. Why then are they opposed in Europe? I will answer you like an old scholastic, replied the sage, lying down again and resuming his jesting expression. There are 3 ways in which one may accompany the course of progress, in front of, beside, or behind it. The first guide it, the second suffer themselves to be carried along with it, and the last are dragged after it, and to these last the Jesuits belong. They would like to direct it, but as they see that it is strong and has other tendencies, they capitulate, preferring to follow rather than to be crushed or left alone among the shadows by the wayside. Well now, we in the Philippines are moving along at least 3 centuries behind the car of progress. We are barely beginning to emerge from the Middle Ages. Hence the Jesuits, who are reactionary in Europe, when seen from our point of view, represent progress. To them, the Philippines owes her dawning system of instruction in the natural sciences, the soul of the 19th century, as she owed to the Dominican scholasticism, already dead in spite of Leo Roman XIII. For there is no pope who can revive what common sense has judged and condemned. But where are we getting to? He asked with a change of tone. Ah, we were speaking of the present condition of the Philippines. Yes, we are now entering upon a period of strife, or rather, I should say that you are, for my generation belongs to the night, we are passing away. This strife is between the past, which seizes and strives with curses to cling to the tottering feudal castle, and the future, whose song of triumph may be heard from afar amid the splendors of the coming dawn, bringing the message of good news from other lands. Who will fall and be buried in the moldering ruins? The old man paused. Noticing that Don Filippo was gazing at him thoughtfully, he said with a smile, I can almost guess what you're thinking. Really? You are thinking of how easily I may be mistaken, was the answer with a sad smile. Today I am feverish, and I am not infallible. Homo sumet nihil humani a me alienum puto, said Terence, and if at any time one is allowed to dream, why not dream pleasantly in the last hours of life? And after all, I have lived only in dreams. You are right, it is a dream. Our youths think only of love affairs and dissipations. They expend more time and work harder to deceive and dishonor a maiden than in thinking about the welfare of their country. Our women, in order to care for the house and family of God, neglect their own. Our men are active only in vice and heroic only in shame. Childhood develops amid ignorance and routine, youth lives its best years without ideals, and a sterile manhood serves only as an example for corrupting youth. Gladly do I die. Claudite iam revos puri. Don't you want some medicine? Asked Don Filippo in order to change the course of the conversation, which had darkened the old man's face. The dying need no medicines, you who remain need them. Tell Don Crisostomo to come and see me tomorrow, for I have some important things to say to him. In a few days I am going away. The Philippines is in darkness. After a few moments more of talk, Don Filippo left the sick man's house, grave and thoughtful. Chapter 54. Revelations. Quidquid letet, ad perbit nil annultum remainbit. The vesper bells are ringing, and at the holy sound all pause, drop their tasks and uncover. The laborer returning from the field ceases the song with which he was pacing his carabao and murmurs a prayer. The women in the street cross themselves and move their lips affectedly so that none may doubt their piety. A man stops caressing his gamecock and recites the Angelus to bring better luck, while inside the houses they pray aloud. Every sound but that of the Ave Maria dies away, becomes hushed. Nevertheless, the curate, without his hat, rushes across the street, to the scandalizing of many old women, and, greater scandal still, directs his steps toward the house of the alferez. The devout women then think it time to cease the movement of their lips in order to kiss the curate's hand, but Padre Salvi takes no notice of them. This evening, he finds no pleasure in placing his bony hand on his Christian nose that he may slip it down dissemblingly, as Dona Consolacion has observed, over the bosom of the attractive young woman who may have bent over to receive his blessing. Some important matter must be engaging his attention when he thus forgets his own interests and those of the church. In fact, he rushes headlong up the stairway and knocks impatiently at the alferez's door. The latter puts in his appearance, scowling, followed by his better half, who smiles like one of the damned. "Ah, Padre, I was just going over to see you. That old goat of yours. I have a very important matter. I can't stand for his running about and breaking down the fence. I'll shoot him if he comes back. That is, if you are alive tomorrow," exclaimed the panting curate as he made his way toward the sala. "What do you think that puny doll will kill me? I'll bust him with a kick." Padre Salvi stepped backward with an involuntary glance toward the alferez's feet. "Whom are you talking about?" he asked tremblingly. "About whom would I talk, but that simpleton who has challenged me to a duel with revolvers at 100 paces. "Ah," sighed the curate, then he added, "I've come to talk to you about a very urgent matter." "Enough of urgent matters. It'll be like that affair of the 2 boys. Had the light been other than from coconut oil and the lamp globe not so dirty, the alferez would have noticed the curate's pallor. Now this is a serious matter, which concerns the lives of all of us," declared Padre Salvi in a low voice. "A serious matter," echoed the alferez, turning pale. "Can that boy shoot straight?" "I'm not talking about him." "Then what?" The friar made a sign toward the door, which the alferez closed in his own way with a kick, for he had found his hands superfluous and had lost nothing by ceasing to be bimanus. A curse and a roar sounded outside. "Brute, you've split my forehead open," yelled his wife. "Now unburden yourself," he said calmly to the curate. The latter stared at him for a space, then asked in the nasal, droning voice of the preacher, "Didn't you see me come running?" "Sure, I thought you'd lost something." "Well now," continued the curate, without heeding the alferez's rudeness, "when I fail thus in my duty, it's because there are grave reasons." "Well, what else?" asked the other, tapping the floor with his foot. "Be calm." "Then why did you come in such a hurry?" The curate drew nearer to him and asked mysteriously, "Haven't you heard anything?" The alferez shrugged his shoulders. "You admit that you know absolutely nothing. Do you want to talk about Elias, who put away your senior sacristan last night?" was the retort. "No, I'm not talking about those matters," answered the curate ill-naturedly. "I'm talking about a great danger." "Well, damn it, out with it." "Come," said the friar slowly and disdainfully, "you see once more how important we ecclesiastics are. The meanest lay brother is worth as much as a regiment, while a curate." Then he added in a low and mysterious tone, "I've discovered a big conspiracy." The alferez started up and gazed in astonishment at the friar. "A terrible and well-organized plot, which will be carried out this very night." "This very night?" exclaimed the alferez, pushing the curate aside and running to his revolver and sword hanging on the wall. "Who'll I arrest? Who'll I arrest?" he cried. "Calm yourself. There is still time, thanks to the promptness with which I have acted. We have till 8 o'clock. I'll shoot all of them. Listen, this afternoon a woman whose name I can't reveal, it's a secret of the confessional, came to me and told everything. At 8 o'clock they will seize the barracks by surprise, plunder the convento, capture the police boat, and murder all of us Spaniards." The alferez was stupefied. "The woman did not tell me any more than this," added the curate. "She didn't tell any more, then I'll arrest her." "I can't consent to that. The bar of penitence is the throne of the God of mercies." "There's neither God nor mercies that amount to anything. I'll arrest her." "You're losing your head. What you must do is to get yourself ready. Muster your soldiers quietly and put them in ambush, send me 4 guards for the convento, and notify the men in charge of the boat." "The boat isn't here. I'll ask for help from the other sections." "No, for then the plotters would be warned and would not carry out their plans. What we must do is to catch them alive and make them talk. You'll make them talk, since I, as a priest, must not meddle in such matters. Listen, here's where you win crosses and stars. I ask only that you make due acknowledgement that it was I who warned you." "It'll be acknowledged, Padre, it'll be acknowledged, and perhaps you'll get a mitre," answered the glowing alferez, glancing at the cuffs of his uniform. "So you send me 4 guards in plain clothes, eh? Be discreet, and tonight at 8 o'clock it'll rain stars and crosses." While all this was taking place, a man ran along the road leading to Ibarra's house and rushed up the stairway. "Is your master here?" the voice of Elias called to a servant. "He's in his study at work." Ibarra, to divert the impatience that he felt while waiting for the time when he could make his explanations to Maria Clara, had set himself to work in his laboratory. "Ah, that you, Elias?" he exclaimed. "I was thinking about you. Yesterday I forgot to ask you the name of that Spaniard in whose house your grandfather lived." "Let's not talk about me, sir." "Look," continued Ibarra, not noticing the youth's agitation, while he placed a piece of bamboo over a flame, "I've made a great discovery. This bamboo is incombustible." "It's not a question of bamboo now, sir. It's a question of your collecting your papers and fleeing at this very moment." Ibarra glanced at him in surprise and, on seeing the gravity of his countenance, dropped the object that he held in his hands. "Burn everything that may compromise you, and within an hour put yourself in a place of safety." "Why?" Ibarra was at length able to ask. "Put all your valuables in a safe place." "Why?" "Burn every letter written by you, or to you the most innocent thing may be wrongly construed." "But why all this?" "Why? Because I've just discovered a plot that is to be attributed to you in order to ruin you." "A plot? Who is forming it?" "I haven't been able to discover the author of it, but just a moment ago I talked with one of the poor dupes who are paid to carry it out, and I wasn't able to dissuade him." "But he didn't, he tell you who is paying him?" "Yes, under a pledge of secrecy he said that it was you." "My God!" exclaimed the terrified Ibarra. "There's no doubt of it, sir. Don't lose any time, for the plot will probably be carried out this very night." Ibarra, with his hands on his head and his eyes staring unnaturally, seemed not to hear him. "The blow cannot be averted," continued Elias. "I've come late, I don't know who the leaders are. Save yourself, sir, save yourself for your country's sake." "Whither shall I flee? She expects me tonight," exclaimed Ibarra, thinking of Maria Clara. "To any town whatsoever, to Manila, to the house of some official, but anywhere so that they may not say that you are directing this movement. Suppose that I myself report the plot." "You an informer?" exclaimed Elias, stepping back and staring at him. "You would appear as a traitor and coward in the eyes of the plotters and faint-hearted in the eyes of others. They would say that you planned the whole thing to curry favor. They would say. But what's to be done?" "I've already told you. Destroy every document that relates to your affairs, flee, and await the outcome." "And Maria Clara?" exclaimed the young man. "No, I'll die first." Elias wrung his hands, saying, "Well then, at least parry the blow. Prepare for the time when they accuse you." Ibarra gazed about him in bewilderment. "Then help me. There in that writing desk are all the letters of my family. Select those of my father, which are perhaps the ones that may compromise me. Read the signatures." So the bewildered and stupefied young man opened and shut boxes, collected papers, read letters hurriedly, tearing up some and laying others aside. He took down some books and began to turn their leaves. Elias did the same, if not so excitedly, yet with equal eagerness. But suddenly he paused, his eyes bulged. He turned the paper in his hand over and over, then asked in a trembling voice, "Was your family acquainted with Don Pedro Ibarramendia?" "I should say so," answered Ibarra, as he opened a chest and took out a bundle of papers. "He was my great-grandfather." "Your great-grandfather Don Pedro Ibarramendia?" again asked Elias, with changed and livid features. "Yes," replied Ibarra absently. "We shortened the surname, it was too long." "Was he a Basque?" demanded Elias, approaching him. "Yes, a Basque, but what's the matter?" asked Ibarra in surprise. Clenching his fists and pressing them to his forehead, Elias glared at Crisostomo, who recoiled when he saw the expression on the other's face. "Do you know who Don Pedro Ibarramendia was?" he asked between his teeth. "Don Pedro Ibarramendia was the villain who falsely accused my grandfather and caused all our misfortunes. I have sought for that name, and God has revealed it to me. Render me now an accounting for our misfortunes." Elias caught and shook the arm of Crisostomo, who gazed at him in terror. In a voice that was bitter and trembling with hate, he said, "Look at me well, look at one who has suffered, and you live, you have wealth, a home, reputation, you live. Beside himself, he ran to a small collection of arms and snatched up a dagger. But scarcely had he done so when he let it fall again and stared like a madman at the motionless Ibarra. "What was I about to do?" he muttered, fleeing from the house. Chapter 55. The Catastrophe. There in the dining room, Capitan Tiago, Linares, and Aunt Isabel were at supper. so that even in the sala the rattling of plates and dishes was plainly heard. Maria Clara had said that she was not hungry and had seated herself at the piano in company with the merry Sinang, who was murmuring mysterious words into her ear. Meanwhile, Padre Salvi paced nervously back and forth in the room. It was not, indeed, that the convalescent was not hungry, no. But she was expecting the arrival of a certain person and was taking advantage of this moment when her Argus was not present, Linaire's supper hour. "You'll see how that spectre will stay till 8, murmured Sinang, indicating the curate. "And at 8 he will come. The curate's in love with Linaire's." Maria Clara gazed in consternation at her friend, who went on heedlessly with her terrible chatter. "Oh, I know why he doesn't go. In spite of my hints, he doesn't want to burn up oil in the convento. Don't you know that since you've been sick the 2 lamps that he used to keep lighted he has had put out? But look how he stares, and what a face." At that moment a clock in the house struck 8. The curate shuddered and sat down in a corner. "Here he comes," exclaimed Sinang, pinching Maria Clara. "Don't you hear him?" The church bell boomed out the hour of 8, and all rose to pray. Padre Salvi offered up a prayer in a weak and trembling voice, but as each was busy with his own thoughts, no one paid any attention to the priest's agitation. Scarcely had the prayer ceased when Ibarra appeared. The youth was in mourning not only in his attire but also in his face, to such an extent that, on seeing him, Maria Clara arose and took a step toward him to ask what the matter was. But at that instant the report of firearms was heard. Ibarra stopped, his eyes rolled, he lost the power of speech. The curate had concealed himself behind a post. More shots, more reports were heard from the direction of the convento, followed by cries and the sound of persons running. Capitan Tiago, Aunt Isabel, and Linaire's rushed in pell-mell, crying, "Chalisin! Chalisin!" And Deng followed, flourishing the gridiron as she ran toward her foster sister. Aunt Isabel fell on her knees weeping and reciting the Kyrie a listen. Capitan Tiago, pale and trembling, carried on his fork a chicken liver which he offered tearfully to the Virgin of Antipolo. Linaire's, with his mouth full of food, was armed with a case knife. Sinang and Maria Clara were in each other's arms, while the only one that remained motionless, as if petrified, was Crisostomo, whose paleness was indescribable. The cries and sound of blows continued. Windows were closed noisily. The report of a gun was heard from time to time. "Christia, listen, Santiago, let the prophecy be fulfilled. Shut the windows," groaned Aunt Isabel. 50 big bombs and 2 Thanksgiving masses," responded Capitan Tiago. "Ora pro nobis." Gradually there prevailed a heavy silence which was soon broken by the voice of the alferez, calling as he ran, "Padre, Padre Salvi, come here." "Miserere, the alferez is calling for confession," cried Aunt Isabel. "The alferez is wounded?" asked Linares hastily. Ah! Only then did he notice that he had not yet swallowed what he had in his mouth. "Padre, come here, there's nothing more to fear," the alferez continued to call out. The pallid Fray Salvi at last concluded to venture out from his hiding place and went down the stairs. "The outlaws have killed the alferez. Maria, Sinang, go into your room and fasten the door. Kyrie, listen." Ibarra also turned toward the stairway, in spite of Aunt Isabel's cries. "Don't go out, you haven't been shriven, don't go out." The good old lady had been a particular friend of his mother's. But Ibarra left the house. Everything seemed to reel around him, the ground was unstable. His ears buzzed, his legs moved heavily and irregularly. Waves of blood, lights and shadows chased one another before his eyes, and in spite of the bright moonlight, he stumbled over the stones and blocks of wood in the vacant and deserted street. Near the barracks he saw soldiers with bayonets fixed who were talking among themselves so excitedly that he passed them unnoticed. In the town hall were to be heard blows, cries, and curses, with the voice of the alferez dominating everything. "To the stocks! Handcuff them! Shoot anyone who moves! Sergeant, mount the guard! Today no one shall walk about, not even God. Captain, this is no time to go to sleep." Ibarra hastened his steps toward home, where his servants were anxiously awaiting him. "Saddle the best horse and go to bed," he ordered them. Going into his study, he hastily packed a traveling bag, opened an iron safe, took out what money he found there and put it into some sacks. Then he collected his jewels, took clown a portrait of Maria Clara, armed himself with a dagger and 2 revolvers, and turned toward a closet where he kept his instruments. At that moment, 3 heavy knocks sounded on the door. "Who's there?" asked Ibarra in a gloomy tone. "Open in the king's name, open at once, or we'll break the door down," answered an imperious voice in Spanish. Ibarra looked toward the window, his eyes gleamed, and he cocked his revolver. Then, changing his mind, he put the weapons down and went to open the door just as the servant appeared. 3 guards instantly seized him. "Consider yourself a prisoner in the king's name," said the sergeant. "For what?" "They'll tell you over there. We're forbidden to say." The youth reflected a moment and then, perhaps not wishing that the soldiers should discover his preparations for flight, picked up his hat, saying, "I'm at your service. I suppose that it will only be for a few hours. If you promise not to try to escape, we won't tie you. The alferez grants this favor but if you run." Ibarra went with them, leaving his servants in consternation. Meanwhile, what had become of Elias? Leaving the house of Crisostomo, he had run like one crazed, without heeding where he was going. He crossed the fields in violent agitation, he reached the woods, he fled from the town, from the light even the moon so troubled him that he plunged into the mysterious shadows of the trees. There, sometimes pausing, sometimes moving along unfrequented paths, supporting himself on the hoary trunks or being entangled in the undergrowth, he gazed toward the town, which, bathed in the light of the moon, spread out before him on the plain along the shore of the lake. Birds awakened from their sleep flew about, huge bats and owls moved from branch to branch with strident cries and gazed at him with their round eyes, but Elias neither heard nor heeded them. In his fancy he was followed by the offended shades of his family. He saw on every branch the gruesome basket containing Ballet's gory head, as his father had described it to him. At every tree, he seemed to stumble over the corpse of his grandmother. He imagined that he saw the rotting skeleton of his dishonored grandfather swinging among the shadows, and the skeleton and the corpse and the gory head cried after him, "Coward! Coward!" Leaving the hill, Elias descended to the lake and ran along the shore excitedly. There at a distance in the midst of the waters, where the moonlight seemed to form a cloud, he thought he could see a specter rise and soar the shade of his sister with her breast bloody and her loose hair streaming about. He fell to his knees on the sand and, extending his arms, cried out, "You, too." Then with his gaze fixed on the cloud he arose slowly and went forward into the water as if he were following someone. He passed over the gentle slope that forms the bar and was soon far from the shore. The water rose to his waist, but he plunged on like one fascinated, following, ever following, the ghostly charmer. Now the water covered his chest, a volley of rifle shots sounded, the vision disappeared, the youth returned to his senses. In the stillness of the night and the greater density of the air, the reports reached him clearly and distinctly. He stopped to reflect and found himself in the water. Over the peaceful ripples of the lake, he could still make out the lights in the fishermen's huts. He returned to the shore and started toward the town, but for what purpose he himself knew not. The streets appeared to be deserted, the houses were closed, and even the dogs that were wont to bark through the night had hidden themselves in fear. The silvery light of the moon added to the sadness and loneliness. Fearful of meeting the civil guards, he made his way along through yards and gardens, in one of which he thought he could discern 2 human figures, but he kept on his way, leaping over fences and walls, until after great labor he reached the other end of the town and went toward Crisostomo's house. In the doorway were the servants, lamenting their master's arrest. After learning about what had occurred, Elias pretended to go away, but really went around behind the house, jumped over the wall, and crawled through a window into the study where the candle that Ibarra had lighted was still burning. He saw the books and papers and found the arms, the jewels, and the sacks of money. Reconstructing in his imagination the scene that had taken place there, and seeing so many papers that might be of a compromising nature, he decided to gather them up, throw them from the window, and bury them. But on glancing toward the street, he saw 2 guards approaching, their bayonets and caps gleaming in the moonlight. With them was the director Silo. He made a sudden resolution. Throwing the papers and some clothing into a heap in the center of the room, he poured over them the oil from a lamp and set fire to the whole. He was hurriedly placing the arms in his belt when he caught sight of the portrait of Maria Clara and hesitated a moment, then thrust it into one of the sacks, and with them in his hands leaped from the window into the garden. It was time that he did so, too, for the guards were forcing an entrance. "Let us in to get your master's papers," cried the directorcillo. "Have you permission? If you haven't, you won't get in," answered an old man. But the soldiers pushed him aside with the butts of their rifles and ran up the stairway, just as a thick cloud of smoke rolled through the house and long tongues of flame shot out from the study, enveloping the doors and windows. "Fire! Fire!" was the cry as each rushed to save what he could. But the blaze had reached the little laboratory and caught the inflammable materials there, so the guards had to retire. The flames roared about, licking up everything in their way and cutting off the passages. Vainly was water brought from the well and cries for help raised, for the house was set apart from the rest. The fire swept through all the rooms and sent toward the sky thick spirals of smoke. Soon the whole structure was at the mercy of the flames, fanned now by the wind, which in the heat grew stronger. Some few rustics came up, but only to gaze on this great bonfire, the end of that old building which had been so long respected by the elements. Chapter 56. Rumors and Beliefs. Day dawned at last for the terrified town. The streets near the barracks and the town hall were still deserted and solitary. The houses showed no signs of life. Nevertheless, the wooden panel of a window was pushed back noisily, and a child's head was stretched out and turned from side to side, gazing about in all directions. At once, however, a smack indicated the contact of tanned hide with the soft human article, so the child made a wry face, closed its eyes, and disappeared. The window slammed shut. But an example had been set. That opening and shutting of the window had no doubt been heard on all sides, for soon another window opened slowly, and there appeared cautiously the head of a wrinkled and toothless old woman. It was the same Sister Pute who had raised such a disturbance while Padre Damaso was preaching. Children and old women are the representatives of curiosity in this world, the former from a wish to know things and the latter from a desire to recollect them. Apparently there was no one to apply a slipper to Sister Pute, for she remained gazing out into the distance with wrinkled eyebrows. Then she rinsed out her mouth, spat noisily, and crossed herself. In the house opposite, another window was now timidly opened to reveal Sister Rufa, she who did not wish to cheat or be cheated. They stared at each other for a moment, smiled, made some signs, and again crossed themselves. "Jesus, it seemed like a Thanksgiving Mass, regular fireworks," commented Sister Rufa. "Since the town was sacked by ballot, I've never seen another night equal to it," responded Sister Pute. "What a lot of shots. They say that it was old Pablo's band." "Chalisanes, that can't be. They say that it was the cuadrilleros against the civil guards. That's why Don Filippo has been arrested." "Sanctus Deus, they say that at least 14 were killed." Other windows were now opened, and more faces appeared to exchange greetings and make comments. In the clear light, which promised a bright day, soldiers could be seen in the distance, coming and going confusedly like gray silhouettes. "There goes one more corpse," was the exclamation from a window. "One, I see too." "And I but really, can it be you don't know what it was?" asked a sly-featured individual. "Oh, the cuadrilleros." "No, sir, it was a mutiny in the barracks." "What kind of mutiny? The curate against the alferez?" "No, it was nothing of the kind," answered the man who had asked the first question. "It was the Chinamen who have rebelled." With this, he shut his window. "The Chinamen?" echoed all in great astonishment. "That's why not one of them is to be seen. They've probably killed them all." "I thought they were going to do something bad. Yesterday." "I saw it myself, last night." "What a pity," exclaimed Sister Rufa. "To get killed just before Christmas when they bring around their presents. They should have waited until New Year's." Little by little the street awoke to life. Dogs, chickens, pigs, and doves began the movement, and these animals were soon followed by some ragged urchins who held fast to each other's arms as they timidly approached the barracks. Then a few old women with handkerchiefs tied about their heads and fastened under their chins appeared with thick rosaries in their hands, pretending to be at their prayers so that the soldiers would let them pass. When it was seen that one might walk about without being shot at, the men began to come out with assumed airs of indifference. First, they limited their steps to the neighborhood of their houses, caressing their gamecocks, then they extended their stroll, stopping from time to time, until at last they stood in front of the town hall. In a quarter of an hour other versions of the affair were in circulation. Ibarra with his servants had tried to kidnap Maria Clara, and Capitan Tiago had defended her, aided by the civil guard. The number of killed was now not 14, but 30. Capitan Tiago was wounded and would leave that very day with his family for Manila. The arrival of 2 cuadrilleros carrying a human form on a covered stretcher, and followed by a civil guard, produced a great sensation. It was conjectured that they came from the convento, and, from the shape of the feet, which were dangling over one end, some guessed who the dead man might be, someone else a little distance away told who it was. Further on, the corpse was multiplied, and the mystery of the Holy Trinity duplicated. Later, the miracle of the loaves and fishes was repeated, and the dead were then 30 and 8. By 7:30, when other guards arrived from neighboring towns, the current version was clear and detailed. "I've just come from the town hall, where I've seen Don Filippo and Don Crisostomo prisoners," a man told Sister Pute. "I've talked with one of the cuadrilleros who are on guard. Well, Bruno, the son of that fellow who was flogged to death, confessed everything last night. As you know, Capitan Tiago is going to marry his daughter to the young Spaniard, so Don Crisostomo in his rage wanted to get revenge and tried to kill all the Spaniards, even the curate. Last night they attacked the barracks and the convento, but fortunately, by God's mercy, the curate was in Capitan Tiago's house. They say that a lot of them escaped. The civil guards burned Don Crisostomo's house down, and if they hadn't arrested him first, they would have burned him also. They burned the house down. All the servants are under arrest. Look, you can still see the smoke from here," answered the narrator, approaching the window. "Those who come from there tell of many sad things." All looked toward the place indicated. A thin column of smoke was still slowly rising toward the sky. All made comments, more or less pitying, more or less accusing. "Poor youth," exclaimed an old man, Pute's husband. "Yes," she answered, "but look how he didn't order a mass said for the soul of his father, who undoubtedly needs it more than others." "But woman, haven't you any pity?" "Pity for the excommunicated? It's a sin to take pity on the enemies of God," the curates say. "Don't you remember? In the cemetery he walked about as if he was in a corral." "But a corral and the cemetery are alike," replied the old man, "only that into the former only one kind of animal enters." "Shut up," cried Sister Pute. "You'll still defend those whom God has clearly punished. You'll see how they'll arrest you, too. You're upholding a falling house." Her husband became silent before this argument. "Yes," continued the old lady, "after striking Padre Damaso, there wasn't anything left for him to do but to kill Padre Salvi. But you can't deny that he was good when he was a little boy." "Yes, he was good," replied the old woman, "but he went to Spain. All those that go to Spain become heretics, as the curates have said." "Oh-ho," exclaimed her husband, seeing his chance for a retort, "and the curate and all the curates and the archbishop and the pope and the Virgin, aren't they from Spain? Are they also heretics? Abba." Happily for Sister Pute, the arrival of a maidservant running, all pale and terrified, cut short this discussion. "A man hanged in the next garden," she cried breathlessly. "A man hanged," exclaimed all in stupefaction. The women crossed themselves. No one could move from his place. "Yes, sir," went on the trembling servant. "I was going to pick peas. I looked into our neighbor's garden to see if it was. I saw a man swinging. I thought it was Tio. The servant who always gives me. I went nearer to pick the peas, and I saw that it wasn't Tio, but a dead man. I ran and... "Let's go see him," said the old man, rising. "Show us the way." "Don't you go," cried Sister Pute, catching hold of his camisa. "Something will happen to you. Is he hanged? Then the worse for him." "Let me see him, woman. You, Juan, go to the barracks and report it. Perhaps he's not dead yet." So he proceeded to the garden with the servant, who kept behind him. The women, including even Sister Pute herself, followed after, filled with fear and curiosity. "There he is, sir," said the servant, as she stopped and pointed with her finger. The committee paused at a respectful distance and allowed the old man to go forward alone. A human body hanging from the branch of a santal tree swung about gently in the breeze. The old man stared at it for a time and saw that the legs and arms were stiff, the clothing soiled, and the head doubled over. "We mustn't touch him until some officer of the law arrives," he said aloud. "He's already stiff. He's been dead for some time." The women gradually moved closer. "He's the fellow who lived in that little house there. He came here 2 weeks ago, look at the scar on his face. Ave Maria, exclaimed some of the women. Shall we pray for his soul? Asked a young woman, after she had finished staring and examining the body. Fool, heretic, scolded Sister Pute. Don't you know what Padre Damaso said? It's tempting God to pray for one of the damned. Whoever commits suicide is irrevocably damned, and therefore he isn't buried in holy ground. Then she added, I knew that this man was coming to a bad end. I never could find out how he lived. I saw him twice talking with the senior sacristan, observed a young woman. It wouldn't be to confess himself or to order a mass. Other neighbors came up until a large group surrounded the corpse, which was still swinging about. After half an hour, an alguazil and the directorcillo arrived with 2 cuadrilleros, who took the body down and placed it on a stretcher. People are getting in a hurry to die, remarked the directorcillo with a smile, as he took a pen from behind his ear. He made captious inquiries, and took down the statement of the maidservant, whom he tried to confuse, now looking at her fiercely, now threatening her, now attributing to her things that she had not said, so much so that she, thinking that she would have to go to jail, began to cry and wound up by declaring that she wasn't looking for peas, and she called Tio as a witness. While this was taking place, a rustic in a wide salakot with a big bandage on his neck was examining the corpse and the rope. The face was not more livid than the rest of the body. 2 scratches and 2 red spots were to be seen above the noose. The strands of the rope were white and had no blood on them. The curious rustic carefully examined the camisa and pantaloons and noticed that they were very dusty and freshly torn in some parts. But what most caught his attention were the seeds of amores secos that were sticking on the camisa even up to the collar. What are you looking at? The directorcillo asked him. I was looking, sir, to see if I could recognize him, stammered the rustic, partly uncovering, but in such a way that his salakot fell lower. But haven't you heard that it's a certain Lucas? Were you asleep? The crowd laughed, while the abashed rustic muttered a few words and moved away slowly with his head down. Here, where you going? Cried the old man after him. That's not the way out, that's the way to the dead man's house. The fellow's still asleep, remarked the directorcillo facetiously. Better pour some water over him. Amid the laughter of the bystanders, the rustic left the place where he had played such a ridiculous part and went toward the church. In the sacristy, he asked for the senior sacristan. He's still asleep, was the rough answer. Don't you know that the convento was assaulted last night? Then I'll wait till he wakes up. This with a stupid stare at the sacristans, such as is common to persons who are used to rough treatment. In a corner which was still in shadow, the one-eyed senior sacristan lay asleep in a big chair. His spectacles were placed on his forehead amid long locks of hair, while his thin, squalid chest, which was bare, rose and fell regularly. The rustic took a seat nearby, as if to wait patiently, but he dropped a piece of money and started to look for it with the aid of a candle under the senior sacristan's chair. He noticed seeds of amores secos on the pantaloons and on the cuffs of the sleeper's camisa. The latter awoke, rubbed his one good eye, and began to scold the rustic with great ill humor. I wanted to order a mass, sir, was the reply in a tone of excuse. The masses are already over, said the sacristan, sweetening his tone a little at this. If you want it for tomorrow, is it for the souls in purgatory? No, sir, answered the rustic, handing him a peso. Then gazing fixedly at the single eye, he added, it's for a person who's going to die soon. Hereupon he left the sacristy. I could have caught him last night, he sighed, as he took off the bandage and stood erect to recover the face and form of Elias. Chapter 57. Vi vectis. Mi gozo en un pozo. Guards with forbidding mien paced to and fro in front of the door of the town hall, threatening with their rifle butts the bold urchins who rose on tiptoe or climbed up on one another to see through the bars. The hall itself did not present that agreeable aspect it wore when the program of the fiesta was under discussion. Now it was gloomy and rather ominous. The civil guards and cuadrilleros who occupied it scarcely spoke, and then with few words in low tones. At the table, the directorcillo, 2 clerks, and several soldiers were rustling papers, while the alferez strode from one side to the other, at times gazing fiercely toward the door. Prouder Themistocles could not have appeared in the Olympic Games after the Battle of Salamis. Dona Consolacion yawned in a corner, exhibiting a dirty mouth and jagged teeth, while she fixed her cold, sinister gaze on the door of the jail, which was covered with indecent drawings. She had succeeded in persuading her husband, whose victory had made him amiable, to let her witness the inquiry and perhaps the accompanying tortures. The hyena smelt the carrion and licked herself, wearied by the delay. The gobernadorcillo was very compunctious. His seat, that large chair placed under His Majesty's portrait, was vacant, being apparently intended for someone else. About 9 o'clock the curate arrived, pale and scowling. "Well, you haven't kept yourself waiting," the alferez greeted him. "I should prefer not to be present," replied Padre Salvi in a low voice, paying no heed to the bitter tone of the alferez. "I'm very nervous. As no one else has come to fill the place, I judged that your presence that they leave this afternoon. Young Ibarra and the tenant mayor." The alferez pointed toward the jail. "There are 8 there," he said. "Bruno died at midnight, but his statement is on record." The curate saluted Dona Consolacion, who responded with a yawn and took his seat in the big chair under His Majesty's portrait. "Let us begin," he announced. "Bring out those 2 who are in the stocks," ordered the alferez in a tone that he tried to make as terrible as possible. Then turning to the curate, he added with a change of tone, "They are fastened in by skipping 2 holes. For the benefit of those who are not informed about these instruments of torture, we will say that the stocks are one of the most harmless. The holes in which the offender's legs are placed are a little more or less than a foot apart. By skipping 2 holes, the prisoner finds himself in a rather forced position with peculiar inconvenience to his ankles and a distance of about a yard between his lower extremities. It does not kill instantaneously, as may well be imagined." The jailer, followed by 4 soldiers, pushed back the bolt and opened the door. A nauseating odor and currents of thick, damp air escaped from the darkness within at the same time that laments and sighs were heard. A soldier struck a match, but the flame was choked in such a foul atmosphere, and they had to wait until the air became fresher. In the dim light of the candle, several human forms became vaguely outlined. Men hugging their knees or hiding their heads between them, some lying face downward, some standing, and some turned toward the wall. A blow and a creak were heard, accompanied by curses. The stocks were opened. Dona Consolacion bent forward with the muscles of her neck swelling and her bulging eyes fixed on the half-opened door. A wretched figure, Tarsillo, Bruno's brother, came out between 2 soldiers. On his wrists were handcuffs, and his clothing was in shreds, revealing quite a muscular body. He turned his eyes insolently on the alferez's woman. "This is the one who defended himself with the most courage and told his companions to run," said the alferez to Padre Salvi. Behind him came another of miserable aspect, moaning and weeping like a child. He limped along exposing pantaloons spotted with blood. "Mercy, sir, mercy, I'll not go back into the yard," he whimpered. "He's a rogue," observed the alferez to the curate. "He tried to run, but he was wounded in the thigh. These are the only 2 that we took alive." "What's your name?" the alferez asked Tarsillo. "Tarsillo Elasigan." "What did Don Crisostomo promise you for attacking the barracks?" "Don Crisostomo never had anything to do with us." "Don't deny it, that's why you tried to surprise us." "You're mistaken. You beat our father to death and we were avenging him, nothing more. Look for your 2 associates." The alferez gazed at the sergeant in surprise. "They're over there in the gully where we threw them yesterday and where they'll rot. Now kill me, you'll not learn anything more." General surprise and silence broken by the alferez. "You are going to tell who your other accomplices are," he threatened, flourishing a rattan whip. A smile of disdain curled the prisoner's lips. The alferez consulted with the curate in a low tone for a few moments, then turned to the soldiers. "Take him out where the corpses are," he commanded. On a cart in a corner of the yard were heaped 5 corpses, partly covered with a filthy piece of torn matting. A soldier walked about near them, spitting at every moment. "Do you know them?" asked the alferez, lifting up the matting. Tarsillo did not answer. He saw the corpse of the madwoman's husband with 2 others, that of his brother, slashed with bayonet thrusts, and that of Lucas with the halter still around his neck. His look became somber, and a sigh seemed to escape from his breast. "Do you know them?" he was again asked, but he still remained silent. The air hissed and the rattan cut his shoulders. He shuddered, his muscles contracted. The blows were redoubled, but he remained unmoved. "Whip him until he bursts or talks," cried the exasperated alferez. "Talk now," the directorcillo advised him. "They'll kill you anyhow." They led him back into the hall where the other prisoner, with chattering teeth and quaking limbs, was calling upon the saints. "Do you know this fellow?" asked Padre Salvi. "This is the first time that I've ever seen him," replied Tarsillo with a look of pity at the other. The alferez struck him with his fist and kicked him. "Tie him to the bench." Without taking off the handcuffs, which were covered with blood, they tied him to a wooden bench. The wretched boy looked about him as if seeking something and noticed Dona Consolacion, at sight of whom he smiled sardonically. In surprise, the bystanders followed his glance and saw the senora, who was lightly gnawing at her lips. "I've never seen an uglier woman," exclaimed Tarsillo in the midst of a general silence. "I'd rather lie down on a bench as I do now than at her side as the alferez does." The muse turned pale. "You're going to flog me to death, Senor Alferez," he went on, "but tonight your woman will revenge me by embracing you." "Gag him," yelled the furious alferez, trembling with wrath. Tarsillo seemed to have desired the gag, for after it was put in place his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. At a signal from the alferez, a guard armed with a rattan whip began his gruesome task. Tarsillo's whole body contracted, and a stifled, prolonged cry escaped from him in spite of the piece of cloth which covered his mouth. His head drooped, and his clothes became stained with blood. Padre Salvi, pallid and with wandering looks, arose laboriously, made a sign with his hand, and left the hall with faltering steps. In the street he saw a young woman leaning with her shoulders against the wall, rigid, motionless, listening attentively, staring into space, her clenched hands stretched out along the wall. The sun beat down upon her fiercely. She seemed to be breathlessly counting those dry, dull strokes and those heartrending groans. It was Tarsillo's sister. Meanwhile, the scene in the hall continued. The wretched boy, overcome with pain, silently waited for his executioners to become weary. At last, the panting soldier let his arm fall, and the alferez, pale with anger and astonishment, made a sign for them to untie him. Dona Consolacion then arose and murmured a few words into the ear of her husband, who nodded his head in understanding. "To the well with him," he ordered. The Filipinos know what this means. In Tagalog, they call it timbang. We do not know who invented this procedure, but we judge that it must be quite ancient. Truth at the bottom of a well may, perhaps, be a sarcastic interpretation. In the center of the yard rose the picturesque curb of a well, roughly fashioned from living rock. A rude apparatus of bamboo in the form of a well sweep served for drawing up the thick, slimy, foul-smelling water. Broken pieces of pottery, manure, and other refuse were collected there, since this well was like the jail, being the place for what society rejected or found useless, and any object that fell into it, however good it might have been, was then a thing lost. Yet it was never closed up, and even at times the prisoners were condemned to go down and deepen it, not because there was any thought of getting anything useful out of such punishment, but because of the difficulties the work offered. A prisoner who once went down there would contract a fever from which he would surely die. Tarsillo gazed upon all the preparations of the soldiers with a fixed look. He was pale, and his lips trembled or murmured a prayer. The haughtiness of his desperation seemed to have disappeared, or, at least, to have weakened. Several times he bent his stiff neck and fixed his gaze on the ground as though resigned to his sufferings. They led him to the well curb, followed by the smiling Dona Consolacion. In his misery, he cast a glance of envy toward the heap of corpses, and a sigh escaped from his breast. "Talk now," the directorcillo again advised him. "They'll hang you anyhow. You'll at least die without suffering so much." "You'll come out of this only to die," added a cuadrillero. They took away the gag and hung him up by his feet, for he must go down head foremost and remain some time under the water, just as the bucket does, only that the man is left a longer time. While the alferez was gone to look for a watch to count the minutes, Tarsillo hung with his long hair streaming down and his eyes half closed. "If you are Christians, if you have any heart," he begged in a low voice, "let me down quickly or make my head strike against the sides so that I'll die. God will reward you for this good deed. Perhaps some day you may be as I am." The alferez returned, watch in hand, to superintend the lowering. "Slowly, slowly," cried Dona Consolacion as she kept her gaze fixed on the wretch. Be careful. The well sweep moved gently downwards. Tarsilo rubbed against the jutting stones and filthy weeds that grew in the crevices. Then the sweep stopped while the alferez counted the seconds. Lift him up, he ordered at the end of a half-minute. The silvery and harmonious tinkling of the drops of water falling back indicated the prisoner's return to the light. Now that the sweep was heavier, he rose rapidly. Pieces of stone and pebbles torn from the walls fell noisily. His forehead and hair smeared with filthy slime, his face covered with cuts and bruises, his body wet and dripping, he appeared to the eyes of the silent crowd. The wind made him shiver with cold. "Will you talk?" he was asked. "Take care of my sister," murmured the unhappy boy as he gazed beseechingly toward one of the cuadrilleros. The bamboo sweep again creaked, and the condemned boy once more disappeared. Dona Consolacion observed that the water remained quiet. The alferez counted a minute. When Tarsilo again came up, his features were contracted and livid. With his bloodshot eyes wide open, he looked at the bystanders. "Are you going to talk?" the alferez again demanded in dismay. Tarsilo shook his head, and they again lowered him. His eyelids were closing as the pupils continued to stare at the sky where the fleecy clouds floated. He doubled back his neck so that he might still see the light of day, but all too soon he had to go down into the water, and that foul curtain shut out the sight of the world from him forever. A minute passed. The watchful muse saw large bubbles rise to the surface of the water. "He's thirsty," she commented with a laugh. The water again became still. This time, the alferez did not give the signal for a minute and a half. Tarsilo's features were now no longer contracted. The half-raised lids left the whites of his eyes showing. From his mouth poured muddy water streaked with blood, but his body did not tremble in the chill breeze. Pale and terrified, the silent bystanders gazed at one another. The alferez made a sign that they should take the body down and then moved away thoughtfully. Dona Consolacion applied the lighted end of her cigar to the bare legs, but the flesh did not twitch and the fire was extinguished. "He strangled himself," murmured a cuadrillero. "Look how he turned his tongue back as if trying to swallow it." The other prisoner, who had watched this scene, sweating and trembling, now stared like a lunatic in all directions. The alferez ordered the directorcillo to question him. Sir, he groaned, "I'll tell everything you want me to." "Good, let's see, what's your name?" "Andong, sir." "Bernardo Leonardo Ricardo Eduardo Gerardo or what?" "Andong, sir," repeated the imbecile. "Put it down, Bernardo, or whatever it may be," dictated the alferez. "Surname?" The man gazed at him in terror. "What name have you that is added to the name Andong?" "Ah, sir, Andong the witless, sir." The bystanders could not restrain a smile. Even the alferez paused in his pacing about. "Occupation?" "Pruner of coconut trees, sir, and servant of my mother-in-law." "Who ordered you to attack the barracks?" "No one, sir." "What, no one? Don't lie about it or into the well you go. Who ordered you? Say truly." "Truly, sir." Who, sir?" "I'm asking you, who ordered you to start the revolution?" "What revolution, sir?" "This one, for you were in the yard by the barracks last night." "Ah, sir," exclaimed Andong, blushing. "Who's guilty of that?" "My mother-in-law, sir." Surprise and laughter followed these words. The alferez stopped and stared not unkindly at the wretch, who, thinking that his words had produced a good effect, went on with more spirit. "Yes, sir, my mother-in-law doesn't give me anything to eat but what is rotten and unfit, so last night when I came by here with my belly aching, I saw the yard of the barracks near and I said to myself, 'It's night time, no one will see me.' I went in and then many shots sounded." A blow from the rattan cut his speech short. "To the jail," ordered the alferez, "this afternoon to the capital." Chapter 58. The Accursed. Soon the news spread through the town that the prisoners were about to set out. At first it was heard with terror. Afterward came the weeping and wailing. The families of the prisoners ran about in distraction, going from the convento to the barracks, from the barracks to the town hall, and finding no consolation anywhere, filled the air with cries and groans. The curate had shut himself up on a plea of illness. The alferez had increased the guards, who received the supplicating women with the butts of their rifles. The gobernadorcillo, at best a useless creature, seemed to be more foolish and more useless than ever. In front of the jail, the women who still had strength enough ran to and fro, while those who had not sat down on the ground and called upon the names of their beloved. Although the sun beat down fiercely, not one of these unfortunates thought of going away. Dore, the erstwhile merry and happy wife of Don Filippo, wandered about dejectedly, carrying in her arms their infant son, both weeping. To the advice of friends that she go back home to avoid exposing her baby to an attack of fever, the disconsolate woman replied, "Why should he live if he isn't going to have a father to rear him? Your husband is innocent, perhaps he'll come back. Yes, after we're all dead." Capitana Tiago wept and called upon her son Antonio. The courageous Capitana Maria gazed silently toward the small grating behind which were her twin boys, her only sons. There was present also the mother-in-law of the pruner of cocoa palms, but she was not weeping. Instead, she paced back and forth, gesticulating with uplifted arms and haranguing the crowd. "Did you ever see anything like it? To arrest my Andong, to shoot at him, to put him in the stocks, to take him to the capital, and only because he had a new pair of pantaloons. This calls for vengeance. The civil guards are committing abuses. I swear that if I ever again catch one of them in my garden, as has often happened, I'll chop him up, or else let him try to chop me up." Few persons, however, joined in the protests of the muscle-mannish mother-in-law. "Don Crisostomo is to blame for all this," sighed a woman. The schoolmaster was also in the crowd, wandering about bewildered. Ñor Juan did not rub his hands, nor was he carrying his rule and plumbob. He was dressed in black, for he had heard the bad news, and true to his habit of looking upon the future as already assured, was in mourning for Ibarra's death. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, an open cart drawn by 2 oxen stopped in front of the town hall. This was at once set upon by the people, who attempted to unhitch the oxen and destroy it. "Don't do that," said Capitana Maria. "Do you want to make them walk?" This consideration acted as a restraint on the prisoners' relatives. 20 soldiers came out and surrounded the cart. Then the prisoners appeared. The first was Don Filippo, bound. He greeted his wife smilingly, but Dore broke out into bitter weeping, and 2 guards had difficulty in preventing her from embracing her husband. Antonio, the son of Capitana Tiago, appeared crying like a baby, which only added to the lamentations of his family. The witless Andong broke out into tears at sight of his mother-in-law, the cause of his misfortune. Albino, the quondam theological student, was also bound, as were Capitana Maria's twins. All 3 were grave and serious. The last to come out was Ibarra, unbound, but conducted between 2 guards. The pallid youth looked about him for a friendly face. "He's the one that's to blame," cried many voices. "He's to blame and he goes loose. My son-in-law hasn't done anything and he's got handcuffs on." Ibarra turned to the guards. "Bind me, and bind me well, elbow to elbow," he said. "We haven't any order." "Bind me," and the soldiers obeyed. The alferez appeared on horseback, armed to the teeth, 10 or 15 more soldiers following him. Each prisoner had his family there to pray for him, to weep for him, to bestow on him the most endearing names, all save Ibarra, who had no one, even Ñor Juan and the schoolmaster having disappeared. "Look what you've done to my husband and my son," Dore cried to him. "Look at my poor son, you've robbed him of his father." So the sorrow of the families was converted into anger toward the young man, who was accused of having started the trouble. The alferez gave the order to set out. "You're a coward," the mother-in-law of Andong cried after Ibarra. "While others were fighting for you, you hid yourself, coward." "May you be accursed," exclaimed an old man, running along beside him. "Accursed be the gold amassed by your family to disturb our peace. Accursed, accursed." "May they hang you, heretic," cried a relative of Albino's. Unable to restrain himself, he caught up a stone and threw it at the youth. This example was quickly followed, and a rain of dirt and stones fell on the wretched young man. Without anger or complaint, impassively he bore the righteous vengeance of so many suffering hearts. This was the parting, the farewell, offered to him by the people among whom were all his affections. With bowed head, he was perhaps thinking of a man whipped through the streets of Manila, of an old woman falling dead at the sight of her son's head. Perhaps Elia's history was passing before his eyes. The alferez found it necessary to drive the crowd back, but the stone-throwing and the insults did not cease. One mother alone did not wreak vengeance on him for her sorrows, Capitana Maria. Motionless, with lips contracted and eyes full of silent tears, she saw her two sons move away. Her firmness, her dumb grief surpassed that of the fabled Niobe. So the procession moved on. Of the persons who appeared at the few open windows, those who showed most pity for the youth were the indifferent and the curious. All his friends had hidden themselves, even Capitan Basilio himself, who forbade his daughter sinning to weep. Ibarra saw the smoking ruins of his house, the home of his fathers, where he was born, where clustered the fondest recollections of his childhood and his youth. Tears long repressed started into his eyes, and he bowed his head and wept without having the consolation of being able to hide his grief, tied as he was, nor of having anyone in whom his sorrow awoke compassion. Now he had neither country, nor home, nor love, nor friends, nor future. From a slight elevation, a man gazed upon the sad procession. He was an old man, pale and emaciated, wrapped in a woolen blanket, supporting himself with difficulty on a staff. It was the old sage, Tassio, who, on hearing of the event, had left his bed to be present, but his strength had not been sufficient to carry him to the town hall. The old man followed the cart with his gaze until it disappeared in the distance, and then remained for some time afterward with his head bowed, deep in thought. Then he stood up and laboriously made his way toward his house, pausing to rest at every step. On the following day, some herdsmen found him dead on the very threshold of his solitary home. Chapter 59. Patriotism and Private Interests. Secretly, the telegraph transmitted the report to Manila, and 36 hours later the newspapers commented on it with great mystery, and not a few dark hints augmented, corrected, or mutilated by the censor. In the meantime, private reports, emanating from the convents, were the first to gain secret currency from mouth, to the great terror of those who heard them. The fact, distorted in 1,000 ways, was believed with greater or less ease, according to whether it was flattering or worked contrary to the passions and ways of thinking of each hearer. Without public tranquility seeming disturbed, at least outwardly, yet the peace of mind of each home was whirled about like the water in a pond. While the surface appears smooth and clear, in the depths the silent fishes swarm, dive about, and chase one another. For one part of the population crosses, decorations, epaulets, offices, prestige, power, importance, dignities began to whirl about like butterflies in a golden atmosphere. For the other part, a dark cloud arose on the horizon, projecting from its gray depths, like black silhouettes, bars, chains, and even the fateful gibbet. In the air there seemed to be heard investigations, condemnations, and the cries from the torture chamber. Marianas and Bagumbayan presented themselves wrapped in a torn and bloody veil, fishers and fished confused. Fate pictured the event to the imaginations of the Manilans like certain Chinese, fans one side painted black, the other gilded with bright-colored birds and flowers. In the convents the greatest excitement prevailed. Carriages were harnessed, the provincials exchanged visits and held secret conferences. They presented themselves in the palaces to offer their aid to the government in its perilous crisis. Again, there was talk of comets and omens. A te deum, cried a friar in one convent. This time let no one be absent from the chorus. It's no small mercy from God to make it clear just now, especially in these hopeless times, how much we are worth. The little General Malagro can gnaw his lips over this lesson, responded another. What would have become of him if not for the religious corporations? And to celebrate the fiesta better, serve notice on the cook and the refectioner. Gaudimus for 3 days. Amen, viva salvi, amen. In another convent, they talked differently. You see now, that fellow is a pupil of the Jesuits. The filibusters come from the Ateneo. And the anti-friars. I told you so. The Jesuits are ruining the country, they're corrupting the youth, but they are tolerated because they trace a few scrawls on a piece of paper when there is an earthquake. And God knows how they are made. Yes, but don't contradict them. When everything is shaking and moving about, who draws diagrams? Nothing, Padre Secchi. And they smiled with sovereign disdain. But what about the weather forecasts and the typhoons? Asked another ironically. Aren't they divine? Any fisherman foretells them. When he who governs is a fool, tell me how your head is, and I'll tell you how your foot is. But you'll see if the friends favor one another. The newspapers very nearly ask a mitre for Padre Salvi. He's going to get it, he'll lick it right up. Do you think so? Why not? Nowadays they grant one for anything whatsoever. I know of a fellow who got one for less. He wrote a cheap little work demonstrating that the Indians are not capable of being anything but mechanics. Pshaw, old fogeyisms. That's right, so much favoritism injures religion, exclaimed another. If the miters only had eyes and could see what heads they were upon. If the miters were natural objects, added another in a nasal tone, natura abhorror vacuum. That's why they grab for them, their emptiness attracts, responded another. These and many more things were said in the convents, but we will spare our reader other comments of a political, metaphysical, or piquant nature, and conduct him to a private house. As we have few acquaintances in Manila, let us enter the home of Capitan Tiago, the polite individual whom we saw so profusely inviting Ibarra to honor him with a visit. In the rich and spacious sala of his Tondo house, Capitan Tiago was seated in a wide armchair, rubbing his hands in a gesture of despair over his face and the nape of his neck, while his wife, Capitana Tiago, was weeping and preaching to him. From the corner, their 2 daughters listened silently and stupidly, yet greatly affected. "I, Virgin of Antipolo," cried the woman. "I, Virgin of the Rosary and of the Girdle. I, Our Lady of Novaliches." "Mother," responded the elder of the daughters. "I told you so," continued the wife in an accusing tone. "I told you so, I, Virgin of Carmen, I." "But you didn't tell me anything," Capitan Tiago dared to answer tearfully. "On the contrary, you told me that I was doing well to frequent Capitan Tiago's house and cultivate friendship with him, because he's rich and you told me." What did I tell you? I didn't tell you that, I didn't tell you anything. If you had only listened to me." "Now you're throwing the blame on me," he replied bitterly, slapping the arm of his chair. "Didn't you tell me that I had done well to invite him to dine with us because he was wealthy? Didn't you say that we ought to have friends only among the wealthy? Bah. It's true that I told you so, because there wasn't anything else for me to do. You did nothing but sing his praises, Don Ibarra here, Don Ibarra there, Don Ibarra everywhere. Blah, but I didn't advise you to hunt him up and talk to him at that reception. You can't deny that. Did I know that he was to be there, perhaps? But you ought to have known it. How so, if I didn't even know him? But you ought to have known him. But Tiago, it was the first time that I ever saw him, that I ever heard him spoken of. Well then, you ought to have known him before and heard him spoken of. That's what you're a man for, and wear trousers and read El Diario de Manila, answered his unterrified spouse, casting on him a terrible look. To this Capitan Tiago did not know what to reply. Capitana Tiago, however, was not satisfied with this victory, but wished to silence him completely. So she approached him with clenched fists. "Is this what I've worked for, year after year, toiling and saving, that you by your stupidity may throw away the fruits of my labor?" she scolded. "Now they'll come to deport you, they'll take away all our property, just as they did from the wife of O, if I were a man, if I were a man." Seeing that her husband bowed his head, she again fell to sobbing, but still repeating, if I were a man, if I were a man." "Well, if you were a man," the provoked husband at length asked, "what would you do?" "What would I do? Well, this very minute I'd go to the Captain General and offer to fight against the rebels, this very minute." "But haven't you seen what the Diario says? Read it. The vile and infamous treason has been suppressed with energy, strength, and vigor, and soon the rebellious enemies of the fatherland and their accomplices will feel all the weight and severity of the law. Don't you see it? There isn't any more rebellion. That doesn't matter. You ought to offer yourself as they did in '72, they saved themselves." Yes, that's what was done by Padre Berg. But he was unable to finish this name, for his wife ran to him and slapped her hand over his mouth. "Shut up! Are you saying that name so that they may garrote you tomorrow on Bagumbayan? Don't you know that to pronounce it is enough to get yourself condemned without trial? Keep quiet." However Capitan Tiago may have felt about obeying her, he could hardly have done otherwise, for she had his mouth covered with both her hands, pressing his little head against the back of the chair, so that the poor fellow might have been smothered to death had not a new personage appeared on the scene. This was their cousin, Don Primitivo, who had memorized the AMAT. A man of some 40 years, plump, big-paunched, and elegantly dressed. "Quid video?" he exclaimed as he entered. What's happening, quare? I, cousin, cried the woman, running toward him in tears, I've sent for you because I don't know what's going to become of us. What do you advise? Speak, you've studied Latin and know how to argue. But first, quid quaeritis? Nihil est in intellectu quod prius non furit in sensu, nihil volitum quin precognitum. He sat down gravely, and just as if the Latin phrases had possessed a soothing virtue, the couple ceased weeping and drew nearer to him to hang upon the advice from his lips, as at one time the Greeks did before the words of salvation from the oracle that was to free them from the Persian invaders. Why do you weep, ubanam gentium sumus? You've already heard of the uprising. Ulse mentem iberi ob ulfurizio guardii civilis destructum, et nunc, what? Does Don Crisostomo owe you anything? No, but you know, Tinong invited him to dinner and spoke to him on the bridge of Spain in broad daylight. They'll say that he's a friend of his. A friend of his, exclaimed the startled Latinist, rising. Amis amicus Plato said magis amica veritas, birds of a feather flock together. Malum est negodium et est timendum rerum istarum horrendissimum resultatum? Ahem. Capitan Tinong turned deathly pale at hearing so many words in such a sound presaged ill. His wife clasped her hands supplicatingly and said, Cousin, don't talk to us in Latin now. You know that we're not philosophers like you. Let's talk in Spanish or Tagalog. Give us some advice. It's a pity that you don't understand Latin, cousin. Truths in Latin are lies in Tagalog. For example, contra principia negantum fustibus est argendum in Latin is a truth like Noah's Ark. But I put it into practice once and I was the one who got whipped. So, it's a pity that you don't know Latin. In Latin, everything would be straightened out. We, too, know many Ormus, Parsinabis, and Agnus Dei Catalis, but now we shouldn't understand one another. Provide Tinong with an argument so that they won't hang him. You're done wrong, very wrong, cousin, in cultivating friendship with that young man, replied the Latinist. The righteous suffer for the sinners. I was almost going to advise you to make your will. Vi illis, ubi est fumus ibi est ignes, similes simile audit, acqui ibera ahorcatur, ergo ahorcaberis. With this he shook his head from side to side disgustedly. Saturnino, what's the matter? Cried Capitana Tinching in dismay. He's dead, a doctor, Tinong Tinangoy. The two daughters ran to her, and all three fell to weeping. It's nothing more than a swoon, cousin. I would have been more pleased that, but unfortunately it's only a swoon. Non timeo mortem in cater sed super espaldonum bagum beanis. Get some water. Don't die, sobbed the wife. Don't die, for they'll come and arrest you. If you die and the soldiers come, I. The learned cousin rubbed the victim's face with water until he recovered consciousness. Come, don't cry. In veni remedium, I've found a remedy. Let's carry him to bed. Come, take courage. Here I am with you and all the wisdom of the ancients. Call a doctor, and you, cousin, go right away to the Captain General and take him a present, a gold ring, a chain, datavi quebrantant penas. Say that it's a Christmas gift. Close the windows, the doors, and if anyone asks for my cousin, say that he is seriously ill. Meanwhile, I'll burn all his letters, papers, and books, so that they can't find anything, just as Don Crisostomo did. Scripti testes sunt. Quod medicamenta non sanant, ferrum sanat, quod ferrum non sanat, ignis sanat. Yes, do so, cousin, burn everything, said Capitana Tinchang. Here are the keys, here are the letters from Capitan Tiago. Burn them, don't leave a single European newspaper, for they're very dangerous. Here are the copies of the Times that I've kept for wrapping up soap and old clothes. Here are the books. Go to the Captain General, cousin, said Don Primitivo, and leave us alone. In extremis extrema. Give me the authority of a Roman dictator, and you'll see how soon I'll save the Kaunai my cousin. He began to give orders and more orders to upset bookcases, to tear up papers, books, and letters. Soon, a big fire was burning in the kitchen. Old shotguns were smashed with axes, rusty revolvers were thrown away. The maidservant who wanted to keep the barrel of one for a blowpipe received a reprimand. Conserver etiam speresti perfida, into the fire? So he continued his auto de fe. Seeing an old volume in vellum, he read the title, Revolutions of the Celestial Globes by Copernicus. Heu, ite maledicti in ignum calanis, he exclaimed, hurling it into the flames. Revolutions and Copernicus, crimes on crimes, if I hadn't come in time, liberty in the Philippines. What books? Into the fire. Harmless books, written by simple authors, were burned, not even the most innocent work escaped. Cousin Primitivo was right, the righteous suffer for the sinners. 4 or 5 hours later, at a pretentious reception in the walled city, current events were being commented upon. There were present a lot of old women and maidens of marriageable age, the wives and daughters of government employees, dressed in loose gowns, fanning themselves and yawning. Among the men, who, like the women, showed in their faces their education and origin, was an elderly gentleman, small and one-armed, whom the others treated with great respect. He himself maintained a disdainful silence. To tell the truth, formerly I couldn't endure the friars and the civil guards, they're so rude, said a corpulent dame. But now that I see their usefulness and their services, I would almost marry any one of them gladly. I'm a patriot. That's what I say, added a thin lady. What a pity that we haven't our former governor. He would leave the country as clean as a platter. And the whole race of filibusters would be exterminated. Don't they say that there are still a lot of islands to be populated? Why don't they deport all these crazy Indians to them? If I were the Captain General. Senoras, interrupted the one-armed individual, the Captain General knows his duty. As I've heard, he's very much irritated, for he had heaped favors on that Ibarra. Heaped favors on him? Echoed the thin lady, fanning herself furiously. Look how ungrateful these Indians are. Is it possible to treat them as if they were human beings? Jesus. Do you know what I've heard? Asked a military official. What's that? Let's hear it. What do they say? Reputable persons, replied the officer in the midst of a profound silence, state that this agitation for building a schoolhouse was a pure fairy tale. Jesus, just see that, the Senoras exclaimed, already believing in the trick. The school was a pretext. What he wanted to build was a fort from which he could safely defend himself when we should come to attack him. What infamy! Only an Indian is capable of such cowardly thoughts, exclaimed the fat lady. If I were the Captain General, they would soon see. That's what I say, exclaimed the thin lady, turning to the one-armed man. Arrest all the little lawyers, priestlings, merchants, and without trial banish or deport them. Tear out the evil by the roots. But it's said that this filibuster is the descendant of Spaniards, observed the one-armed man, without looking at anyone in particular. Oh yes, exclaimed the fat lady, unterrified. It's always the Creoles. No Indian knows anything about revolution. Rear crows, rear crows. Do you know what I've heard? Asked a Creole lady, to change the topic of conversation. The wife of Capitan Tiago, you remember her, the woman in whose house we danced and dined during the fiesta of Tondo. The one who has 2 daughters, what about her? Well, that woman just this afternoon presented the Captain General with a ring worth 1,000 pesos. The one-armed man turned around. Is that so? Why? He asked with shining eyes. She said that it was a Christmas gift. But Christmas doesn't come for a month yet. Perhaps she's afraid the storm is blowing her way, observed the fat lady. And is getting under cover, added the thin Senora. When no return is asked, it's a confession of guilt. This must be carefully looked into, declared the one-armed man thoughtfully. I fear that there's a cat in the bag. A cat in the bag, yes. That's just what I was going to say, echoed the thin lady. And so was I, said the other, taking the words out of her mouth. The wife of Capitan Tiago is so stingy she hasn't yet sent us any present, and that after we've been in her house. So, when such a grasping and covetous woman lets go of a little present worth 1,000 pesos. But is it a fact? Inquired the one-armed man. Certainly, most certainly. My cousin's sweetheart, His Excellency's adjutant, told her so. And I'm of the opinion that it's the very same ring that the older daughter wore on the day of the fiesta. She's always covered with diamonds. A walking showcase. A way of attracting attention, like any other, instead of buying a fashion plate or paying a dressmaker. Giving some pretext, the one-armed man left the gathering. 2 hours later, when the world slept, various residents of Tondo received an invitation through some soldiers. The authorities could not consent to having certain persons of position and property sleep in such poorly guarded and badly ventilated houses in Fort Santiago, and other government buildings their sleep would be calmer and more refreshing. Among these favored persons was included the unfortunate Capitan Tiago. Chapter 60. Maria Clara weds. Capitan Tiago was very happy, for in all this terrible storm no one had taken any notice of him. He had not been arrested, nor had he been subjected to solitary confinement, investigations, electric machines, continuous footbaths in underground cells, or other pleasantries that are well known to certain folk who call themselves civilized. His friends, that is, those who had been his friends for, the good man had denied all his Filipino friends from the instant when they were suspected by the government had also returned to their homes after a few days' vacation in the state edifices. The Captain General himself had ordered that they be cast out from his precincts, not considering them worthy of remaining therein, to the great disgust of the one-armed individual, who had hoped to celebrate the approaching Christmas in their abundant and opulent company. Capitan Tiago had returned to his home sick, pale, and swollen. The excursion had not done him good. He was so changed that he said not a word, nor even greeted his family, who wept, laughed, chattered, and almost went mad with joy. The poor man no longer ventured out of his house for fear of running the risk of saying good day to a filibuster. Not even Don Primitivo himself, with all the wisdom of the ancients, could draw him out of his silence. Creed prime, the Latinist told him, if I hadn't got here to burn all your papers, they would have squeezed your neck. And if I had burned the whole house, they wouldn't have touched a hair of your head. But quod eventum, gratias agamus domino dio quia non in Marianis insulis ease, camot seminando. Stories similar to Capitan Tiago's were not unknown to Capitan Tiago, so he bubbled over with gratitude, without knowing exactly to whom he owed such signal favors. Aunt Isabel attributed the miracle to the Virgin of Antipolo, to the Virgin of the Rosary, or at least to the Virgin of Carmen, and at the very, very least that she was willing to concede, to Our Lady of the Girdle. According to her, the miracle could not get beyond that. Capitan Tiago did not deny the miracle, but added, I think so, Isabel, but the Virgin of Antipolo couldn't have done it alone. My friends have helped, my future son-in-law, Señor Linares, who, as you know, joked with Señor Antonio Canovas himself, the premier whose portrait appears in the Ilustración, he who doesn't condescend to show more than half his face to the people. So the good man could not repress a smile of satisfaction every time that he heard any important news. And there was plenty of news. It was whispered about in secret that Ibarra would be hanged. That, while many proofs of his guilt had been lacking, at last someone had appeared to sustain the accusation. That experts had declared that in fact the work on the schoolhouse could pass for a bulwark of fortification, although somewhat defective, as was only to be expected of ignorant Indians. These rumors calmed him and made him smile. In the same way that Capitan Tiago and his cousin diverged in their opinions, the friends of the family were also divided into two parties, one miraculous, the other governmental, although this latter was insignificant. The miraculous party was again subdivided. The senior sacristan of Bainando, the candlewoman, and the leader of the Brotherhood saw the hand of God directed by the Virgin of the Rosary, while the Chinese wax chandler, his caterer on his visits to Antipolo, said, as he fanned himself and shook his leg, Don't fool yourself, it's the Virgin of Antipolo. She can do more than all the rest, don't fool yourself. Capitan Tiago had great respect for this Chinese, who passed himself off as a prophet and a physician. Examining the palm of the deceased lady just before her daughter was born, he had prognosticated, if it's not a boy and doesn't die, it'll be a fine girl. And Maria Clara had come into the world to fulfill the infidel's prophecy. Capitan Tiago, then, as a prudent and cautious man, could not decide so easily as Trojan Paris. He could not so lightly give the preference to one virgin for fear of offending another, a situation that might be fraught with grave consequences. Prudence, he said to himself, let's not go and spoil it all now. He was still in the midst of these doubts when the governmental party arrived, Dona Victorina, Don Tiburcio, and Linares. Dona Victorina did the talking for the three men as well as for herself. She mentioned Linares' visits to the Captain General and repeatedly insinuated the advantages of a relative of quality. Now, she concluded, as we was saying, he who shelters himself well builds a good roof. The other woman, corrected the doctor. For some days now, she had been endeavoring to Andalusize her speech, and no one had been able to get this idea out of her head. She would sooner have first let them tear off her false frizzes. Yes, she went on, speaking of Ibarra, he deserves it all. I told you so when I first saw him, he's a filibuster. What did the general say to you, cousin? What did he say? What news did he tell you about this Ibarra? Seeing that her cousin was slow in answering, she continued, directing her remarks to Capitan Tiago. Believe me, if they sentence him to death, as is to be hoped, it'll be on account of my cousin. Senora, protested Linares. But she gave him no time for objections. How diplomatic you have become. We know that you're the advisor of the general, that he couldn't live without you. Ah, Clarita, what a pleasure to see you. Maria Clara was still pale, although now quite recovered from her illness. Her long hair was tied up with a light blue silk ribbon. With a timid bow and a sad smile, she went up to Dona Victorina for the ceremonial kiss. After the usual conventional remarks, the pseudo-Andalusian continued, We've come to visit you. You've been saved, thanks to your relations. This was said with a significant glance toward Linares. God has protected my father, replied the girl in a low voice. Yes, Clarita, but the time of the miracles is past. We Spaniards say, trust in the Virgin and take to your heels. The other WA. Capitan Tiago, who had up to this point had no chance to speak, now made bold enough to ask, while he threw himself into an attitude of strict attention. So you, Dona Victorina, think that the Virgin? We've come especially to talk with you about the Virgin, she answered mysteriously, making a sign toward Maria Clara. We've come to talk business. The maiden understood that she was expected to retire, so with an excuse she went away, supporting herself on the furniture. What was said, and what was agreed upon in this conference, was so sordid and mean that we prefer not to recount it. It is enough to record that as they took their leave they were all merry, and that afterwards Capitan Tiago said to Aunt Isabel, Notify the restaurant that we'll have a fiesta tomorrow. Get Maria ready, for we're going to marry her off before long. Aunt Isabel stared at him in consternation. You'll see, when Senor Linares is our son-in-law, we'll get into all the palaces. Everyone will envy us, everyone will die of envy. Thus it happened that at 8 o'clock on the following evening, the house of Capitan Tiago was once again filled, but this time his guests were only Spaniards and Chinese. The fair sex was represented by Peninsular and Philippine Spanish ladies. There were present the greater part of our acquaintances. Padre Sibilla and Padre Salvi among various Franciscans and Dominicans, the old lieutenant of the civil guard, Senor Guevara, gloomier than ever, the alferez, who was for the 1000th time describing his battle and gazing over his shoulders at everyone, believing himself to be a Don John of Austria, for he was now a major. De Espadana, who looked at the alferez with respect and fear and avoided his gaze. And Dona Victorina, swelling with indignation. Linares had not yet come. As a personage of importance, he had to arrive later than the others. There are creatures so simple that by being an hour behind time, they transform themselves into great men. In the group of women, Maria Clara was the subject of a murmured conversation. The maiden had welcomed them all ceremoniously, without losing her air of sadness. Pish, remarked one young woman, the proud little thing. Pretty little thing, responded another, but he might have picked out some other girl with a less foolish face. The gold child, the good youth is selling himself. In another part, the comments ran thus. To get married when her first fiancé is about to be hanged. That's what's called prudence, having a substitute ready. Well, when she gets to be a widow. Maria Clara was seated in a chair arranging a salver of flowers and doubtless heard all these remarks, for her hand trembled, she turned pale, and several times bit her lips. In the circle of men, the conversation was carried on in loud tones and naturally turned upon recent events. All were talking, even Don Tiburcio, with the exception of Padre Sibilla, who maintained his usual disdainful silence. I've heard it said that your reverence is leaving the town, Padre Salvi, inquired the new major, whose fresh star had made him more amiable. I have nothing more to do there. I'm going to stay permanently in Manila. And you? I'm also leaving the town, answered the ex-alferez, swelling up. The government needs me to command a flying column to clean the provinces of filibusters. Fray Sibylla looked him over rapidly from head to foot, and then turned his back completely. Is it known for certain what will become of the ringleader, the filibuster? Inquired a government employee. Do you mean Crisostomo Ibarra? Asked another. The most likely and most just thing is that he will be hanged, like those of 72. He's going to be deported, remarked the old lieutenant dryly. Deported, nothing more than deported, but it will be a perpetual deportation, exclaimed several voices at the same time. If that young man, continued the lieutenant, Guevara, in a loud and severe tone, had been more cautious, if he had confided less in certain persons with whom he corresponded, if our prosecutors did not know how to interpret so subtly what is written, that young man would surely have been acquitted. This declaration on the part of the old lieutenant and the tone of his voice produced great surprise among his hearers, who were apparently at a loss to know what to say. Padre Salvi stared in another direction, perhaps to avoid the gloomy look that the old soldier turned on him. Maria Clara let her flowers fall and remained motionless. Padre Sibylla, who knew so well how to be silent, seemed also to be the only one who knew how to ask a question. You're speaking of letters, Senor Guevara. I'm speaking of what was told me by his lawyer, who looked after the case with interest and zeal. Outside of some ambiguous lines which this youth wrote to a woman before he left for Europe, lines in which the government's attorney saw a plot and a threat against the government, and which he acknowledged to be his, there wasn't anything found to accuse him of. But the declaration of the outlaw before he died. His lawyer had that thrown out because, according to the outlaw himself, they had never communicated with the young man, but with a certain Lucas, who was an enemy of his, as could be proved, and who committed suicide, perhaps from remorse. It was proved that the papers found on the corpse were forged, since the handwriting was like that of Senor Ibarra's 7 years ago, but not like his now, which leads to the belief that the model for them may have been that incriminating letter. Besides, the lawyer says that if Senor Ibarra had refused to acknowledge the letter, he might have been able to do a great deal for him, but at sight of the letter he turned pale, lost his courage, and confirmed everything written in it. Did you say that the letter was directed to a woman? Asked a Franciscan. How did it get into the hands of the prosecutor? The lieutenant did not answer. He stared for a moment at Padre Salvi and then moved away, nervously twisting the sharp point of his gray beard. The others made their comments. There is seen the hand of God, remarked one. Even the women hate him. He had his house burned down, thinking in that way to save himself, but he didn't count on the guest, on his querida, his babe, added another, laughing. It's the work of God, Santiago y Sierra Hispana. Meanwhile, the old soldier paused in his pacing about and approached Maria Clara, who was listening to the conversation, motionless in her chair, with the flowers scattered at her feet. You are a very prudent girl, the old officer whispered to her. You did well to give up the letter. You have thus assured yourself an untroubled future. With startled eyes, she watched him move away from her and bit her lip. Fortunately, Aunt Isabel came along, and she had sufficient strength left to catch hold of the old lady's skirt. Aunt, she murmured. What's the matter? Asked the old lady, frightened by the look on the girl's face. Take me to my room, she pleaded, grasping her aunt's arm in order to rise. Are you sick, daughter? You look as if you'd lost your bones. What's the matter? A fainting spell the people in the room, so many lights I need to rest. Tell father that I'm going to sleep. You're cold, do you want some tea? Maria Clara shook her head, entered and locked the door of her chamber. And then, her strength failing her, she fell sobbing to the floor at the feet of an image. Mother, mother, mother mine, she sobbed. Through the window and a door that opened on the azotea the moonlight entered. The musicians continued to play merry waltzes, laughter and the hum of voices penetrated into the chamber. Several times her father, Aunt Isabel, Dona Victorina, and even Linares knocked at the door, but Maria did not move. Heavy sobs shook her breast. Hours past the pleasures of the dinner table ended, the sound of singing and dancing was heard. The candle burned itself out, but the maiden still remained motionless on the moonlit floor at the feet of an image of the Mother of Jesus. Gradually the house became quiet again, the lights were extinguished, and Aunt Isabel once more knocked at the door. Well, she's gone to sleep, said the old woman aloud, As she's young and has no cares, she sleeps like a corpse. When all was silence, she raised herself slowly and threw a look about her. She saw the azotea with its little arbors bathed in the ghostly light of the moon. An untroubled future, she sleeps like a corpse, she repeated in a low voice as she made her way out to the azotea. The city slept. Only from time to time, there was heard the noise of a carriage crossing the wooden bridge over the river, whose undisturbed waters reflected smoothly the light of the moon. The young woman raised her eyes toward a sky as clear as sapphire. Slowly, she took the rings from her fingers and from her ears and removed the combs from her hair. Placing them on the balustrade of the azotea, she gazed toward the river. A small banca loaded with zacate stopped at the foot of the landing, such as every house on the bank of the river has. One of two men who were in it ran up the stone stairway and jumped over the wall, and a few seconds later his footsteps were heard on the stairs leading to the azotea. Maria Clara saw him pause on discovering her, but only for a moment. Then he advanced slowly and stopped within a few paces of her. Maria Clara recoiled. "Crisostomo," she murmured, overcome with fright. "Yes, I am Crisostomo," replied the young man gravely. "An enemy, a man who has every reason for hating me, Elias, has rescued me from the prison into which my friends threw me." A sad silence followed these words. Maria Clara bowed her head and let her arms fall. Ibarra went on. "Beside my mother's corpse I swore that I would make you happy, whatever might be my destiny. You can have been faithless to your oath, for she was not your mother. But I who am her son, hold her memory so sacred that in spite of 1,000 difficulties I have come here to carry mine out, and fate has willed that I should speak to you yourself. Maria, we shall never see each other again. You are young, and perhaps someday your conscience may reproach you. I have come to tell you, before I go away forever, that I forgive you. Now, may you be happy and farewell." Ibarra started to move away, but the girl stopped him. "Crisostomo," she said, "God has sent you to save me from desperation. Hear me and then judge me." Ibarra tried gently to draw away from her. "I didn't come to call you to account. I came to give you peace. I don't want that peace which you bring me. Peace I will give myself. You despise me and your contempt will embitter all the rest of my life." Ibarra read the despair and sorrow depicted in the suffering girl's face and asked her what she wished. "That you believe that I have always loved you." At this he smiled bitterly. "Ah, you doubt me. You doubt the friend of your childhood who has never hidden a single thought from you." The maiden exclaimed sorrowfully. "I understand now. But when you hear my story, the sad story that was revealed to me during my illness, you will have mercy on me, you will not have that smile for my sorrow. Why did you not let me die in the hands of my ignorant physician? You and I both would have been happier." Resting a moment, she then went on. "You have desired it, you have doubted me, but may my mother forgive me. On one of the sorrow-fuelest of my nights of suffering, a man revealed to me the name of my real father, and forbade me to love you except that my father himself should pardon the injury you had done him." Ibarra recoiled a pace and gazed fearfully at her. "Yes," she continued, "that man told me that he could not permit our union, since his conscience would forbid it, and that he would be obliged to reveal the name of my real father at the risk of causing a great scandal. For my father is—" and she murmured into the youth's ear a name in so low a tone that only he could have heard it. What was I to do? Must I sacrifice to my love the memory of my mother, the honor of my supposed father, and the good name of the real one? Could I have done that without having even you despise me? But the proof, had you any proof? You needed proofs," exclaimed Ibarra, trembling with emotion. The maiden snatched 2 papers from her bosom. "2 letters of my mother's, 2 letters written in the midst of her remorse, while I was yet unborn. Take them, read them, and you will see how she cursed me and wished for my death, which my father vainly tried to bring about with drugs. These letters he had forgotten in a building where he had lived. The other man found and preserved them and only gave them up to me in exchange for your letter, in order to assure himself, so he said, that I would not marry you without the consent of my father. Since I have been carrying them about with me, in place of your letter, I have felt the chill in my heart. I sacrificed you, I sacrificed my love. What else could one do for a dead mother and 2 living fathers? Could I have suspected the use that was to be made of your letter?" Ibarra stood appalled while she continued. "What more was left for me to do? Could I perhaps tell you who my father was? Could I tell you that you should beg forgiveness of him who made your father suffer so much? Could I ask my father that he forgive you? Could I tell him that I knew that I was his daughter, him, who desired my death so eagerly? It was only left to me to suffer, to guard the secret, and to die suffering. Now, my friend, now that you know the sad history of your poor Maria, will you still have for her that disdainful smile? Maria, you are an angel. Then I am happy, since you believe me. But yet, added the youth with a change of tone, I've heard that you are going to be married. Yes, sobbed the girl, my father demands this sacrifice. He has loved me and cared for me when it was not his duty to do so, and I will pay this debt of gratitude to assure his peace by means of this new relationship, but what? I will never forget the vows of faithfulness that I have made to you. What are you thinking of doing? Asked Ibarra, trying to read the look in her eyes. The future is dark and my destiny is wrapped in gloom. I don't know what I should do. But know that I have loved but once, and that without love I will never belong to any man. And you, what is going to become of you? I am only a fugitive, I am fleeing. In a little while my flight will have been discovered. Maria. Maria Clara caught the youth's head in her hands and kissed him repeatedly on the lips, embraced him, and drew abruptly away. Go, go, she cried. Go and farewell. Ibarra gazed at her with shining eyes, but at a gesture from her moved away intoxicated, wavering. Once again he leaped over the wall and stepped into the banca. Maria Clara, leaning over the balustrade, watched him depart. Elias took off his hat and bowed to her profoundly. Chapter 61. The Chase on the Lake. Listen, sir, to the plan that I have worked out, said Elias thoughtfully, as they moved in the direction of San Gabriel. I'll hide you now in the house of a friend of mine in Mandalayang. I'll bring you all your money, which I saved and buried at the foot of the Balit in the mysterious tomb of your grandfather. Then you will leave the country. To go abroad, inquired Ibarra. To live out in peace the days of life that remain to you. You have friends in Spain, you are rich, you can get yourself pardoned. In every way a foreign country is for us a better fatherland than our own. Crisostomo did not answer, but meditated in silence. At that moment they reached the Pasig, and the banca began to ascend the current. Over the bridge of Spain, a horseman galloped rapidly, while a shrill, prolonged whistle was heard. Elias, said Ibarra, you owe your misfortunes to my family, you have saved my life twice, and I owe you not only gratitude but also the restitution of your fortune. You advise me to go abroad, then come with me, and we will live like brothers. Here you also are wretched. Elias shook his head sadly and answered, Impossible. It's true that I cannot love or be happy in my country, but I can suffer and die in it, and perhaps for it that is always something. May the misfortunes of my native land be my own misfortunes, and although no noble sentiment unites us, although our hearts do not beat to a single name, at least may the common calamity bind me to my countrymen, at least may I weep over our sorrows with them, may the same hard fate oppress all our hearts alike. Then why do you advise me to go away? Because in some other country you could be happy, while I could not. Because you are not made to suffer, and because you would hate your country if some day you should see yourself ruined in its cause, and to hate one's native land is the greatest of calamities. You are unfair to me, exclaimed Ibarra with bitter reproach. You forget that scarcely had I arrived here when I set myself to seek its welfare. Don't be offended, sir, I was not reproaching you at all. Would that all of us could imitate you. But I do not ask impossibilities of you, and I mean no offense when I say that your heart deceives you. You loved your country because your father taught you to do so. You loved it because in it you had affection, fortune, youth, because everything smiled on you. Your country had done you no injustice. You loved it as we love anything that makes us happy. But the day in which you see yourself poor and hungry, persecuted, betrayed, and sold by your own countrymen, on that day you will disown yourself, your country, and all mankind. Your words pain me, said Ibarra resentfully. Elias bowed his head and meditated before replying. I wish to disillusion you, sir, and save you from a sad future. Recall that night when I talked to you in this same banca under the light of this same moon, not a month ago. Then you were happy, the plea of the unfortunates did not touch you. You disdained their complaints because they were the complaints of criminals. You paid more attention to their enemies, and in spite of my arguments and petitions, you placed yourself on the side of their oppressors. On you then depended whether I should turn criminal or allow myself to be killed in order to carry out a sacred pledge. But God has not permitted this, because the old chief of the outlaws is dead. A month has hardly passed, and you think otherwise. You're right, Elias, but man is a creature of circumstances. Then I was blind, annoyed. What did I know? Now misfortune has torn the bandage from my eyes, the solitude and misery of my prison have taught me. Now I see the horrible cancer which feeds upon this society, which clutches its flesh, and which demands a violent rooting out. They have opened my eyes, they have made me see the sore, and they force me to be a criminal. Since they wish it, I will be a filibuster, a real filibuster, I mean. I will call together all the unfortunates, all who feel a heartbeat in their breasts, all those who were sending you to me. No, I will not be a criminal, never is he such who fights for his native land, but quite the reverse. We, during 3 centuries, have extended them our hands, we have asked love of them, we have yearned to call them brothers, and how do they answer us? With insults and jests, denying us even the chance character of human beings. There is no God, there is no hope, there is no humanity, there is nothing but the right of might. Ibarra was nervous, his whole body trembled. As they passed in front of the Captain General's palace, they thought that they could discern movement and excitement among the guards. "Can they have discovered your flight?" murmured Elias. "Lie down, sir, so that I can cover you with zacate. Since we shall pass near the powder magazine, it may seem suspicious to the sentinel that there are 2 of us." The banca was one of those small, narrow canoes that do not seem to float, but rather to glide over the top of the water. As Elias had foreseen, the sentinel stopped him and inquired whence he came. "From Manila, to carry zacate to the judges and curates," he answered, imitating the accent of the people of Pandacan. A sergeant came out to learn what was happening. "Move on," he said to Elias, "but I warn you not to take anybody into your banca. A prisoner has just escaped. If you capture him and turn him over to me, I'll give you a good tip." "All right, sir, what's his description?" "He wears a sack coat and talks Spanish, so look out." The banca moved away. Elias looked back and watched the silhouette of the sentinel standing on the bank of the river. "We'll lose a few minutes' time," he said in a low voice. "We must go into the Beta River to pretend that I'm from Penafrancia. You will see the river of which Francisco Baltazar sang." The town slept in the moonlight, and Crisostomo rose up to admire the sepulchral peace of nature. The river was narrow, and the level land on either side covered with grass. Elias threw his cargo out on the bank and, after removing a large piece of bamboo, took from under the grass some empty palm leaf sacks. Then they continued on their way. "You are the master of your own will, sir, and of your future," he said to Crisostomo, who had remained silent. "But if you will allow me an observation, I would say, think well what you are planning to do. You are going to light the flames of war, since you have money and brains, and you will quickly find many to join you, for unfortunately there are plenty of malcontents. But in this struggle which you are going to undertake, those who will suffer most will be the defenseless and the innocent. The same sentiments that a month ago impelled me to appeal to you asking for reforms are those that move me now to urge you to think well. The country, sir, does not think of separating from the mother country. It only asks for a little freedom, justice, and affection. You will be supported by the malcontents, the criminals, the desperate, but the people will hold aloof. You are mistaken if, seeing all dark, you think that the country is desperate. The country suffers, yes, but it still hopes and trusts and will only rebel when it has lost its patience. That is, when those who govern it wish it to do so, and that time is yet distant. I myself will not follow you, never will I resort to such extreme measures while I see hope in men." "Then I'll go on without you," responded Ibarra resolutely. "Is your decision final?" "Final and firm, let the memory of my mother bear witness. I will not let peace and happiness be torn away from me with impunity, I who desired only what was good, I who have respected everything and endured everything out of love for a hypocritical religion and out of love of country. How have they answered me? By burying me in an infamous dungeon and robbing me of my intended wife. No, not to avenge myself would be a crime, it would be encouraging them to new acts of injustice. No, it would be cowardice, pusillanimity, to groan and weep when there is blood and life left, when to insult and menace is added mockery. I will call out these ignorant people, I will make them see their misery. I will teach them to think not of brotherhood, but only that they are wolves for devouring. I will urge them to rise against this oppression and proclaim the eternal right of man to win his freedom. But innocent people will suffer. So much the better, can you take me to the mountains? Until you are in safety, replied Elias. Again they moved out into the passage, talking from time to time of indifferent matters. Santa Ana, murmured Ibarra. Do you recognize this building? They were passing in front of the country house of the Jesuits. There I spent many pleasant and happy days, sighed Elias. In my time we came every month. Then I was like others, I had a fortune family, I dreamed, I looked forward to a future. In those days I saw my sister in the nearby college, she presented me with a piece of her own embroidery work. A friend used to accompany her, a beautiful girl, all that has passed like a dream. They remained silent until they reached Malapadnabado. Those who have ever made their way by night up the passage, on one of those magical nights that the Philippines offers, when the moon pours out from the limpid blue her melancholy light, when the shadows hide the miseries of man and the silence is unbroken by the sordid accents of his voice, when only nature speaks they will understand the thoughts of both these youths. At Malapadnabado the carbineer was sleepy, and, seeing that the banca was empty and offered no booty which he might seize, according to the traditional usage of his corps and the custom of that post, he easily let them pass on. Nor did the civil guard at Pasig suspect anything, so they were not molested. Day was beginning to break when they reached the lake, still and calm like a gigantic mirror. The moon paled, and the east was dyed in rosy tints. Some distance away, they perceived a gray mass advancing slowly toward them. The police boat is coming, murmured Elias. Lie down and I'll cover you with these sacks. The outlines of the boat became clearer and plainer. It's getting between us and the shore, observed Elias uneasily. Gradually he changed the course of his banca, rowing toward Binangonan. To his great surprise, he noticed that the boat also changed its course, while a voice called to him. Elias stopped rowing and reflected. The shore was still far away, and they would soon be within range of the rifles on the police boat. He thought of returning to Pasig, for his banca was the swifter of the two boats, but unluckily he saw another boat coming from the river and made out the gleam of caps and bayonets of the civil guard. We're caught, he muttered, turning pale. He gazed at his robust arms and, adopting the only course left, began to row with all his might toward Talim Island, just as the sun was rising. The banca slipped rapidly along. Elias saw standing on the boat, which had veered about, some men making signals to him. Do you know how to manage a banca? He asked Ibarra. Yes, why? Because we are lost if I don't jump into the water and throw them off the track. They will pursue me, but I swim and dive well. I'll draw them away from you, and then you can save yourself. No, stay here, and we'll sell our lives dearly. That would be useless. We have no arms, and with their rifles they would shoot us down like birds. At that instant, the water gave forth a hiss, such as is caused by the falling of hot metal into it, followed instantaneously by a loud report. You see, said Elias, placing the paddle in the boat, we'll see each other on Christmas Eve at the tomb of your grandfather. Save yourself. And you. God has carried me safely through greater perils. As Elias took off his camisa, a bullet tore it from his hands, and two loud reports were heard. Calmly, he clasped the hand of Ibarra, who was still stretched out in the bottom of the banca. Then he arose and leaped into the water, at the same time pushing the little craft away from him with his foot. Cries resounded, and soon some distance away the youth's head appeared, as if for breathing, then instantly disappeared. There he is, cried several voices, and again the bullets whistled. The police boat and the boat from the Pasig now started in pursuit of him. A light track indicated his passage through the water as he drew farther and farther away from Ibarra's banca, which floated about as if abandoned. Every time the swimmer lifted his head above the water to breathe, the guards in both boats shot at him. So the chase continued. Ibarra's little banca was now far away, and the swimmer was approaching the shore, distant some 30 yards. The rowers were tired, but Elias was in the same condition, for he showed his head oftener, and each time in a different direction, as if to disconcert his pursuers. No longer did the treacherous track indicate the position of the diver. They saw him for the last time when he was some 10 yards from the shore and fired. Then minute after minute passed, but nothing again appeared above the still and solitary surface of the lake. Half an hour afterwards, one of the rowers claimed that he could distinguish in the water near the shore traces of blood, but his companions shook their heads dubiously. Chapter 62. Padre Damaso explains. Vainly were the rich wedding presents heaped upon a table. Neither the diamonds in their cases of blue velvet, nor the peanut embroideries, nor the rolls of silk, drew the gaze of Maria Clara. Without reading or even seeing it, the maiden sat staring at the newspaper which gave an account of the death of Ibarra, drowned in the lake. Suddenly she felt two hands placed over her eyes to hold her fast and heard Padre Damaso's voice ask merrily, "Who am I? Who am I?" Maria Clara sprang from her seat and gazed at him in terror. "Foolish little girl, you're not afraid, are you? You weren't expecting me, eh? Well, I've come in from the provinces to attend your wedding." He smiled with satisfaction as he drew nearer to her and held out his hand for her to kiss. Maria Clara approached him tremblingly and touched his hand respectfully to her lips. "What's the matter with you, Maria?" asked the Franciscan, losing his merry smile and becoming uneasy. "Your hand is cold, you're pale. Are you ill, little girl?" Padre Damaso drew her toward himself with a tenderness that one would hardly have thought him capable of, and catching both her hands in his questioned her with his gaze. "Don't you have confidence in your godfather anymore?" he asked reproachfully. "Come, sit down and tell me your little troubles as you used to do when you were a child, when you wanted tapers to make wax dolls. You know that I've always loved you, I've never been cross with you." His voice was now no longer brusque and even became tenderly modulated. Maria Clara began to weep. "You're crying, little girl. Why do you cry? Have you quarreled with Linares?" Maria Clara covered her ears. "Don't speak of him, not now," she cried. Padre Damaso gazed at her in startled wonder. "Won't you trust me with your secrets? Haven't I always tried to satisfy your lightest whim?" The maiden raised eyes filled with tears and stared at him for a long time, then again fell to weeping bitterly. "Don't cry so, little girl. Your tears hurt me. Tell me your troubles, and you'll see how your godfather loves you." Maria Clara approached him slowly, fell upon her knees, and raising her tear-stained face toward his asked in a low, scarcely audible tone, "Do you still love me?" "Child." "Then, protect my father and break off my marriage." Here the maiden told of her last interview with Ibarra, concealing only her knowledge of the secret of her birth. Padre Damaso could scarcely credit his ears. "While he lived," the girl continued, "I thought of struggling, I was hoping, trusting. I wanted to live so that I might hear of him, but now that they have killed him, now there is no reason why I should live and suffer." She spoke in low, measured tones, calmly, tearlessly. "But, foolish girl, isn't Linares 1,000 times better than? While he lived, I could have married. I thought of running away afterwards. My father wants only the relationship. But now that he is dead, no other man shall call me wife. While he was alive, I could debase myself, for there would have remained the consolation that he lived and perhaps thought of me, but now that he is dead, the nunnery or the tomb." The girl's voice had a ring of firmness in it, such that Padre Damaso lost his merry air and became very thoughtful. "Did you love him as much as that?" he stammered. Maria Clara did not answer. Padre Damaso dropped his head on his chest and remained silent for a long time. "Daughter in God," he exclaimed at length in a broken voice, "forgive me for having made you unhappy without knowing it. I was thinking of your future, I desired your happiness. How could I permit you to marry a native of the country, to see you an unhappy wife and a wretched mother? I couldn't get that love out of your head even though I opposed it with all my might. I committed wrongs for you, solely for you. If you had become his wife, you would have mourned afterwards over the condition of your husband, exposed to all kinds of vexations without means of defense. As a mother, you would have mourned the fate of your sons. If you had educated them, you would have prepared for them a sad future, for they would have become enemies of religion and you would have seen them garroted or exiled. If you had kept them ignorant, you would have seen them tyrannized over and degraded. I could not consent to it. For this reason, I sought for you a husband that could make you the happy mother of sons who would command and not obey, who would punish and not suffer. I knew that the friend of your childhood was good. I liked him as well as his father, but I have hated them both since I saw that they were going to bring about your unhappiness. because I love you, I adore you, I love you as one loves his own daughter. Yours is my only affection. I have seen you grow, not an hour has passed, that I have not thought of you, I dreamed of you, you have been my only joy." Here Padre Damaso himself broke out into tears like a child. "Then, as you love me, don't make me eternally wretched. He no longer lives, so I want to be a nun." The old priest rested his forehead on his hand. "To be a nun," he repeated. "You don't know, child, what the life is, the mystery that is hidden behind the walls of the nunnery, you don't know. 1,000 times would I prefer to see you unhappy in the world rather than in the cloister. Here your complaints can be heard, there you will have only the walls. You are beautiful, very beautiful, and you were not born for that, to be a bride of Christ. Believe me, little girl, time will wipe away everything. Later on you will forget, you will love your husband Linares. The nunnery or death." The nunnery or death," exclaimed Padre Damaso. "Maria, I am now an old man, I shall not be able much longer to watch over you and your welfare. Choose something else, seek another love, some other man, whoever he may be, anything but the nunnery." The nunnery or death. My God," cried the priest, covering his head with his hands, "thou chastisest me, so let it be, but watch over my daughter." Then, turning again to the young woman, he said, "You wish to be a nun, and it shall be so. I don't want you to die." Maria Clara caught both his hands in hers, clasping and kissing them as she fell upon her knees, repeating over and over, "My godfather, I thank you, my godfather." With bowed head Fray Damaso went away, sad and sighing. "God, thou dost exist since thou chastisest, but let thy vengeance fall on me, harm not the innocent. Save thou my daughter." Chapter 63. Christmas Eve. High up on the slope of the mountain, near a roaring stream, a hut built on the gnarled logs hides itself among the trees. Over its kagan thatch clambers the branching gourd vine, laden with flowers and fruit. Deer antlers and skulls of wild boar, some with long tusks, adorn this mountain home, where lives a Tagalog family engaged in hunting and cutting firewood. In the shade of a tree, the grandsire was making brooms from the fibers of palm leaves, while a young woman was placing eggs, limes, and some vegetables in a wide basket. 2 children, a boy and a girl, were playing by the side of another, who, pale and sad, with large eyes and a deep gaze, was seated on a fallen tree trunk. In his thinned features we recognize Cisa's son, Basilio, the brother of Crispin. "When your foot gets well," the little girl was saying to him, "we'll play hide-and-seek. I'll be the leader. You'll go up to the top of the mountain with us," added the little boy, "and drink deer blood with lime juice, and you'll get fat, and then I'll teach you how to jump from rock to rock above the torrent." Basilio smiled sadly, stared at the sore on his foot, and then turned his gaze toward the sun, which shone resplendently. "Sell these brooms," said the grandfather to the young woman, "and buy something for the children, for tomorrow is Christmas." "Firecrackers, I want some firecrackers," exclaimed the boy. "I want a head for my doll," cried the little girl, catching hold of her sister's tappy. "And you, what do you want?" the grandfather asked Basilio, who at the question arose laboriously and approached the old man. "Sir," he said, "I've been sick more than a month now, haven't I? Since we found you lifeless and covered with wounds, 2 moons have come and gone. We thought you were going to die." "May God reward you, for we are very poor," replied Basilio. "But now that tomorrow is Christmas, I want to go to the town to see my mother and my little brother. They will be seeking for me." "But my son, you're not yet well and your town is far away. You won't get there by midnight." "That doesn't matter, sir. My mother and my little brother must be very sad. Every year we spend this holiday together. Last year the 3 of us had a whole fish to eat. My mother will have been mourning and looking for me." "You won't get to the town alive, boy. Tonight we're going to have chicken and wild boar's meat. My sons will ask for you when they come from the field. You have many sons while my mother has only us 2. Perhaps she already believes that I'm dead. Tonight I want to give her a pleasant surprise, a Christmas gift, a son." The old man felt the tears springing up into his eyes, so, placing his hands on the boy's head, he said with emotion, "You're like an old man. Go, look for your mother, give her the Christmas gift from God, as you say. If I had known the name of your town, I would have gone there when you were sick. Go, my son, and may God and the Lord Jesus go with you. Lucia, my granddaughter, will go with you to the nearest town." "What, you're going away?" the little boy asked him. Down there are soldiers and many robbers. Don't you want to see my firecrackers? Boom, boom, boom. Don't you want to play hide-and-seek? Asked the little girl. Have you ever played it? Surely there's nothing any more fun than to be chased and hide yourself. Basilio smiled, but with tears in his eyes, and caught up his staff. I'll come back soon, he answered. I'll bring my little brother, you'll see him and play with him. He's just about as big as you are. Does he walk lame too? Asked the little girl. Then we'll make him it when we play hide-and-seek. Don't forget us, the old man said to him. Take this dried meat as a present to your mother. The children accompanied him to the bamboo bridge swung over the noisy course of the stream. Lucia made him support himself on her arm, and thus they disappeared from the children's sight, Basilio walking along nimbly in spite of his bandaged leg. The north wind whistled by, making the inhabitants of San Diego shiver with cold. It was Christmas Eve, and yet the town was wrapped in gloom. Not a paper lantern hung from the windows, nor did a single sound in the houses indicate the rejoicing of other years. In the house of Capitan Basilio, he and Don Filippo, for the misfortunes of the latter had made them friendly, were standing by a window grating and talking, while at another were Sinang, her cousin Victoria, and the beautiful Ide, looking toward the street. The waning moon began to shine over the horizon, illumining the clouds and making the trees and houses east long, fantastic shadows. Yours is not a little good fortune to get off free in these times, said Capitan Basilio to Don Filippo. They've burned your books, yes, but others have lost more. A woman approached the grating and gazed into the interior. Her eyes glittered, her features were emaciated, her hair loose and disheveled. The moonlight gave her a weird aspect. Cecil, exclaimed Don Filippo in surprise. Then turning to Capitan Basilio, as the madwoman ran away, he asked, wasn't she in the house of a physician? Has she been cured? Capitan Basilio smiled bitterly. The physician was afraid they would accuse him of being a friend of Don Crisostomo's, so he drove her from his house. Now she wanders about again as crazy as ever, singing, harming no one, and living in the woods. What else has happened in the town since we left it? I know that we have a new curate and another alferez. These are terrible times. Humanity is retrograding, murmured Capitan Basilio, thinking of the past. The day after you left, they found the senior sacristan dead, hanging from a rafter in his own house. Padre Salvi was greatly affected by his death and took possession of all his papers. Ah, yes, the old sage, Tassio, also died and was buried in the Chinese cemetery. Poor old man, sighed Don Filippo. What became of his books? They were burned by the pious, who thought thus to please God. I was unable to save anything, not even Cicero's works. The gobernadorcillo did nothing to prevent it. Both became silent. At that moment, the sad and melancholy song of the madwoman was heard. Do you know when Maria Clara is to be married? Ide asked Sinang. I don't know, answered the latter. I received a letter from her but haven't opened it for fear of finding out. Poor Crisostomo. They say that if it were not for Linares, they would hang Capitan Tiago, so what was Maria Clara going to do? Observed Victoria. A boy limped by, running toward the plaza, whence came the notes of Cisa's song. It was Basilio, who had found his home deserted and in ruins. After many inquiries, he had only learned that his mother was insane and wandering about the town of Crispin, not a word. Basilio choked back his tears, stifled any expression of his sorrow, and without resting had started in search of his mother. On reaching the town, he was just asking about her when her song struck his ears. The unhappy boy overcame the trembling in his limbs and ran to throw himself into his mother's arms. The madwoman left the plaza and stopped in front of the house of the new alferez. Now, as formerly, there was a sentinel before the door, and a woman's head appeared at the window, only it was not the Medusa's, but that of a comely young woman. Alferez and unfortunate are not synonymous terms. Cisa began to sing before the house with her gaze fixed on the moon, which soared majestically in the blue heavens among golden clouds. Basilio saw her, but did not dare to approach her. Walking back and forth, but taking care not to get near the barracks, he waited for the time when she would leave that place. The young woman who was at the window listening attentively to the madwoman's song ordered the sentinel to bring her inside. But when Cisa saw the soldier approach her and heard his voice, she was filled with terror and took to flight at a speed of which only a demented person is capable. Basilio, fearing to lose her, ran after her, forgetful of the pains in his feet. "Look how that boy's chasing the madwoman," indignantly exclaimed a woman in the street. Seeing that he continued to pursue her, she picked up a stone and threw it at him, saying, "Take that. It's a pity that the dog is tied up." Basilio felt a blow on his head, but paid no attention to it as he continued running. Dogs barked, geese cackled, several windows opened to let out curious faces but quickly closed again from fear of another night of terror. Soon they were outside of the town. Sisa began to moderate her flight, but still a great distance separated her from her pursuer. "Mother," he called to her when he caught sight of her. Scarcely had the madwoman heard his voice when she again took to flight. "Mother, it's I," cried the boy in desperation, but the madwoman did not heed him, so he followed panting. They had now passed the cultivated fields and were near the wood. Basilio saw his mother enter it, and he also went in. The bushes and shrubs, the thorny vines and projecting roots of trees, hindered the movements of both. The son followed his mother's shadowy form as it was revealed from time to time by the moonlight that penetrated through the foliage and into the open spaces. They were in the mysterious wood of the Ibarra family. The boy stumbled and fell several times, but rose again, each time without feeling pain. All his soul was centered in his eyes, following the beloved figure. They crossed the sweetly murmuring brook where sharp thorns of bamboo that had fallen on the sand at its margin pierced his bare feet, but he did not stop to pull them out. To his great surprise, he saw that his mother had plunged into the thick undergrowth and was going through the wooden gateway that opened into the tomb of the old Spaniard at the foot of the Balite. Basilio tried to follow her in, but found the gate fastened. The madwoman defended the entrance with her emaciated arms and disheveled head, holding the gate shut with all her might. "Mother, it's I, I'm Basilio, your son," cried the boy as he let himself fall weakly. But the madwoman did not yield. Bracing herself with her feet on the ground, she offered an energetic resistance. Basilio beat the gate with his fists. With his mood-stained head, he wept, but in vain. Painfully, he arose and examined the wall, thinking to scale it, but found no way to do so. He then walked around it and noticed that a branch of the fateful Balite was crossed with one from another tree. This he climbed and, his filial love working miracles, made his way from branch to the Balite, from which he saw his mother still holding the gate shut with her head. The noise made by him among the branches attracted Sisa's attention. She turned and tried to run, but her son, letting himself fall from the tree, caught her in his arms and covered her with kisses, losing consciousness as he did so. Sisa saw his blood-stained forehead and bent over him. Her eyes seemed to start from their sockets as she peered into his face. Those pale features stirred the sleeping cells of her brain, so that something like a spark of intelligence flashed up in her mind, and she recognized her son. With a terrible cry, she fell upon the insensible body of the boy, embracing and kissing him. Mother and son remained motionless. When Basilio recovered consciousness, he found his mother lifeless. He called to her with the tenderest names, but she did not awake. Noticing that she was not even breathing, he arose and went to the neighboring brook to get some water in a banana leaf, with which to rub the pallid face of his mother, but the madwoman made not the least movement, and her eyes remained closed. Basilio gazed at her in terror. He placed his ear over her heart, but the thin, faded breast was cold, and her heart no longer beat. He put his lips to hers, but felt no breathing. The miserable boy threw his arms about the corpse and wept bitterly. The moon gleamed majestically in the sky, the wandering breezes sighed, and down in the grass the crickets chirped. The night of light and joy for so many children, who in the warm bosom of the family celebrate this feast of sweetest memories, the feast, which commemorates the first look of love that heaven sent to earth this night, when in all Christian families they eat, drink, dance, sing, laugh, play, caress, and kiss one another this night, which in cold countries holds such magic for childhood with its traditional pine tree covered with lights, dolls, candies, and tinsel, whereon gaze the round. Staring eyes in which innocence alone is reflected, this night brought to Basilio only orphanhood. Who knows, but that perhaps in the home whence came the taciturn Padre Salvi children also played, perhaps they sang. La noche buena si vin la, noche buena si va. For a long time the boy wept and moaned. When at last he raised his head, he saw a man standing over him, gazing at the scene in silence. "Are you her son?" asked the unknown in a low voice. The boy nodded. "What do you expect to do?" "Bury her." "In the cemetery." "I haven't any money, and besides, the curate wouldn't allow it." "Then, if you would help me." "I'm very weak," answered the unknown as he sank slowly to the ground, supporting himself with both hands. "I'm wounded. For 2 days I haven't eaten or slept. Has no one come here tonight?" The man thoughtfully contemplated the attractive features of the boy, then went on in a still weaker voice. "Listen, I, too, shall be dead before the day comes. 20 paces from here, on the other side of the brook, there is a big pile of firewood. Bring it here, make a pyre, put our bodies upon it, cover them over, and set fire to the whole fire until we are reduced to ashes." Basilio listened attentively. "Afterwards, if no one comes, dig here. You will find a lot of gold, and it will all be yours. Take it and go to school." The voice of the unknown was becoming every moment more unintelligible. "Go, get the firewood. I want to help you." As Basilio moved away, the unknown turned his face toward the east and murmured, as though praying, "I die without seeing the dawn bright over my native land. You, who have it to see, welcome it and forget not those who have fallen during the night." He raised his eyes to the sky, and his lips continued to move, as if uttering a prayer. Then he bowed his head and sank slowly to the earth. 2 hours later, Sister Rufa was on the back veranda of her house making her morning ablutions in order to attend Mass. The pious woman gazed at the adjacent wood and saw a thick column of smoke rising from it. Filled with holy indignation, she knitted her eyebrows and exclaimed, "What heretic is making a clearing on a holy day? That's why so many calamities come. You ought to go to purgatory and see if you could get out of there, savage." Epilogue. Since some of our characters are still living and others have been lost sight of, a real epilogue is impossible. For the satisfaction of the groundlings, we should gladly kill off all of them, beginning with Padre Salvi and ending with Dona Victorina, but this is not possible. Let them live. Anyhow, the country, not ourselves, has to support them. After Maria Clara entered the nunnery, Padre Damaso left his town to live in Manila, as did also Padre Salvi, who, while he awaits a vacant mitre, preaches sometimes in the Church of St. Clara, in whose nunnery he discharges the duties of an important office. Not many months had passed when Padre Damaso received an order from the very Reverend Father Provincial to occupy a curacy in a remote province. It is related that he was so grievously affected by this that, on the following day, he was found dead in his bedchamber. Some said that he had died of an apoplectic stroke, others of a nightmare, but his physician dissipated all doubts by declaring that he had died suddenly. None of our readers would now recognize Capitan Tiago. Weeks before Maria Clara took the vows, he fell into a state of depression so great that he grew sad and thin and became pensive and distrustful, like his former friend, Capitan Tinang. As soon as the doors of the nunnery closed, he ordered his disconsolate cousin, Aunt Isabel, to collect whatever had belonged to his daughter and his dead wife, and to go to make her home in Malabon or San Diego, since he wished to live alone thenceforward. Tai then devoted himself passionately to Liam Poe and the cockpit, and began to smoke opium. He no longer goes to Antipolo, nor does he order any more masses, so Dona Patricinia, his old rival, celebrates her triumph piously by snoring during the sermons. If at any time during the late afternoon you should walk along Cal Santo Cristo, you would see seated in a Chinese shop a small man, yellow, thin, and bent, with stained and dirty fingernails, gazing through dreamy, sunken eyes at the passers-by as if he did not see them. At nightfall you would see him rise with difficulty, and, supporting himself on his cane, make his way to a narrow little by-street to enter a grimy building over the door of which may be seen in large red letters, Fumadero Publico de Anfian. This is that Capitan Tiago who was so celebrated, but who is now completely forgotten even by the very senior sacristan himself. Dona Victorina has added to her false frizzes and to her Andalusization, if we may be permitted the term, the new custom of driving the carriage horses herself, obliging Don Tiburcio to remain quiet. Since many unfortunate accidents occurred on account of the weakness of her eyes, she has taken to wearing spectacles, which give her a marvelous appearance. The doctor has never been called upon again to attend anyone, and the servants see him many days in the week without teeth, which, as our readers know, is a very bad sign. Linares, the only defender of the hapless doctor, has long been at rest in Paco Cemetery, the victim of dysentery and the harsh treatment of his cousin-in-law. The victorious Alferez returned to Spain a major, leaving his amiable spouse in her flannel camisa, the color of which is now indescribable. The poor Ariadne, finding herself thus abandoned, also devoted herself, as did the daughter of Minos, to the cult of Bacchus and the cultivation of tobacco. She drinks and smokes with such fury that now not only the girls, but even the old women and little children fear her. Probably our acquaintances of the town of San Diego are still alive, if they did not perish in the explosion of the steamer, Lipa, which was making a trip to the province. Since no one bothered himself to learn who the unfortunates were that perished in that catastrophe, or to whom belonged the legs and arms left neglected on Convalescence Island and the banks of the river, we have no idea whether any acquaintance of our readers was among them or not. Along with the government and the press at the time, we are satisfied with the information that the only friar who was on the steamer was saved, and we do not ask for more. The principal thing for us is the existence of the virtuous priests, whose reign in the Philippines may God conserve for the good of our souls. Of Maria Clara, nothing more is known except that the sepulchre seems to guard her in its bosom. We have asked several persons of great influence in the holy nunnery of St. Clara, but no one has been willing to tell us a single word, not even the talkative devotees who receive the famous fried chicken livers and the even more famous sauce known as that of the nuns, prepared by the intelligent cook of the Virgins of the Lord. Nevertheless, on a night in September the hurricane raged over Manila, lashing the buildings with its gigantic wings. The thunder crashed continuously. Lightning flashes momentarily revealed the havoc wrought by the blast and threw the inhabitants into wild terror. The rain fell in torrents. Each flash of the forked lightning showed a piece of roofing or a window blind flying through the air to fall with a horrible crash. Not a person or a carriage moved through the streets. When the hoarse reverberations of the thunder, 100 times re-echoed, lost themselves in the distance, there was heard the soughing of the wind as it drove the raindrops with a continuous tic-tac against the concha panes of the closed windows. 2 patrolmen sheltered themselves under the eaves of a building near the nunnery, one a private and the other a distinguido. "What's the use of our staying here?" said the private. "No one is moving about the streets. We ought to get into a house. My querida lives in Cal Arzobispo. From here over there is quite a distance, and we'll get wet," answered the distinguido. "What does that matter, just so the lightning doesn't strike us?" "Bah, don't worry. The nuns surely have a lightning rod to protect them." "Yes," observed the private, "but of what use is it when the night is so dark?" As he said this, he looked upward to stare into the darkness. At that moment, a prolonged streak of lightning flashed, followed by a terrific roar. "Naku, susmariosup," exclaimed the private, crossing himself and catching hold of his companion. "Let's get away from here." "What's happened?" Come away from here," he repeated with his teeth rattling from fear. "What have you seen?" "A specter," he murmured, trembling with fright. "A specter?" "On the roof there. It must be the nun who practices magic during the night." The distinguido thrust his head out to look, just as a flash of lightning furrowed the heavens with a vein of fire and sent a horrible crash earthwards. "Jesus!" he exclaimed, also crossing himself. In the brilliant glare of the celestial light, he had seen a white figure standing almost on the ridge of the roof with arms and face raised toward the sky as if praying to it. The heavens responded with lightning and thunderbolts. As the sound of the thunder rolled away, a sad plaint was heard. "That's not the wind, it's the specter," murmured the private, as if in response to the pressure of his companion's hand. "Aye," came through the air, rising above the noise of the rain, nor could the whistling wind drown that sweet and mournful voice charged with affliction. Again the lightning flashed with dazzling intensity. "No, it's not a specter," exclaimed the distinguido. "I've seen her before. She's beautiful like the Virgin. Let's get away from here and report it." The private did not wait for him to repeat the invitation, and both disappeared. who was moaning in the middle of the night in spite of the wind and rain and storm? Who was the timid maiden, the bride of Christ, who defied the unchained elements and chose such a fearful night under the open sky to breathe forth from so perilous a height her complaints to God? Had the Lord abandoned his altar in the nunnery so that he no longer heard her supplications? Did its arches perhaps prevent the longings of the soul from rising up to the throne of the most merciful? The tempest raged furiously nearly the whole night, nor did a single star shine through the darkness. The despairing plaints continued to mingle with the soughing of the wind, but they found nature and man alike deaf. God had hidden himself and heard not. On the following day, after the dark clouds had cleared away and the sun shone again brightly in the limpid sky, there stopped at the door of the nunnery of St. Clara a carriage, from which alighted a man who made himself known as a representative of the authorities. He asked to be allowed to speak immediately with the abbess and to see all the nuns. It is said that one of these, who appeared in a gown all wet and torn, with tears and tales of horror, begged the man's protection against the outrages of hypocrisy. It is also said that she was very beautiful and had the most lovely and expressive eyes that were ever seen. The representative of the authorities did not accede to her request, but after talking with the abbess, left her there in spite of her tears and pleadings. The youthful nun saw the door close behind him as a condemned person might look upon the portals of heaven closing against him, if ever heaven should come to be as cruel and unfeeling as men are. The abbess said that she was a madwoman. The man may not have known that there is in Manila a home for the demented, or perhaps he looked upon the nunnery itself as an insane asylum, although it is claimed that he was quite ignorant, especially in a matter of deciding whether a person is of sound mind. It is also reported that General J thought otherwise when the matter reached his ears. He wished to protect the madwoman and asked for her. But this time, no beautiful and unprotected maiden appeared, nor would the abbess permit a visit to the cloister, forbidding it in the name of religion and the holy statutes. Nothing more was said of the affair, nor of the ill-starred Maria Clara.